Nashville, Tennessee, Music City welcomes NASCAR, and with it a 10-race scramble to see who can make the 2022 Cup Series playoffs. The race to Daytona is on as we kick things off on Peacock, USA, and NBC Sports. Welcome everyone to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic from a very warm Nashville, Tennessee. Pit box 23, right in the middle of it all, is where you find the Peacock pit box. All the cars out and ready to go for today's Ally 400. Hi, everyone. Along with the Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett, the big guy Brad Daugherty, I'm Marty Snyder. You know, the real feel's only 102, Brad. That's all. Yeah. So it is a one-shirt or a two-shirt day for you?
Oh, it's a two-shirt day, and I've already sweated through my hair product. Yeah. Let me tell you this. I'm not worried about that heat. In just a few minutes, we got 36 600 horsepower hot rods getting ready to haul the heat around this place. That's what I want to see.
Well, the race start has been moved up just a little bit. There is rain forecasted this afternoon, but DJ, the real story of the weekend has been the heat here in Nashville. I mean, 102 real feels kind of actually pretty good compared to yesterday. Yeah. But in the Xfinity Series race, we saw temperatures in the car 135 degrees. So when it's like this, what did you do as a driver to prepare?
Yeah, that you have to start getting prepared way before this week when you saw the forecast for this weekend. And what I did, I went to Bobby Allison, one of the toughest competitors, especially in the summer months, that I ever knew. Bobby Allison told me a couple of secrets of his of what he did to get himself ready for things like this, and one of those was he never turned the air conditioner on in his personal car when he was riding around in the summer. Matter of fact, he kept the windows rolled up, and at certain times when it's going to be really hot, he turned the heat on.
Wow.
I adopted that. Obviously, my family took a separate car from me when we would go to places, but I found that whenever we got to this time that, you know, we work hard to make these cars to try to pick up a half a tenth or a tenth. If I could be better than others at the end of the race when they're struggling because of heat, and that helped me a lot, that I was a better driver at the end of races, and I also worked really hard at hydrating myself, putting on 6 to 8 pounds of water weight during the week, starting Wednesday to get to Sunday and get ready, because you're going to lose 10, 12 pounds out here this afternoon. These drivers have their hands full, especially the first time in this kind of heat in this new next-gen car.
Yeah, going to be a big test for this new car for NASCAR and for all the Cup Series drivers as well. Here's what's on the menu, presented by Sonic, the close to the regular season. We mentioned 10 races. Well, that's 10 straight weeks. In fact, 20 straight to close the season. No more off weeks in 2022. 12 winners have already claimed a spot in the playoffs. Or have they? 16 get in. Will there be any spots on points? And then the pressure is on because of that to get in and get a win. Some big names have gone winless so far here in 2022. Time is running out. So here's the playoff standings and how they look. What steps out to you, DJ?
I think two champions that I'm looking at there. Martin Truex Jr., who has a decent point cushion there right now, and Kevin Harvick. But these guys are champions, and here they are fighting as hard as they can to try to be a part of this 16. I think we might have 16 winners, but here's what you don't want to be whenever we get to Daytona in 10 weeks. You don't want to be 16th in the points with 15 winners, one spot open, because we know what can happen at Daytona.
That's called an ulcer.
Talk about the pressure that would put on some drivers. So Brad, when you hear those names DJ just mentioned, I mean, Harvick, Truex, Blaney, that have not won so far this year, is that a testament to how hard this new car is for everybody in the garage area?
Yeah, it's a fresh palette, and what it tells me, maybe these big teams with all this data for the last 60, 70 years, maybe don't have the most talented drivers. I know that hurts some people's feelings, but maybe a Ross Chastain or a Daniel Suarez or Tyler Reddick, maybe these guys are just super talented, and with this new platform, this new race car, they're getting to show that talent. They're not getting outrun by data when we go to these racetracks, historical data. I think it's real.
Two gentlemen who've been waiting all year long for these 20 weeks, and somehow they found the AC. I don't know how this happened.
Imagine that.
Hall of Famer Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Burton, the mayor, welcome in, guys. Good to see you this afternoon.
Yeah, good to see you. It's been the talk of the season, the new next-gen car. It's really, you know, we thought it would level the playing field. No one having any notes with this race car and all these teams trying to figure this thing out. But what I've been really surprised by is the hit or miss of some of these teams. You don't really know who is going to run good until the race starts and starts to unravel. Nobody's really found any consistency, and like we've seen in the points there, some of these teams we expected to win have yet to win.
Yeah, that is a big surprise to me, how Blaney, Truex, Harvick, Bell, none of those guys have won yet. It shows you how difficult it is. And you talked about the ups and downs of the teams. Well, we saw that here already this weekend. On Friday, we had some teams that were so fast. Kyle Busch had, I think, the first or second best car in practice. The car came around on him, backs it into the wall, ends up having to start at the back of the pack. Bubba Wallace was exceptionally fast in practice as well. He had a bad qualifying effort. Now they got to come from the back. We've seen that all year long. And you know, you say, how does Kyle Busch, a champion, one of the best drivers ever, how does he spin out in qualifying? Because you are rewarded for running this car hard. If you get aggressive with this race car, drive it in the corner deep, get into gas quick, it makes better lap time. The cars we drove, you could overdrive them and they would go slower. These cars go faster. But it's so easy to overstep your bounds. It's so easy to get over that. That's why we've seen cautions go up, and we've seen drivers running into each other more, and we've got hangers going up.
Well, one thing that has been consistent throughout the season is the performance of the Trackhouse team. Marty Smith catches up with the drivers of that organization.
Well, obviously, we're at Tootsie's, which is part of the Nashville downtown culture. You always use that word, culture, Justin. What does that mean to you?
It's our set of values and our mission every single day, and culture is hugely important. I mean, I think that we're at a point in this sport right now where competition fits kind of more nicely into a box. The fact with this next-gen car, we don't have these sort of like black holes of engineering and expense and aerodynamics that we can all get lost in. And because of that, it opens up bandwidth in these companies to be able to invest in the people. They're writing history and making a difference.
Ross Chastain is going to get his first NASCAR Cup Series win. Here in wine country, Daniel Suarez is going to be the toast of the town.
It's been a rough journey in the Cup Series, and these guys believe in me, Trackhouse Racing. I think a lot of teams out there, they talk about family working together, but there is a big difference between actually saying it and actually doing it.
Being in the same building that I was in last year with the 42 car and what that building was and to what it is now, it's just smiles.
Have you guys kind of enjoyed having Pitbull as a co-owner?
Such an amazing opportunity to be a part of Trackhouse and the way that we're literally making history.
Yeah, it's wild. I think of him as this guy on stage, and then you get him and he's just like, great job at Talladega. He is a car guy. He wants to compete.
Like, he was at the shop a couple of days ago when we broke the piñata. Everyone was pumped up. Everyone was excited to go to work. Everyone was like, and that's him. You know, he just transferred that energy.
How about for you? How's that been to manage as an owner? Because you were quick to defend him after St. Louis.
Denny Hamlin gets hit from behind by Ross Chastain. He wallops the outside safer barrier.
I mean, there was a lot of emotion there, and when competitors say things that they're going to do, I take that personally. We're all learning. I'm very new at this, and I have to figure out where I need to not be variable in the equation and when I do need to step in and do things. But these are my guys, and all 130 people that work for this company are my people, and I've got every single one of their backs.
It's not the first time I'm going to have to apologize to Marty for calling him Marty Smith. I know two good Martys in my life, and he's one of them. But, you know, it's pretty incredible what that organization has been able to do. And this is their home track. There's a little extra pressure on that team and those drivers to try to go out here and put on a good performance in front of their hometown fans. They want to actually eventually move the shop here, actually open up on Broadway maybe even, and do something pretty incredible as a race team. But kind of adopt Nashville as their place. But I think that nobody anticipated the speed that they were going to have this year. We certainly didn't think that Ross Chastain was going to be the most dominant driver this season, and Daniel getting his first win. What a great story for him.
Unbelievable story. Then on top of that, you think about you have two drivers and two crew chiefs that both got their first wins together. So imagine that in the same shop, that many new first-time winners. Justin Marks has done an incredible job of creating this environment where people are excited. He wants to do things differently. I think the timing of Justin Marks coming in with this new car, I think that was really important because it really allowed him to, other than just say we're going to do it, actually do it differently. This car has allowed him to really organize and get the kind of people. And when you talk to Daniel Suarez, never before has he felt so wanted. And when you are a driver that feels like you're wanted and you're a driver that is trying to prove your way, and when you make a mistake, your guys stand behind you and say, hey, what? You're my guy. You're my guy no matter what. That means a lot. And it really comes through in talking to Daniel.
Yeah, there's a lot of great storylines in the field today, Marty, but all eyes are going to be on Trackhouse.
No doubt. And, guys, this week the NASCAR community lost a man who set the tone for the sport in many ways for decades. Bruton Smith, the founder of Speedway Motorsports, passed away Wednesday. Smith helped build Charlotte Motor Speedway in 1959 and turned SMI into a powerhouse in the world of motorsports, currently operating 11 of the tracks on the Cup Series schedule, including right here in Nashville. He was also elected to the NASCAR Hall of Fame in 2016. DJ, I would dare say, you think of innovator, and I would say next to Bill France, I'm not sure on the track side anybody was more influential than Bruton Smith. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. We could do a whole show on the things that he helped make with this sport to move it forward, the innovation. You think about Charlotte Motor Speedway, you talked about he helped build that track. Well, he made it a showpiece then. He said, this is the standard of what racetracks need to be for the fans to come enjoy their time and for us to have something that we want to put out there as a product. So then you go, think about Bristol. He made the Coliseum what it is, and being able to put 160,000 people around this half-mile track, and then to go to Las Vegas, the party city, and put a great racetrack facility, one for the fans once again. So we could name all of these, but he was just ahead of his time in a lot of these things, and he made the sport so much better than what it was before him.
Jeff and Junior, I'd love to bring you guys back in. Junior, he's in the Hall of Fame with you, and certainly I would think you would agree, an impactful man in the sport. You could argue maybe top 5 all time.
Yeah, absolutely. When I came into the sport or started really paying attention, there were 2 families, the Franz family and the Smith family. And outside of the Franz family, I don't know anybody that's had a bigger role in trying to grow the sport or enhance the fan experience. And he leaves an incredible legacy with Marcus and everything that they've built. That will continue on for so many generations. And so without him, I don't know that the sport gets challenged to grow in the directions that it went. So we're all very thankful.
Yeah, DJ mentioned that he built Charlotte Motor Speedway. Think about this. When Charlotte Motor Speedway opened, he was 33 years old. That's how young he started this journey. And he had a goal of showcasing what NASCAR could be. He wanted to showcase the drivers. He wanted to give the fans somewhere to go that they could cherish the sport and really show it off. And you go back and you think about what Charlotte Motor Speedway meant to the sport. If you wanted to take a sponsor to a racetrack, you took them to Charlotte Motor Speedway early on because it was run like a stadium. It was run like an NFL stadium, a Major League Baseball stadium. The professionalism that Bruton and his group brought to this sport in regard to racetracks and creating that show for the fans. He always wanted the fans to be first. He wanted to make sure they were entertained and had a great time. An unbelievable impact on the sport, and that still continues today with his family.
Yeah, and Jeff, I want to bring Brad into the conversation because you have a Bruton Smith story that has nothing to do with racing.
No, nothing.
That actually is hilarious. So why don't you tell us that story?
So this is right around 2010. The Charlotte Hornets had gone back kind of into receivership by the NBA. They had taken the franchise back. And so one day I'm walking, and I've got my race team, and my phone rings, and it's an unknown number. And my OCD kicks in. I can't avoid it, which 99% of the times is somebody trying to sell you a home warranty or a car warranty. So I answer it, and on the other end, someone says, Brad. And I'm like, yeah? And he says, Bruton. And I'm like, well, I don't know many Brutons. I only know one. I said, yes, Mr. Smith, how you doing? He says, I'm doing great. He says, I'm going to buy the Charlotte Hornets, and you're going to be my general manager. I'm like, well, Mr. Smith, Bruton, I'm just now getting into my racing thing. He's like, I don't want to hear it. I'm going to get the deal done. I'll call you back. You're the GM. Every time he didn't do it, thank goodness, because I wouldn't have been able to do it. But every time I saw him after that, he would always wink at me and say, I'm still going to buy him. He's going to be my GM. So iconic figure, larger than life. He will be sorely missed.
Well, Junior mentioned his son, Marcus. He currently runs the SMI business. We certainly will miss Bruton Smith. Our condolences to Marcus and the entire Smith family. Bruton Smith was 95.
Kyle Larson is your 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion. Visit the NASCAR shop to see his entire collection. Get the same hat, tee, flag, and towel the team wore with pride as they raise the trophy in Victory Lane. Remember the celebration with the official championship diecast and other championship gear. Available now at NASCAR.com/champ.
You buy the official app of NASCAR Tracks, lets you stay up to date on the latest race and event information from your favorite racetracks. Search NASCAR Tracks in the App Store to download for free and start using today.
my first time being on the show. I'm kind of nervous, but
hey, don't be nervous. Thanks for joining us. This is awesome.
We're nervous to be talking to you, man. We're a nervous wreck.
Thanks for having me on, and also thank you for starting it out with a softball question.
Can Rick roll his R's? Can you?
I cannot roll my R's.
Yeah, my girls all can.
If there was a reality show like the Jessica Simpson moment.
If anyone didn't watch that show.
Highly entertaining.
Yeah.
This is going to be talked about a lot.
I think my big takeaway is that Bob Pockrass needs a bigger microphone.
You know, I'd like to think he went up in the truck and had a little sip of a watermelon cocktail and said, I got him now.
If you catch with that bro kick, which is a kind of jumping pump kick, no, it's over.
Amazing.
That gets you pumped up.
It really does.
It does.
If you're catching Motor Mouse Mondays and Wednesdays right here on Peacock, you're missing out. Raw, unfiltered, honest chat about the world of motorsports. And one cool story from the world of motorsports happened in Watkins Glen yesterday, right here on Peacock, as a matter of fact. Robert Wickens, paralyzed from an accident in IndyCar a few years ago. Here's that accident. Went through all the rehabilitation just to come back and be able to be in a race car once again. DJ, he went out of Watkins Glen yesterday and won the Michelin Pilot Challenge race. What a cool moment.
Marty, we've talked about this a number of times this morning. I still have chills when you brought that up of what this man did to get back to this point. He was making his mark in IndyCar, just as you said. The accident took that away. But this just shows the powerful mind of a competitor wanting to get back to what he loves to do. Congratulations.
Unbelievable stuff. That'll certainly be a topic on Motor Mouse this week. Speaking of Motor Mouse, once again, Denny Hamlin, a guest on the show a few weeks ago. Today he's on the pole, and he's with Parker Kligerman.
Right, Marty, and he had that speed in qualifying to go get the pole, and I'm curious, did you expect to have that kind of speed coming in here?
After the first run of practice, I would have said no, but we got it better and better. Our FedEx Camry's been fast really since the second run of practice, but when I ran the run, I thought, yeah, I'm a little conservative here, but I thought it was going to get us into the next round. But yeah, we just, it gripped and stuck, and so that's all that really mattered. And at this racetrack, you're going to want to be up front.
I was going to ask you about that. What can we expect today? We've got shifting. We've got a track that moved around for some of the other series. We don't know if the rubber will lay down. What's the mentality going into today's race?
I think there's going to be ebbs and flows to it. I think the rubber's going to clean up. It's going to lay down. The track's going to widen out. As we've seen with this car, it puts on a pretty good show on tracks this size, especially ones that are wide. So look forward to seeing what product we put on today, and glad to be back in Nashville.
It's pretty hot. You got a cool suit today for first time.
I did. First time all season. I always want to be that guy that doesn't need it, but my crew chief insisted I must wear it today.
So even running the cool suit, try to keep his head in the game there, keep him cooler in the car, Marty.
Wait, where's our cool suit, Brad?
I need a cool suit.
I was going to say.
I put on my 6 to 8 pounds of fluid last night too in Nashville, so I'm ready with that.
In a different way, right?
Yeah.
Boy, it's been an odd season for Denny Hamlin. I mean, when they hit it, Brad, they are terrific. When they miss it, they are awful. Is this new car tougher for the veteran drivers?
Well, I think so. I think because the veteran drivers have reps, thousands and thousands, millions of reps in the old race car. Mm-hmm. So there was always habits they could go back to that would correct themselves. This new race car, it's a clean slate. They're trying to figure it out. I remember we raced at Martinsville earlier this year with my race team. We were struggling, running back 23rd, 24th, and we look up, and Denny Hamlin's behind us. He can't get around us, and he's the best at Martinsville. So, yes, I think it equalizes the field, it creates parity, and it's fun to watch these guys who are great struggle.
Putting on Denny's owner hat is co-owner Michael Jordan in town this weekend. You got to spend some time with Michael last night, DJ. How is he enjoying the ownership role here in NASCAR?
Oh, I think fantastic. I mean, he loves the sport, always has since a young age. I did see him. He was having dinner, and I was there at the same place. We spoke for a little bit. We talked about golf, too, which he loves to do every single day. Yeah. But he loves being here. You can tell that. It's great to have him around the sport, and I think it's important for his race team to do well and for him to stay involved. But he's having a great time, and I think it's really good. We've seen owners come in and not come support everything. Michael's been here quite a bit, and that's important to not only his drivers and his teams, but to the sport in general.
All right, time for On the Clock. Here's how it works. You get 20 seconds. Get to talk about a driver that you would like to chat about. Hall of Famers always get the tee box first, as we say, DJ. So just speaking about MJ a second ago, how about his driver, Bubba Wallace?
Yeah, Bubba Wallace obviously got that first win last year. He was really fast here yesterday on Friday afternoon in practice. He's going to be starting 30th. Don't let that make you think that he doesn't have a shot here today. I believe if his pit crew and crew chief put him in the right position, this could be the time to get that win this year.
Yeah, and for me, talking about Brad Keselowski, it's just not been his year. I mean, they've had a lot of issues you know, with speed with this race car, and they don't have a ton of speed here today. Starting 27th, that's going to be a long day for Brad Keselowski, but he's a champion. So he will do the best. He'll give that car the best ride he can give it, but I'm not confident that he'll be at the front at the end of the day.
Yeah, just 2 top 10s so far this year for Brad Keselowski and his race team, one coming in the last race at Sonoma. Michael McDowell, I mean, that young man has become a top 10 machine. 5 in the last 8 races. I think Blake Harris and that combination has really been terrific for Michael McDowell, and he's flying under the radar. You want to talk about someone good to put on your fantasy team? Michael McDowell, certainly that guy. I think they've been very impressive. Starting 18th today, but I think they could be a factor, DJ.
All right, then my next driver is Austin Cindric, Daytona 500 champion and a playoff spot. Don't need to say anymore. He's going to be in the playoffs, but I know he wants and is looking forward to making more consistent and better runs, and I think that's what they're working on right now. Don't count this guy out when the playoffs come around, because he can compete at every type of track.
Yeah, and then my guy, it's going to be, I mean, talking about Kurt Busch, what do you say? I mean, Kurt Busch can drive anything. I mean, he is a champion as well. I just have so much confidence in this guy. And I know the guys over at 23XI, they think they found a little bit of something body-wise this week. Maybe they have a little more speed. Kurt Busch is just never out of it. He can win anywhere, anytime, and he does.
And with that win at Kansas in the playoffs, feel very good about where they are with Kurt Busch in their spot at 23XI. Brad, you know it's the Ally 400, right? And who drives the Ally car?
Oh, Alex Bowman.
Yeah, I talked to Greg Ives this week, and he said, you know, I would love to think we'll be good at Nashville, but what I'm really focused on these final 10 races, we have to build some consistency. Just like we were talking about with Denny Hamlin. One week we're really good, we're competitive for a win. The next week we're outside the top 20. So that's their focus in these next 10 weeks, just building some consistency for that 48 team. Bowman's teammate Kyle Larson has a lot of new faces in new places this week. Dave Burns has more on that in this week's roster notes.
And Marty, I want to focus on the 5 car because of what happened at Sonoma Raceway 2 weeks ago. Kyle Larson, on a competitive day, lost the wheel on his 5 car, and NASCAR has been very consistent with that penalty. The 2 individuals involved, usually the jackman who places the tire and the tire changer, are the ones who get suspended for 4 races, along with the person responsible for them. That, of course, is the crew chief. And that's where I want to focus, because I think Hendrick Motorsports is deep enough on their bench for the tire changer and the jackman to do a great job today. But Cliff Daniels, not being the crew chief, not being the voice in the ear of Kyle Larson today, that could be something. Now, let's be clear. Cliff Daniels is going to be in electronic communication with this team all day long. His engineer, Adam Wall, they will do a good job of orchestrating this race. Kevin Mendering, the interim crew chief, will do fantastic in terms of judging things as his day goes. But Cliff Daniels, the cheerleader, the guy who motivates Kyle Larson, the guy who took him to the championship last year, Marty, he is not going to be on the pit box today or the next 3 races after that. And that could be a big factor as Kyle looks for his 2nd championship in a row.
Yeah, good point by Dave. Not having that voice in his ear is going to be a little bit different for Kyle Larson today. Well, this year we're unleashing our buddy Rutledge Wood, not only here at the racetrack to show us what's cool, but also around town. Just like the Super Bowl, Rut, you're a man about town. Rut City View takes us live to downtown Nashville. Where are you hanging out, Rut?
Oh, Marty, this is the place to be right now, downtown Nashville. I'm at Tootsie's Orchid Lounge, which y'all would know is a huge sponsor for Daniel Suarez. And when you look around and you get that true city view, there are people everywhere. You can tell the NASCAR fans have packed the place all weekend long, and rightfully so. We brought NASCAR to Nashville. Take a look. Daniel Suarez and his team brought their car down here, did a pit stop for all the fans on Thursday night. It was amazing, but you know, it's about bringing all these different people together. Like, for example, I made a bunch of new friends this weekend. They're all here from Maine, celebrating a birthday, having a good time, right? But the other cool thing about it is when you see a place that's as historically relevant as Tootsie's is to country music and what's going on, you know, they also have some special drinks. This is my new friend Amanda rocking her Daniel Suarez shirt. Amanda, could I have the most exclusive drink you have? I believe it's called the Steve Letarte.
Absolutely.
Okay, and here's why. It's strong, it's got a nice fruity kick to it, but it's also affordable, but it'll get the job done. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, and this has a little bit of that in there, a dash, if you will. Oh, this looks great. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's how you know Steve would love it for sure. And maybe just a little, yeah. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, Tootsie's is where it's at. City View is all about bringing you to the cool places. And guys, I don't know if I can send this to the track for Steve, but you know what? There'll be one waiting after the race.
Well, okay, so if he's sending drinks to the track for Steve, do you want him to mix one for you, Brad?
Yeah,
I mean, he's at it.
Give me a little lemonade and crack that wrist and throw some iced tea on top of it and send it on up my way. I could use it.
Yeah, we could use it. 102 real feel out here.
In the shade,
it's a little warm.
In the shade.
Hold on.
Rutt's going to have a little sip of the Steve. Oh, no, he's not.
I'm not.
No, he's not. He's a good man. Hey, a new feature this year, Show and Tell. We asked NASCAR drivers to bring in a piece of their favorite memorabilia. First up, Cup Series champion Kyle Larson, and his Show and Tell literally goes back to the day he was born. That's coming up next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. This is how we Sonic. Hey guys, check out the racing action from Highland Rim Speedway just outside of Nashville last night. Trey Ashworth from White House, Tennessee won the 50-lap Sportsman feature. 2 Highland Rim facts. Bobby Hamilton got a start there. Butch Lindley, a guy you know very well, DJ. You raced against him. He got his last career win at Highland Rim.
Yeah, maybe the best short track racer I ever raced against.
That's a big statement right there. Kyle Larson certainly knows all about the short track racing world. He started racing in go-karts when he was 4, and Mom Janet was there to capture it all. Want proof? Kyle brought literally all the proof in this first installment of Show and Tell.
To give you an idea of what I do, here's a tape for you to watch today.
I'm Kyle Larson, and this is my Show and Tell. My mom, she videotaped almost every minute of my sister and my, childhood growing up. For Christmas, she had converted all those VHS tapes into DVDs.
Hi, can you give me thumbs up?
And, I was always annoyed as a child having my mom and a camera in front of my face. But now that I'm older, I really appreciate those moments and getting to, watch some of those, with my children now.
Where are you starting? In pole position.
So, she has everything, written down, like what we did in it. I mean, she's got the day I was born, July 31st, 1992, Sutter Memorial Hospital. Get to the hospital at 8:05 p.m., and I was out at 8:19 p.m. Dad said he's going to be a race car driver, is what it says on there.
There's our proud mother.
I think my mom was probably working on these slowly over time, so I would always go home and watch them, and it kind of helps you remember those times and see kind of how goofy you used to be.
I hope you enjoy what I love doing.
How awesome is that? Hey, did you see that last shot right there? I mean, Kyle Larson knew what a sim was, Brad, before anybody else did. That was 1999, I think, is what it said.
Well, the 2 different shots there, it looks like they're about a year apart. He still looks the same age.
Look at that. Oh, man.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's why he's so good. He was on the sim since he was 3.
among a lot of other things.
Yeah, exactly. I want to bring Steve Letarte, our buddy up in the booth, in on this conversation. It's been a very different year for Kyle Larson, Steve, right? I mean, last year he was so dominant coming into this race, won this race last year. Why has it been so different for him, you think, this year?
Well, it's a little bit different from appearance, but statistically it's eerily close. This was the race a year ago in my mind that kind of jump-started Kyle Larson. He came here, he dominated, and from this point through the summer, he became the dominant guy, filled that playoff point bucket, and went on to be a champion. So I really think, much like every other driver, he's trying to figure out this new car, his style, and trying to figure out what Cliff Daniels needs to give him to be successful. But I'm still looking for that jump-off point. It could happen. This guy has firepower. If he gets on a roll, be careful.
Hey, Steve, each week we'd love for you to teach us a few things about the new Cup Series car and what stands out to you. So what's on tap today?
Well, listen, the heat. It's the topic of conversation, but it's not just for the driver. It's also for the car. So let's go inside our black helicopter NBC Sports cutaway car and see exactly how this car is cooled. We look at the air going in. All the air intake is through the front of the car, through the front grille, but it goes to multiple different locations. Really, the first thing to cool the driver, you have to kind of cool the exhaust. So as we pull the body away, you're going to see the required ducts on either side, left and right. The air gets ducted down into the rocker area, and most importantly, across that exhaust. That stuff can be up to 600, 700, 800 degrees. Get some cool air going across it to try to keep the driver cool in the seat. Another interesting idea when they created this car is the air no longer comes in from the hood into the engine. Now it comes in the front grille, has this cool carbon fiber snorkel look, and right down into the throttle body. So the fresh air from the nose of the car is what creates that horsepower underneath the hood. And then, as we always expect, You know, the engine oil, the engine water needs to be cooled. Much like last year, the air comes in through the front. The difference is after it goes through the radiator and the oil cooler, it gets vented through the hood. That helps downforce, it helps performance, it helps dirty air. So multiple locations. It's interesting to see how each different manufacturer has a different look in the hood. And then some cars today, some cars not today, but at short tracks for sure, brake cooling. It comes in through the nose, it cools the caliper, cools the rotor. Very, very important at those tracks. We talk about shifting, well, braking is also a key to being competitive. And interesting note, the only area you're allowed to tape up on this car is the brakes. So it's somewhat optional, but that's kind of under the hood of our cutaway car, and that's how these next-gen cars are going to stay cool here at Nashville Superspeedway.
Boy, some good stuff, Steve. We appreciate that. When we come back, Coach Daugherty, we're going to put you to work. You ready? It's pep talk time.
Let's get it.
From the big guy this week. The subject is Kevin Harvick. Hope you're ready, Coach. The 5-time All-Star with a little motivation for Happy Harvick next.
Stand up, Kevin Harvick. Let's go.
10 races left to decide who makes the Cup Series playoffs. The summer stretch and the race to Daytona starts today in Nashville, Tennessee. Let's hear from 3 drivers without a win this year, still fighting for their playoff lives, including the driver who announced Friday he's coming back for at least one more year at Joe Gibbs Racing. Martin Truex Jr. is hanging out with Dave Burns.
And that is a good thing for us to all hear, that you made the decision to stay. What was the deciding factor?
I want to win more races. I mean, it's really what it came down to. So, you know, it was good to get the chance, and I'm lucky to be in the position where I can think about it on my own terms, what I really want to do, and glad to be here with a great team, and Bass Pro Shops on the car today, and hopefully we can get our first win of the year with our Toyota.
First win under the new idea. Let's go to Parker.
Well, and his teammate Christopher Bell has been on a bit of a hot streak up until Sonoma. 5 top 10 finishes leading up to that. Can you get the hot streak going again here at Nashville?
I believe we can. I think this DeWalt Camry is every bit as capable of competing for the win as any of these other cars, so big race for us. It's a big event for DeWalt, so hopefully we can have a good showing.
So talk to me about this racetrack and what we're going to see today. There's a lot of unknowns. Some are asking, are we going to see the groove move around, where you shift, where you don't shift? How do you tackle and mentally go into a race like this with so many unknowns?
Yeah, so Nashville probably had more unknowns last year, but one thing that we learned was that the groove moved around a lot. The top came in and was really good. So I felt like last year this is one of the easiest places to pass if you're better than the car in front of you, and I kind of expect that today with these cars. So definitely going to be shifting a lot more than what we did last year. Whenever the top comes in, I think you might have to stay in fifth gear, but yeah, I think it's going to race really good.
Sounds like there's a lot of variables to play with here, Dave.
Parker, I would say so, and we've all been expecting one of the variables in the season to be Tyler Reddick in victory lane. Can that happen today?
I definitely think it could. You know, based on what I saw yesterday in practice, it was yesterday in practice. You know, the cars just, you know, track position is going to be important. We were able to widen out the track a little bit in the Xfinity race. But it'll be interesting to see how the resin wears in, wears away, and how these cars are going to get racing 23 laps in a run. But 3Chi Chevrolet had good pace. We just missed a little bit in qualifying there. Had a little bit of bad luck with the cloud coming in. So we'll just see what happens. But got a good, strong car again.
Tyler Reddick seeking the playoffs, Marty, and coming from 16th today.
Thank you, Dave. Boy, a few weeks ago, Reddick was in terrific shape. Now he's on the outside looking in as we look at the playoff bubble. And it has really flipped over in the last couple weeks and tight for some surprising names, including Harvick, Reddick, Austin Dillon among those. So let's play buy, sell, hold, just like a stock. Are you buying, selling, or holding that these drivers I'll mention are going to make the playoffs in 2022? Brad, we'll start with you and Tyler Reddick. We just heard from him. Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. Is he in? Is he in or out?
I'm gonna sell. I think that Tyler Reddick is super talented. I just don't know if he has the right pieces and parts under him week in and week out. I don't think that they're up to his level of driving as far as the consistency at RCR. I think it hurts him. I'm going to sell.
Buy, sell, hold on Christopher Bell. DJ, what do you think?
I'm buying Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell is going to win one of these next 10 races, and he's not going to have to worry about the points in trying to make the playoffs. This is a very talented young man. They've been, you could argue, they might have been the most consistent from Joe Gibbs Racing week in and week out. He just got to clean up a few mistakes.
Brad, how about Martin Truex Jr.?
Oh, yeah, he bounces back. You know, they've gotten the idea of whether he's going to race next year. Is he going to retire? That's behind him with his new deal. Too talented. He's a wily vet. He's coming on strong. He makes it.
DJ, what do you think about Kevin Harvick?
You know, I've been worried about Harvick. Can they turn this around enough? I had a 5-minute conversation with him before qualifying yesterday that convinced me during that time that I need to hold on to Kevin Harvick right now. I think this man, with his experience, and they're getting better as a team with this car, I think he's got the opportunity to make it in.
You know, DJ Harvick might need a little motivational speech after Sonoma. Rough day on pit road there. So we put Coach Daugherty on the case. You ready to go? Lay it on him. Give Kevin Harvick your best pre-race speech.
You know, I go back over a decade. When I first started dabbling around the sport on the Cup side, every weekend we would talk about who was the guy to beat. And there was always names. You know, you could throw names out. But the name that I always consistently threw out at the end of the day was Kevin Harvick. Kevin Harvick is a champion in this sport. He's one of the greatest race car drivers we've ever seen. He's disciplined. He's in shape. He does it all. But over the last 2 seasons, he's fell off the couch, boys. I'm telling you. You go back 2 seasons ago with Kevin Harvick. Kevin Harvick led over 1,500 laps. He ran 800 of the fastest laps of the season in 2020, and he won 9 races. The last 2 years, Kevin Harvick has 14 top 5. Come on now, Kevin Harvick. It's time, Kevin. Kevin, you are one of the greatest race car drivers, stock car drivers ever. You are the man. You've got to pull them belts tight, brother. Get in there, get up on that wheel. You're going to have to carry this race car. His crew chief, Rodney Childers, said they don't have speed. You don't have speed, but you got Kevin Harvick. Come on, Kevin. It's time to stand up and take care of business like Kevin Happy Harvick only can. Let's go, baby. Come on, Harvick.
Let's go, DJ. How about that from the coach? I love it.
I'm ready to go get in the car myself.
I love it. Can I give you a little more motivation? Rutt has yet to deliver your
I'm looking for my drink. I need it now.
Hey, our man Rutledge Wood still hanging out on Broadway. What's happening, Rutt? And Brad's expecting an iced tea, by the way.
I tell you what, there is so much action going down here. And you know what? This is really the home of country music, and some of their greatest have played on this street. I can hear 2 different bands playing from here, but I'm going to tell you about one of the biggest legends when we get back.
Well, you can see the Nashville NASCAR fans. They're not afraid of a little heat, are they, guys? They're also, I hear, not afraid of a party either. And that party has been going on around Rutledge Wood all day long. Rutt's City View takes us to Broadway in downtown Nashville at the world-famous Tootsie's. Rutt, what's happening downtown at Tootsie's?
You know what? Right here next door, Legends Corner, you know, we're reminded how many legends of country music there really are. And just like in Charlotte and how many teams are based there, for Nashville, all along Broadway are all these amazing spots where names really are made, whether it's Dolly Parton, Alan Jackson. How about my man Keith Urban, who happened to do our new NBC lead-in song? It was an amazing time because Keith Urban is not only an amazing musician, he's also a huge car guy. So it was a natural fit for him to do that for us. But, you know, when you think about a guy like him, so where does he record his music? Sure, the Ryman is half a block away, but Blackbird Studios, which is started by John...
Tootsie's.
You know what? Right here next door, Legends Corner, you know, we're reminded how many legends of country music there really are. And just like in Charlotte and how many teams are based there, for Nashville, all along Broadway are all these amazing spots where names really are made, whether it's Dolly Parton, Alan Jackson. How about my man Keith Urban, who happened to do our new NBC lead-in song? It was an amazing time because Keith Urban is not only an amazing musician, he's also a huge car guy. So it was a natural fit for him to do that for us. But, you know, when you think about a guy like him, so where does he record his music? Sure, the Ryman is half a block away, but Blackbird Studios, which is started by John and her husband, John and Martina McBride together. It's one of the best recording studios, not only here in Nashville, but in the entire world, from Beastie Boys to Keith Urban to Alan Jackson, you name it, so many legends have recorded there. So just like with NASCAR and all the roots part of our races here on NBC, Peacock, and USA, guys.
It's so cool, Rutt. Keith Urban, not the only star who's part of the weekend with us here in Nashville. Dolly Parton, also part of our show as well. We mentioned Michael Jordan in town.
Absolutely.
Pitbull supposedly floating around here somewhere. I mean, this place draws the stars, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. I love going to Dollywood, man. That cotton candy over there at Dollywood is off the chart, man.
As we mentioned.
Big as your head.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Pitbull, the co-owner of Trackhouse Racing, certainly an inspiration. But I think even Mr. Worldwide, he didn't have 3 wins by late June on his bingo card. No doubt lately, Trackhouse Racing has been the team to beat.
Who would have thunk it? We're 16 races in, 3 victories for Trackhouse.
3 wins. I mean, honestly, every race team comes into the season as drivers you expect to win, but did you expect this level of success halfway through the season?
Not for me. No, not at all. I mean, I've never done it, so how do we go do it? I have a lot of my same crew from the 42 stayed on the 1 car, and we didn't win last year. We have all the tools to go do it, but going and doing it is just unthinkable how hard it is.
What did the win mean to you personally?
It means a lot, especially for the journey I have had in the Cup Series especially. When I went from the K&N Series to Xfinity, I thought it was easy.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I can't believe it.
It didn't take a lot of time for me to win a championship in the Xfinity Series, but then you go to the Cup Series, and the reality is that it's completely different.
Here they come. Daniel Suarez.
His day is over.
You know, I had a lot of lessons in my Cup career. I felt that a lot of people played me very fair, and some other people didn't.
Were there times where you thought, I'm never going to get back there. I'm never going to have another Joe Gibbs Racing ride. I'm never going to have another Stewart-Haas Racing ride. Were there times where you thought, I'm out?
I didn't want to have another Joe Gibbs Racing. I didn't want to have another Stewart-Haas Racing. I experienced that, and I knew that what I needed was something different. You know, I see all these drivers that I grew up with in the K&N Series, Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace, Chase Elliott, winning races, and in my mind, I'm like, they're not better than me. I can race with them. I can beat them.
Some powerful stuff there, DJ, from Daniel Suarez. What's the value of a team believing in you as a driver?
There's nothing better than that. From a driver's standpoint, being wanted somewhere instead of just having to fill a seat is the ultimate compliment and the confidence that you need as a driver. We heard Jeff Burton talking about this earlier. When you know your team is behind you, that this team, these owners, they picked you as a driver to be a part of that. It says so much about that. And Daniel, yes, he has had a chip on his shoulder. There's no doubt. I've gotten to know Daniel through our association with Coca-Cola, and to be able to sit, talk to him, listen to him, realize that the competitor he is. I can see how good he is on the racetrack, but being right here and having that confidence and that win is going to do big things for this young man.
Brad, from the owner side, this is not supposed to happen at this level for a second-year team.
No, this is brilliant what they've done. I'm talking about Justin and his dad, Mark. They came in and they've kind of circumvented the rules here. They've made a tremendous investment in this sport, and so they don't have these technical alliances that could hold them down. They drink right from the fountain with Chevrolet. So it's incredible. It's an incredible business move. His dad has incredible business acumen, and it is incredible to see what they have accomplished thus far. And this is only the beginning. I'm telling you, they're going to win a lot of races.
You know, Justin told me there was a crystallizing moment for him this weekend when he walked in the garage, and he said, our hauler was only behind Hendrick Motorsports and ahead of Joe Gibbs Racing. Wow. I mean, that means only one organization is better than them. I mean, that's a big moment for an owner.
Absolutely huge. It's like you say, that's very clear. And they've worked their rear ends off. They put themselves in this position, and they're taking advantage of the opportunity.
And not only for them, when the crew walks in here, these guys have a little bit more kick in their step whenever they walk in there and they realize what they're accomplishing at this point. Very few have ever been able to do this.
So this has been terrific, DJ, but do they need to find even another level in the playoffs if they really want to win a championship?
You know, these playoffs are so close that nobody has a lot of points. Yes, you're going to have to step things up. They can't rest on their laurels right now. They're going to have to be better whenever we.
Listen, the big boys are coming. You don't think Kyle Busch ain't coming? You don't think Joey Logano ain't coming? These guys are coming. So, yeah, they better get out as far front as they can, because these big teams, they're going to get better and better and better, and they're going to out-resource you. You better get your game together, because these big guys are coming.
And Dale Jr. mentioned it a moment ago. This is an important race for them because there's only 3 Trackhouse employees that are based in Nashville, Justin Marks being one of them, but they want to win that hometown race.
Yeah,
I mean, you guys both know. When you're home, you want to win, don't you?
You do. Yeah, and as a driver, you put a little more. I mean, you always trying as hard as you can, but there's just something else driving you from the inside to stand up and make it happen.
Yeah, and they certainly are going to be a factor today. And Ross Chastain, a weekly factor these days. Woo! And no doubt, you know,
like a bulldog
he's
with a
learning
bone,
how to race
baby.
up front. He's learning how to race up front. There have been some missteps.
No matter.
He admits that.
Run him over.
He
Run him
admits
over.
that.
And he's teaching them how he's going to race up front, too.
And,
You know what
he
you see
told me
coming.
this week, he said, I'm not changing. I ain't changing me. I don't care anything. I'm not going to change how
Go
I
get
do
him,
it.
Ross.
Hey, we're getting closer to the command when we come back. Time for pre-race ceremonies from a very warm Nashville Superspeedway. Are gridded. We are ready to go here in Nashville. Time for pre-race ceremonies coming up here in just a second. We're going to have an on-time command today, but first, the pre-race ceremonies trackside.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able and remove your hats as NASCAR Hall of Fame driver and Franklin's own and friend to the late Bruton Smith, Darrell Waltrip, offers today's invocation.
For you that don't know Bruton Smith, he was a great friend of mine, and he meant the fans were the most important thing in his life. He didn't worry about the race. That's NASCAR's problem. He worried about you, the fans. So, in honor of him, let's bow our heads for 10 minutes or for 10 seconds of silent prayer, please.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, as Darrell just mentioned, we want to remember the Smith family this day. Father, we ask as only you can that you would bring comfort to them. Father, we pray for the drivers, teams, officials. Watch over everybody. Bless everybody with a safe day of racing. Lord, may the fans have great memories as part of being a part of this event. Lord, thank you for the men and women of our armed forces, first responders that protect us each and every day. Bless them and their families. Let your peace and your presence surround us all. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing as the Middle Tennessee State University Army ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome country recording artist Raina Roberts.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through a perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bullets bursting, and our gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of
Boy, the 18Es with a flyover here. Joey Logano and his son Hudson, they're getting ready to go here for 400 miles at Nashville today. Very warm day. Big talk of the day. Could Trackhouse get their 4th win of the season? DJ, let's see what the PointsBet odds have to say about that.
Yeah, I think that Ross Chastain is certainly going to be up there. Yep. Only Kyle Larson is more of a favorite than Ross Chastain. Very well could happen here this afternoon.
All right, let's go around the horn here and get everyone's race predictions. First, let's go up to the booth. Dale Jr., who you got this afternoon?
Yeah, I like Ross. He ran second here last year. There's a little bit of emphasis on that team because they are located. This is kind of their home city, so maybe they put a little extra effort into this racetrack. Ross
Chastain to victory lane for Trackhouse.
Listen, I know he wrecked in qualifying. I know he's starting in the back, but I don't care. Kyle Busch has had a ton of speed lately, and he was exceptionally fast in practice on Friday. Kyle Busch from the back is going to take the checkered flag.
Are you kidding me? Is Kyle Larson here today?
I was waiting for that.
Is Kyle Larson here today? Well, he's here, but he ain't going to win. I got Joey Logano. Joey is a grinder. He's gotten nasty and mean in his old age. He doesn't give up an inch on the racetrack. He'll run you over. Joey Logano wins this today.
How you pull that sneaky move like that? I thought you were going with Larson. Go ahead there, DJ.
Yeah. Well, you know, the Dales are thinking alike. I let Dale Jr. speak for us. We're both going with Ross today.
Oh, very nice. There you go. I would not have made this pick during practice. I'm going to go with Denny Hamlin, the pole sitter today.
That's fair.
We really talked about how they're on and off, on and off. You know, I think today's an on day for Denny Hamlin and his race team. By the way, told Denny this morning, last race without Gabehart for you. He finally gets to come back. It seems like it's been forever since he's been at the racetrack, doesn't it? So, by the way, we want to mention our buddy Kyle Petty, his wife Morgan, baby 3 due any day.
Yes.
Now. We're thinking about you, praying for you. I also wanted to mention to you, Brad, our buddy Rutledge did not forget you.
There we go.
Look at this. Look at the iced teas. There you go.
Nice.
He got you an iced tea. DJ, he even hooked you and I up with one. See, he cares. He cares. He knows it's 102 out here, so he cares about us, you know. Did he do a good job mixing your iced tea, though?
Oh, yeah, he got the lemonade right. Good job, Rut.
I just wanted to make sure that Rut did a very nice job for y'all because it is a little toasty warm here this afternoon. Drivers, DJ, going to have a lot to deal with inside the race car in these warm conditions. How are they going to stay cool?
Yeah, they're not going to stay cool. That's the big thing. They're going to stay as cool as they possibly can. But this is going to be the hottest race of the
Rut did a
Nashville, Tennessee. It's Music City, USA, a town where legends are made. This afternoon, Nashville Superspeedway serves as the stage for the best stock car drivers in the world for the NASCAR Cup Series Ally 400. Who will wheel their way to victory lane and add their name to this town's incredible history? Well, weather is in the area, so NASCAR's moved up the start of today's race. The invocation anthem, they have happened, and it's time now for the command to fire the engines.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome global music superstar, Kane Brown.
Drivers! Y'all ready? Start your engine!
The sweet sounds of the engines firing up here at Nashville Superspeedway once again. Hello everyone, Rick Allen with you. 12 different drivers have already won this season, and with 10 races remaining before the playoffs, the field of 16 is filling up fast. It's been a welcome variety of drivers, though, a mixture of first-time winners and veterans. And I want to bring in our veteran drivers, the Mayor Jeff Burton and Hall of Famer Dale Earnhardt Jr. All right, guys, what are you expecting today here in Nashville?
Well, what we've seen throughout the whole season with the next-gen car is it might have leveled the playing field, but some of these guys are kind of struggling to – it's hit or miss. You know, sometimes these teams will show up and run really, really good and then be in the back of the field the next, and we really can't make heads or tails of it. Can't find any consistency in these cars.
Yeah, it's a very difficult race car to drive, and several drivers have had issue with it. Think about Blaney, Truex, Harvick, Christopher Bell. None of those guys have won yet. The one thing that's so interesting to me about this car is that you were rewarded for driving it super aggressive. The cars you and I drove, if you drove them this hard, you would actually go slower. But in these cars, they are racing each other and racing each other hard.
Yeah, and they're getting aggressive too, using the bumper. The etiquette has changed, how they drive, the code that they've lived by all these years. There's more take, no more give in these cars. So another thing they're gonna have to deal with throughout the race today, we've seen some more action, guys getting into each other, a lot of upset temperatures, and mad drivers at the end of these races. The heat. The heat today is going to be really tough inside these cars. We know a lot of drivers are trying some things they've never tried before to try to remain comfortable all race long, Rick.
All right, so they've got to deal with the heat. Bring in our crew chief, Steve Letarte. What about this unique track?
Well, that wasn't a very good pep talk as these drivers try to tackle this 1 1/3 mile concrete super speedway, NASCAR's largest concrete track. Why does concrete matter? Because it feels different. It handles different. It gives the drivers different response when they turn the wheel. We have seen challenges already. Kyle Busch, one of the most talented drivers in the Cup Series, wrecked in qualifying. That was a big kind of shock to the field. Even a year ago when we looked at Ryan Blaney, he had mechanical issues. So the challenge is abundant. It's just not car control. It's also, will your car last? The heat is an issue both for the drivers and the equipment. As I mentioned, Blaney a year ago, this ended up being a brake issue. You wouldn't think brakes at a track this size. That's what makes Nashville so challenging. There's really not another track like it.
Extremely unique and very fast. And hot day as the cars begin to roll off of pit road. Green flag is next. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Ally. Do it right. Sonic. This is how we Sonic. Download America's loved free-to-play slots app. Visit goldfish-racing.com. And by Progressive. Stay on track with great race at progressive.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Dolly Parton.
I have a saying that my desire's always been greater than my fear. And I remember that feeling of the very first time I performed in front of an audience. It was almost like electricity kind of shot through me. It was always my dream to be on stage and perform. One of the things that kept driving me, you got to get to Nashville, you got to get to Nashville. Because any stage in Nashville is a magical feeling because you know you're standing on the stage where some of the greatest legends ever have stood. You have to have a lot of faith in who you are. You have to have a lot of confidence in what you believe your gift is. And if you really are capable of thinking you can reach that dream, then you've got to work it. You've got to stay with it. You've got to be willing to sacrifice for it. You really have to put those wings and legs and hands and fingers on a dream, meaning you've got to get out there and do it. You've got to make it happen. It ain't just going to happen.
Oh my God, we won! So damn proud of you.
Everybody wants to do their best at what they think their gift is. And if you really have that burning desire, you feel like it's your duty. It's your job to get out there and have it heard, have it seen. I really think that's what drives most people with a great talent. We burn with that desire to let people know you've got something that is magical. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nashville.
What better way to welcome NASCAR back to NBC in Nashville than Tennessee's own legend, Country Music Hall of Famer Dolly Parton. Thanks for that, Dolly. Let's check out today's starting grid brought to you by Ally. And we'll take a look at rows 3 and 4 here. Trackhouse Racing has Daniel Suarez. He won the last race at Sonoma. That was his first win in the Cup Series. And Ross Chastain right behind him, the hottest driver this season, 2 wins and leads the playoff standing.
Yeah, focusing back in row 8, 29-year-old Chris Boerscher trying to keep that momentum after a runner-up at the last race, Sonoma. Next to him, Tyler Reddick, 2 runner-ups this season, looking for that first career win.
Back in 22nd, Corey LaJoie, 30-year-old, had great pace in practice, looking for a career day. 47 car, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He re-signed his contract, an extension this year.
Yeah, back at 30th, Bubba Wallace had one of the fastest cars in practice on Friday. A bad qualifying efforts, got to start toward the back. And then Todd Gilliland starting in 38th, a rookie from Sherwood Ford, North Carolina, won the truck race on the off weekend. A little confidence for the rookie driver.
And take a look at that truck right there in front of the field, leading the field. Offering a unique view is the Coca-Cola Pace truck cam. So we'll be able to see that after each caution and before the restarts. Good view looking back there. And you notice it's a little bit rough on this racetrack. We want to get a few updates before the green flag flies. We'll start with Parker Kligerman.
Well, Rick, Kevin Harvick comes in this race on the heels of a 59-race winless streak. And in speaking to his crew chief, Rodney Childers, he said with this new next-gen car, Kevin is having to do things behind the wheel he's never had to do in the last 20 years just to make speed. And speed is what they have here, qualifying 8th. They showed some things in practice they like to see. And Kevin Harvick is more motivated than ever to say at 46 years old, he can still get it done, Dave.
Parker, one more reason to root for Daniel Suarez this weekend is his crew chief, Travis Mack, 39 years old. The Sonoma win was his very first as a crew chief, and he told me the relief now, not coming into the next race with that no win on your back, that's breathing the clean air of success, Marty.
Dave, you want to watch this show today, it's going to be Kyle Busch starting dead last on the field today. Steve mentioned it after having one of the best cars in practice earlier this week. He wrecked in qualifying. They just replaced the rear bumper. That's it. Did not have to go to a backup car. Ben Bayshore told me, hey, we have had to do that one time this year. That was Las Vegas early in the year. And on that day, Rick, they nearly won the race. Kyle Busch going to come from the back, and he hopes to the front by the end of this thing.
It will be exciting to watch Kyle Busch, a two-time champion of the sport, work his way through the field. Again, first time for this car at Nashville. What's in front of us, we don't know, but we're looking forward to it. Hamlin, Logano, green flag in the air at Nashville. Hamlin's going to lead lap 1, and tucked in behind him, Kyle Larson, Logano, Suarez, Chastain, the Trackhouse Racing drivers back there in 4th and 5th to start this race. Something unique to this racetrack, and unique this year, we're seeing shifting at racetracks, sometimes just on short tracks, and even here at the 1 1/3, this concrete oval, we've seen drivers shifting here as well.
A lot of patience up front. Pretty calm between the 11 and the 5 of Kyle Larson for 1st and 2nd, but deeper in the field, you see side-by-side action. Drivers know the bet. Big wiggle. Wow, the 9 of Chase Elliott. Yeah, up to the 3rd lane. Saved the ride.
We talked about how aggressive you have to be with this race car. A lot of that is old corner entry speed. Really drive them deep in the corner. Chase Elliott tried to get all he could, and car just didn't grip for him.
Chase Elliott right now in the 7th position. Take a look.
Yeah, that's a big moment inside the race car. Nice save by Chase Elliott. That racetrack's going to get better and better on that upper groove. Pretty dirty right now, just starting this race out. I think ultimately that's where you're going to want to be.
And I think, too, with these cars, the rack and pinion steering, it's a lot quicker. These drivers wouldn't have saved something like that at the beginning of the year. They're getting more and more comfortable and understanding the inputs they need to put into this car when it does get out from under them. Concrete racetrack has a lot less grip. The tires really kind of chatter. It has a lot of content, a lot of bumps, little tiny bumps in the surface of the track, and it's really hard to get a hold of.
A few of the younger drivers stacked up here. Austin Cindric in the 2. Moving to his inside, that 42, Ty Dillon.
On board the Kyle Busch the Kyle Busch car with the Toyota Camry. Had to start at the back after that accident, and you can see aggression at times, patience at times.
Oh, the 7 car, LaJoie up the racetrack. Way back in the pack, man, the racing is fierce and dicey. Cars moving all over the racetrack, guys catching a lot of problems. Let's listen to the 19 car, Truex.
Just line the nose, greasy front tire. Pretty much what I told you would do on that flag.
Greasy front tires. That tells me he goes down to the corner, turns the wheel. The front wants to go up the track, not kind of wrap around the corner like he's looking for. Good feedback from the driver. But early in this race, this concrete surface will change a lot throughout the day.
Yeah, the one thing that I've noticed, Steve, is the track does have a lot of rubber from yesterday's Xfinity race still on the racetrack. And they've not really drove on the track in this condition. So it's actually a lot tighter balance-wise than what they were in practice. So if they had a good car in practice, probably a lot of guys out there right now talking about front grip.
I love the options. You see the 24 around the bottom of the racetrack. The 19 moves up just a half a lane. Just enough up the racetrack to get more air to his car, making it corner a little bit better. now a half a lane lower.
There's a 23 of Bubba Wallace back there in a little bit, I guess, unique position in the fact that he was 26. He was fastest in practice, so had a really terrible qualifying effort, put him to the back. But he's trying to follow that 18 up to the front. Right now, he has Ty Dillon on his outside. Marty.
Yeah, Rick, they were so quick. In fact, fastest of the fastest lap, second fastest in 5-lap average, and fastest in 10-lap average on practice. So that qualifying lap caught him by surprise. But his owner, Denny Hamlin, said, listen, you simply made a mistake when you qualified. You know the car you have. Booty Barker told him, listen, we can get to the front. Let's just make it happen, but be patient on your way up through the field as Daniel Suarez makes a pass for third, Rick.
Daniel's car looks really good right now early in the race. His teammate's just another spot or two behind him. Trackhouse showing some strength here as they have all year long. We've seen so much parity and hot and cold from all these teams, guys running good one week and bad the next. But one team that runs good every single week is Trackhouse. I don't know how they do it.
As drivers, how much confidence goes into now feeling comfortable running up front? After he gets that first win, how confident is he to run up front?
Well, you have to learn how to race in the front. You think that driving a faster race car just all of a sudden makes everything easier, and it does make it easier, but executing on fast race cars is very difficult. That is one of the things that people don't give enough credit to the great race car drivers, is being able to take a great race car and maximize it all day long. And that's what these young drivers in the Cup Series are figuring out how to do it. And they're starting to put all the pieces together, Junior, every single week, putting themselves in position to win.
We know these teams have been shifting at a lot of racetracks. We're not used to seeing them shift at. Let's ride along board here and watch Kyle down into the corner. Comes off the wheel, downshifts one. Some drivers talked about maybe not shifting at all when they move up the racetrack, carrying more momentum.
Watch the RPMs when he does downshift, how immediately it goes up. What that does with this car and this drivetrain, obviously those RPMs go raise up the engine, but they also make the car drive better. It's more than just having more engine when you accelerate. It's about how the car drives in the middle of the corner, even off the gas with more RPMs. This car really likes RPMs. Downshifting gives it to it.
And it's another thing that the drivers have to do. Well, it's the NASCAR Cup Series Ally 400 from Nashville. Denny Hamlin out front. NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You can get access to high-definition in-car cameras, current position trackers, as well as pit stop data. You can visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the NASCAR mobile app. 111 degrees inside the car here as we see it. Temperature rising as we look down on this mile and a third racetrack. Our aerial coverage brought to you by Geico.
This is the first time, perhaps all weekend, we have had some thick clouds just roll in. The track mostly in the shade now, and that's another thing between the surface changing color because of the Goodyear tires putting rubber down on the concrete and the shade will continue to move the balance around. That's just becomes even more difficult, Parker, for the drivers to give good feedback, not to mention the conditions.
Yes, and talking about those conditions, obviously coming this weekend, everyone was very much worried about the heat. It was super hot yesterday. Remember, we saw real field temps of 107 at some points. And just before the race, Ross Chastain had an interesting moment with his cool suit. A lot of these drivers are running cool suits to try and stay cool in these temps. Some running for the first time. So here you see he's actually putting on that cool suit, and actually it's just a shirt. So it's only the top side, and that shirt has a bunch of tubes running through it that connects to a box inside the race car, that it runs a water and fluid through, and it basically cools you on your body, and it can cool your temperature a tremendous amount when it's working. But a lot of drivers had issues with these cool suits. There's a couple manufacturers out there, and they can get messed up from either having just particles in the fluid, it gets clogged, and so his shirt before was not letting the fluid go through. He took it off, changed it, got in the car, and it's working so far.
Well, we heard Denny Hamlin say in the pre-race that this will be the first race in this car that he has chosen to run that cool suit. He loves to run without it. He likes to think he's tough enough to do it, but his crew chief and him had a conversation, and I think his crew chief convinced him today is not the day to prove your toughness.
Joe Logano wore one at Sonoma, and he says he's not going to run he won't run the rest of his career without one. It's such a massive difference. It cools your entire torso a tremendous amount, a massive difference, and very, very comfortable, and it really makes you so much better mentally to the end of the race.
This is Advanced Auto Parts camera on Ryan Blaney's car. Great shot back to Ryan Blaney. You see that hose on the top of his helmet. That's bringing cool, fresh air into his helmet, also cooling him. Hugely important. If you wonder why would they not wear that cool suit all the time if it makes your driver better, there's weight involved in it. And crew chiefs do not want to add weight to the car. That can hurt the performance of it. So they don't like that, but it makes the driver better.
Good battle here for second as we see Kyle Larson just in front of Daniel Suarez. Kyle Larson, a driver who was begging his crew chief to put in a different type of cool suit. But the reason that Cliff Daniels was a little bit hesitant was because it weighed 6 pounds more. And Steve, as a crew chief, 6 pounds in a car, that's a lot to have to deal with.
Yeah, listen, it's all a competitive advantage, the lighter the car. Cliff Daniels, just a reminder, not here today. Kyle Larson loses that wheel at Sonoma, so Cliff is on suspension. I'm sure he's watching and calling this race from the control center back at Hendrick Motorsports. Daniel Suarez goes by. You saw the hand out the window for Larson, kind of waving Suarez by. Tail, you mentioned it earlier, Trackhouse. I mean, I'm running out of accolades. I'm running out of reasons why they're good. They are just consistent. In a year of inconsistency, it first started with the 1, but now it is great to see the 99 of Suarez kind of join his teammate being up front. Dave.
Hey, Steve, maybe it was the fact that the pep talk from Cliff Daniels had to come from afar, and the one from Travis Mack to driver Daniel Suarez came from right here at the Speedway. Listen.
All right, guys. Coming off a win. Making 2 in a row. You felt good last 2 weeks, so let's do it again. Why not, right? We have the car capable of doing it. You guys already did the work, so let's go.
I guess the pep talk was from the driver as well. Why not do it again? You see on the Tootsie's cam there, he's gotten by Kyle Larson, now trying to put some distance between himself and the driver of the 5.
And trying to reel in Denny Hamlin. He has a 3.3-second advantage.
27 laps complete out of the 90-lap first stage. Fuel window, 65 to 70 laps for these cars. So if we continue to see green flag racing, we'll have to see green flag stops in the first stage. None of these stages today will be able to run on 1 tank of gas. So a lot of pit stops and perhaps see some green flag action.
And behind Daniel Suarez, we see Kyle Larson, running in 3rd place, dominated this race last year. He's kind of pushing that groove. I've seen him really moving higher and higher, trying to see if he can make lap time, trying to rubber that racetrack in up top. See how high he is?
Yeah, the only problem I'm seeing is that really a lot of guys have moved up the racetrack, but I don't know a lot have found speed up there. They're only going up there because the balance of the race cars in this first run is a little bit tight, Marty. What you got on 18?
Well, Junior, the Toyota driver update will tell you that Kyle Busch is quick. Look at that, 36 to 15th for Kyle Busch. And yes, proving what Ben Bayshore told me before the race, I don't see any reason why the car would be any different Friday in practice coming up through the field as you ride on board with Kyle Busch. Jeff, I think that's a testament to how hard this car is to drive. You've mentioned it throughout the weekend. When Kyle Busch is wrecking and qualifying, that says something about this next-gen car.
Well, it also says something about it. This is the same car they wrecked. They didn't have to get the backup out. Last year, that's the backup car. They were able to fix this car, and it's still fast.
And all those drivers that are going to say that it's difficult to pass, don't tell Kyle Busch. He's passing a ton of them.
That's right. Kyle Busch started at the back of the field. He's all the way up to 15th. Now we're seeing Martin Truex Jr. trying to get by Joey Logano here on the outside.
Yeah, and a huge week for Martin Truex Jr. A lot of conversation all year long. What's he going to do? Was he going to return? Was he not? And very simply, 3 words, right, Rick?
I'm coming back.
I'm coming back. That's well said for Martin Truex Jr. Excited to see the champ back in the 19 again next year. On board with Joey Logano, another champ, and the Coca-Cola onboard camera.
Yeah, this was a great camera shot to really show us as Martin was going by the platform of the car and the rear diffuser and how close to the ground they try to get that for that rear downforce.
still out front. He's led every lap. Denny Hamlin dominant early at Nashville.
Welcome back to Nashville and my home state of Tennessee. Hope you're enjoying NASCAR on NBC. Run, 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 run. Come on. Run, 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 run.
That's Dolly Parton's hit song, Run. We appreciate everything Dolly has done for NBC as we see the 1 going by the 5. So now Ross Chastain in front of Kyle Larson. So it's Hamlin, Suarez, Chastain, Larson, the top 4. Christopher Bell has moved up into the 5th spot now. See him in the 20 back there. And Parker, how's the 45 doing?
See Kurt Busch here running, trying to get by Kevin Harvick here to 9th place. I spoke to Kurt before the race, and he said we have a solid car. We showed that in practice. We didn't quite nail it in qualifying, but we feel like we have the race car. You see him make a huge amount of ground here on Kevin Harvick, that Monster Energy car. And he also had this recently to say on the radio. Take a listen.
I heard Wheels tell me how to drive from back at the shop. I got it. Therefore.
So I think he's mentioning Mike Wheeler, general manager at 2311 race team there, telling him how to drive. I'm not sure where to go with that one, guys. You take it away. Try and decipher that one for me.
It tells me that Kurt Busch has had a lot of conversation. He told Jeff and I on NASCAR America Motor Mouse about how he had to drive this car differently, right, Jeff? How he had to attack the corner. And then it took him a few weeks to kind of believe what Denny Hamlin, Mike Wheeler, competition director, had been telling him, but it worked at Kansas. What I heard right there, Jeff, is a conversation they have been having week in and week out, and he must have almost reminded himself and gave Wheels credit, who's not on the radio, by the way, but Kurt's hearing it in his own head. That's a good sign when the driver remembers the conversations on his own.
Well, there's so much data that the crew chiefs and engineers can look at to relay back to that driver. And when they see another driver up, see trouble right here with the 77 of Josh Bilicki.
Yeah, slow on the racetrack. Josh Bilicki goes down to the apron.
Looks like all the tires are up, best that we can tell.
Cycle the whole power system off and then back on.
Talking about the power, so I don't know if he's lost electrical power or the engine just to shut off. We'll have to see. This is off turn 2. I'm not sure he's going to make it all the way back around. This could be the caution that some of these cars have needed to get on pit road and make adjustments. There it is.
Sure enough, there it is. Caution number 1 has come out.
That's a big break for Harrison Burton, who was about to get lapped. Cole Custer, the first car, a lap down.
More likely, Cole Custer will be that free pass recipient, putting 28 cars on the lead lap.
I think whatever issue the 77 had, he resolved it by cycling the engine or the power.
There were some teams excited that he didn't resolve it.
That could be.
At least early enough.
Good news is it's fixed. Bad news is we're not sure what it was. So now it's fixed. You hope that it's not an issue that will continue. But now, 42 laps on this set of tires. You're inside your fuel window to make it to the end of the first stage. Pit road is going to be a busy, busy place. 27 cars on the lead lap. As you pointed out, Cole Custer will be a little bit of a lucky break, maybe get his lap back. But 27 cars pitting at once. A little bit of patience in and out of the pit box.
So the 7 and 77 out of the same shop there, Spire Motorsports. Is there a nervousness there as far as will the 7 be in the same situation, thinking there might be an issue?
Lightning in the air.
Oh, and we're just hearing a lightning strike within 7 miles of the racetrack. And we learned, obviously, from a lot of the NASCAR officials earlier, this is a universal thing across sporting events and venues around the country. Lightning strikes anywhere inside of the 8-mile radius of any sporting event calls for a mandatory 30-minute delay, 30-minute stoppage in action. And so that will have to take place now. We told you at the top of the show there's weather in the area. They were expecting it to be raining hard there. Thankfully, as we were looking at the radar, it somewhat split the racetrack, but there is, a lot of thunderstorms in the area. There you see a look at the radar. It looked like it was going to split and miss us, but a lightning strike did happen within that inner circle. And so we will have a red flag condition. They bring the cars down onto pit road.
Yeah, for all we know, that might have been the reason for the caution. I just was thinking that 77 car, okay, now we're hearing the caution was for the 77. Didn't think he was going to be able to make it around, but did get it fired up in turn 3. This is just unfortunate. But, yeah, we all were anticipating this weather to delay this race entirely, so I feel like we're really fortunate that we've got sort of the weather's went around us, but we'll have a short delay here and hopefully be back to action.
Yeah, 41 laps completes already. Denny Hamlin has led all 41 of those, but a red flag condition now for Lightning here in Nashville. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Credit One Bank, the credit card company. Ford, built Ford proud. And by Intimans. For more information, visit dadsofglory.com. There is the Country Music Hall of Fame in downtown Nashville. As you look at the clouds, the ominous weather that's around the racetrack, no precipitation at this point in time, but we are under a red flag condition for a lightning strike that was in the area. And so that is why the cars have been brought down onto pit road. And all right, drivers, I want to ask you first, early impressions. We've seen 41 laps dominated by Denny Hamlin, but a lot of movement already, especially by Trackhouse Racing.
Yeah, Trackhouse is definitely showing some good speed, and Denny's out front and running some great lap times. His teammate Kyle Busch is driving through the field and using the high side to do it. He didn't see a lot of cars go up there to find speed, but he has. And so Joe Gibbs Racing might be able to come out here and have a pretty strong day with those two.
You talked about the ups and downs before the race started of individual teams, but that also goes through manufacturers. We'll see teams, or manufacturers rather, that go somewhere and run really well, then the next week go somewhere and run horrible. I feel like right now we're seeing a Toyota kind of day. Toyota's up front, Toyota's coming from the back to the front. Right now, I just feel like Toyota's got the best overall group of cars. They'll be the teams to beat, unless something changes. This can change a lot. It can rubber up a lot and things can change, but right now, I think Toyota's the best cars.
See Kyle there enjoying a little communication with some of the radio guys. All right, Steve, so you mentioned it to start off with, this track very difficult. How have you seen maybe the rubber being put down and this getting a little bit wider?
Well, options. And I think options are great for a race car driver and for a race fan. So when your favorite driver trying to move through the field or is better than the car in front of him, as our drivers mentioned, you know, I don't think higher is faster than the lower or lower is faster than the higher when it goes through the corners. But if you're better than the car in front of you, you could pick whichever lane is not occupied in advance. I think that's the key. And then you just mentioned it, communication. Not that we ever like to see a stop in the action, but who's going to use this opportunity? Most of the time you're trying to get bits of information over the radio under green to make a last-minute adjustment. Now you can actually sit down with your driver face-to-face with the engineers, even look at some of the data of who is running well. This could be a very crucial point in the race of who makes big adjustments if you're struggling, or maybe just fine-tuning if you're near the front.
If you're a crew chief and your driver gets out of the car and he tells you that it's too hot, I mean, obviously with the heat in the area, is there anything you can do?
I would actually say just don't get out of the mindset of racing. Before they got in, they knew it was going to be hot. All the drivers we talked to, they didn't shy away from the heat, but none of them really made an excuse. They all accepted it. They're professional athletes. They knew what was ahead of them. I would try to use this opportunity to just continue that preparation. Continue to hydrate. Make sure you're mentally ready and physically ready to climb back in, which is now a heat-soaked race car.
Yeah, the tough part, I think, Steve, is, you know, you get out of the car and then you got to climb back in it. Well, it's going to be pretty hot inside that car, really uncomfortable. The suit's uncomfortable. You already broke a sweat. If you go hydrate now, that could create some other additional problems later in the race, that you overhydrated, if you catch my drift. You know, this is just it's just a difficult thing to have to stop the race and get out of the car and then regroup and get back in. But one of my favorite things to do in this moment, Jeff, was to go to the pit box. This is, I mean, it's, you know, trying to communicate over the radio while you're running laps and tell that crew chief what's going on in that car and how to fix it is a difficult thing. But you do it every single week. Rarely do you get to stop and get out and go look face to face and really to get detailed about what you're feeling and how to make that car better.
And also what's unique about that is on a weekend in which you had an extended practice, you had a lot of time to talk Saturday, now you have time to talk on Sunday. I think that could be very beneficial, not just for this race, but moving into the future. As far as the heat, if you aren't prepared 2 months ago, it's too late. You got to be in shape. You got to be ready for this heat. That's part of the game. If you're going to be a race car driver, you got to work on Mondays through Saturdays, not just on Sunday. And that's about hydrating, eating correctly, and being in the gym. If you're not ready to do that, don't come out here with these guys.
Hydration. Hopefully we don't see any precipitation. We're under a lightning strike warning, red flag condition. We'll be back to Nashville here shortly. Under a red flag condition, Denny Hamlin out in front at Nashville Super Speedway. 41 laps complete, 49 to go in stage 1. But the red flag condition for a lightning strike in the area as that counts down. Again, no precipitation. They haven't even put a track dryer out on the track. There's nothing out there to deal with. But while we're under this break, let's go to downtown Nashville and Rutt's City View.
Rick, you could have said you got friends in low places, because I can hear that from one of the 3 bands that are playing live in Tootsie's in downtown Nashville right now. You guys are seeing Tootsie's Orchid Lounge on the 99 car for Daniel Suarez Trackhouse. It's a sponsor of theirs. So I thought this is a perfect place to hang out. Speaking of hydration, a lot of people certainly imbibing in some delicious beverages here. But I want you to take a look at what makes a place like this so special. So on the street side for Broadway, you've got a band playing. Then in this room, behind me, there's also another stage. Yesterday, they were doing auditions. They do that every Saturday, so people can audition, try to be a part of the house band. I mean, how cool is that, right? So many people come to this town to be a part of the country music scene, and a ton of race fans. One of those is right down the street. Blake Shelton's got his bar and grill, an amazing spot called Old Red. It has been action-packed there this week, and of course, we know Blake, big family friend of NBC. He's coming back to The Voice this fall. Plus, he and Carson Daly just shot their new show, Barmageddon, there, which will be premiering on USA and Peacock later this year. I mean, first off, those two guys, so much fun, but Blake Shelton, a huge NASCAR fan. When they take bar games to the next level, fellas, sign me up. That's all I can tell you. I did try to get on the audition list yesterday, as y'all know, former karaoke jockey myself. Unfortunately, we just ran out of time. But, you know, fingers are crossed. Maybe I can come back another Saturday, maybe make it in the house band. Fingers are crossed, guys.
Well, they're clapping for you, Rutt, and obviously we know that you've got a beautiful singing voice. Junior, you guys did the Dale Jr. download at Old Red, right? On Friday?
We actually did. Yeah, we had like a bonus edition of the download at Old Red with Ally, and it was a lot of fun. Darrell Waltrip came by as a special guest, and we sat on stage, a live audience.
And we can see that at Peacock, correct?
Yeah, I think you'll be able to see it at Peacock, but it was a live audience. Pretty fun.
Is that where you were overhydrated you were talking about earlier?
Maybe. Oh, maybe. That was a good time.
The overhydration. Still under a red flag condition for a lightning strike. When that clock is up, we will be back to racing here at Nashville. Another great place to cool off when you're in Nashville. Old Red. That's right, Blake Shelton's place. Another incredible stop here in downtown Nashville. Rutt just mentioned how awesome that place is. I want to show you the radar once again. The reason we are under a red flag condition is because of a lightning strike that was inside that inner circle. Anything within 8 miles of the racetrack, and NASCAR has to stop the competition. And one driver out of his car and in the garage area, standing by with Dave, is William Byron.
You mentioned it, Rick. It's so unique to be able to stop, invite a driver over, and actually get to talk to him about how's the race been so far. So, William, what's it been like for you in the 24?
Yeah, you know, it's been okay. We had a good start to the race and got up inside the top 10. And then a couple of Toyotas got us there on the long run, and we're back to 11th. But I feel like our race car is good. We had a little bit of a weird tire sensation there at the end of that run, so I was kind of glad the caution came out because, you know, I don't know what that was or how we diagnose it, but hopefully we put a new set of tires on and everything goes back to normal.
So we have, you know, Dale Jr. and Burton up there scribbling madly now, and Steve Letarte, because you just talked about a weird tire thing. Can you describe it a little bit in detail like you did for me?
Yeah, it was weird. Like I was having to, like, 4 or 5 laps, you know, at the end of that run, I was having to hold the car on the straightaway a lot, you know, to the right. So I don't know why or what that is, but felt odd for sure, and then just a little bit of a vibration. So hopefully, yeah, like I said, hopefully we get a pit stop in and can change these tires and get back to normal.
As you looked at the season coming in here, 16 races down, what was your expectation for Nashville? What did it need to be for you, Rudy, and the whole 24 team?
Yeah, it's just another good test, another good test to kind of see where we are on these flatter tracks. We're always trying to learn and get better, and we worked hard after Gateway to kind of come up with something that we thought was better, and so far so good. The car feels good, and we just got to get a little bit of track position, hopefully get ourselves into that top 6 or 7 range and have a different race from there. So it's been a good weekend so far, I'd say.
The weekend started out super hot. Obviously, we've got the cloud cover now, so it's cooled down a little bit, but we've been talking about all the different devices drivers use and everything. What's your choice? Do you wear a suit of any kind? Do you wear just the helmet air? What do you do?
Yeah, I wear this cool suit. Dale knows a lot about it from Jimmy's days, so I wear the cool suit, and it's helped a lot. I mean, definitely on days like today, it'd be pretty unbearable without it, I feel like, and just trying to, do conditioning and work with Pit Fit and back in North Carolina and kind of work with them on heat training and physical conditioning. So these are the days that you kind of prepare for based on that. So it's nice to have a background and kind of feel like I'm prepared coming in here.
Dale Jr., you do know what he's talking about in the cool suit that he's wearing?
Yeah, I think Jimmy Johnson was the first guy I ever saw wear one, and it's a little box that mounts in the car, low down in the bottom of the car, and it plugs into this shirt. And the shirt, you can basically see it has these lines that run through, and it pumps that fluid. It's a water or a gel that goes all the way through it. And the difference between having that and not is incredible. It cools the entire body. There's the box that mounts in the car. And I just could not believe how good or how much a difference this made. And as soon as I tried it, never going to drive another race car without it. And I can say that because I got other drivers out there right now that are trying it for the first time that will say the exact same thing. I know that Joe Logano tried his for the first time last week at Sonoma, or a couple weeks ago at Sonoma. He said he's never going to try another race without it. And I believe Denny Hamlin, as tough as he wants to appear, will probably be wearing a cool suit more often going down the road.
So William Dale Jr. says once he drove with it, he'd never drive without it again. Do you agree?
I totally agree. I think, I race other things, and when I get an Xfinity cars or the late model, like, you get a little bit sad because you don't have this. So it's nice to have it, definitely on days like today.
So last thing, how do you refocus when we get started again? You and Rudy have, I'm sure, a routine. What's yours to say, okay, I've got to make sure I do this, this, and this before I go back to green here?
Yeah, just really kind of thinking about pit road, making sure we have a smooth pit stop, good roll time, and everything's so tight on pit road this year that, a lot of it is the pit stop, but a lot of it too is, what your job as a driver is. So trying to make sure we have a good pit stop and hopefully get ourselves a couple spots better for the restart.
Fantastic. All right, Steve, would you allow all these cool suits and boxes to go in your race car, places to put them, even though they weighed something?
Well, we have been on board, and these drivers are definitely working harder in this car. You see them shifting, and to Dale's point, driver performance perhaps is the easiest thing to do. A little bit cooler driver, the car can go faster, so absolutely I would install it in the car. We've talked a lot about temperature and drivers. I think this is a great time to go under the hood of our NBC Sports digital car here and show you exactly how the car itself is cooled. So a little bit different this year. All the air used for the entire car comes in through the front grille. Both the engine, the radiator, everything. We're going to start with the required ducts on either side of the front. There's one on the left and there's one on the right. It's required by rule, and it basically runs air ducted through into the rocker area, more importantly, across those headers, across the exhaust. That is purely to just knock some temperature out of the car. This was a move by NASCAR to try to make it more comfortable for drivers. This car was very warm when it was first tested. That also another change this year, the air used to come in kind of at the base of the windshield. Now the air that actually feeds the engine comes in through the front, through that like carbon fiber snorkel, right into the throttle body. So clean, fresh air can control the horsepower of the engine. A new change for this year. Something that is consistent with years past, the air that goes into the radiator also comes through the front grille. No tape allowed, but it goes through the radiator, through the oil cooler. The big change, no longer does it just vent under the car. Now it vents up through the hood. You're going to see that on each of the manufacturers. They all have a different look, this being the Toyota appearance. And then, optional at each track, brake cooling. Some guys have it here. You'll definitely have it at the short tracks. You can have a couple different openings on the front. They come in, they cool the caliper. They cool the rotor. The only difference for brakes, it's the only area, Rick, at the front of the car where you can add tape. So you're not committed. If you have some brake opening, you can tape it up. But it's just a great way to kind of show the fans some of the small details that make this next-gen car what it is. Great racing on the racetrack, and that's how they're attempting to stay cool enough here at Nashville.
Yeah, the other thing, Steve, that, if you look at the top of this windshield, there's a hole right in the middle of that windshield on the 11 car, and that brings fresh air into the race car for these drivers. There's also slits in the rear window that let that air evacuate. All of this has been an evolution, Steve, from when this car first started. When the very first test of these cars, the driver said, this thing is way too hot. Through that came the evolution of the car, the air going in the front windshield, out the rear windshield, and then the ducting of the exhaust to get fresh air to that, trying to get that cockpit temperature down. It was way too high, just an evolution of a new car, and it's made a big difference. So it still is really hot in there, but it's way better than it was when it first started.
We talk a lot about drivers. You know, there's a conversation in the garage. This is the warmest race, so all right, driver comfortable, but also car performance. Are there any mechanical gremlins that'll show up with the temperature? Nobody knows. We're just going to have to get the race restarted and see.
Again, under a lightning strike red flag condition here at Nashville. We'll be right back. There was a lightning strike at 4:52, and so the clock resets whenever a lightning strike happens within an 8-mile radius. There it was. That was the one. And that happened at 4:52 local, so 5:22 is the earliest that the cars could be back out on track and racing. While we have a few more moments, I want to take a look at the playoff standings coming into Nashville, and you look at the playoff points, that list that's just past the wins list. And the playoff points, very important, because when playoff time happens, all of the people that are in the playoffs, those numbers all reset except the playoff points. That's the advantage that each driver has.
Yeah, and let me tell you, the Vice is cranking right here. I mean, these guys are not going to have an enjoyable summer. You mentioned the playoff points, the names in yellow. That's all great, but first you got to get in the playoffs. Blaney, Truex, Bell, Almirola, Harvick, Reddick, Dillon. You can't feel good about this summer. Road courses, a speedway at Atlanta, a speedway at Daytona. I'm not going to say there's 17 winners, but it's possible. If you're not in Yellowdale, I think you have to be thinking must win, right? Like, you don't want to have to point your way in.
Well, let's talk about the points, the playoff points compared to years past. When you look at that list, you don't see a lot of points, but in the years past, there were guys that had a lot of points that would help them. If they had a bad first round, just kind of skip through. It was almost a free pass. We don't have that this year. Nobody's really stood out and got that 25, 30, 35 points that's going to actually help them in that first round. We could see some big names have a mistake, stub a toe, and drop out in that first round.
Well, look at the difference. Martin Truex Jr., 21 points. Harvick, 26. Busch, 25. Chastain and Williams both have 13. I mean, that is a major difference. On top of that, you know, these guys continue to dominate going into the playoffs, and they just added to that point total. Who's dominating this year? Where's that going to come from? Why is all of a sudden somebody going to start dominating? So that battle that Steve talked about of just making the points, that is going to really be a tight battle. But then once you make the playoffs, you're not going to be afforded any mistakes. You better have really solid rounds or you're going to get knocked out early.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty difficult. I mean, you know, when you compare like Kyle Larson's first 14 races, the champion from last year, his season from last year, almost exactly the same. But I'm with you. I think that was a different race car. I don't think anyone's going to catch fire and just take off and dominate the rest of the year. I think we're going to maintain this kind of unpredictability, this parity outside of Trackhouse, obviously. I think we're still going to have that hot and cold all the way through. And the real potential for a huge name or two to drop out in that first round is there.
And I think what's more likely this year, because everything is new, is the opportunity to get better is much better than it was last year. When you've been racing a car for 7 or 8 years, how all of a sudden you're going to start running from 20th to leading races? That probably wasn't going to happen. You could see that with this car. A team, an organization, a manufacturer could find something and all of a sudden get some speed, and now they come out of nowhere. Like, where'd that guy come from? And all of a sudden he's contending for wins.
I love that argument, but that's when they were making the parts then. Now NASCAR's making the parts. Nobody's got cool stuff on the shelf that they're saving for the playoffs. So I think it's, you know, if you've got speed, it's at the racetrack. And I don't know that these guys are really able to develop or get as kind of creative as they used to.
Well, the guys at Trackhouse would disagree with you because they're building really fast race cars that everybody's chasing.
That's right.
Well, you referenced the guys at Trackhouse. Let's hear from the guy who's currently in second. The most recent winner in the Cup Series, Daniel Suarez, is with Dave.
Rick, I thought that was perfect that Junior would talk about some of the inconsistencies in this season, how some guys could be fast one week, not so fast the other, and he said, except for Trackhouse. How do you feel about how you guys have run this season?
It's been fun, you know. It's great when you have a team like the one that we have at Trackhouse. You know, the 1 and the 99. We both are fast, pretty much week in and week out. But let me tell you, this wouldn't be possible without all our partners. You know, starting with Chevrolet, Tootsies this weekend, Comscope, and Coca-Cola, and so many people that help us to put fast race cars every single weekend. You know, I feel like the 99 has been very strong the last couple months, but we were not able to close the deal until 2 weeks ago. And I feel like right now the entire team is very, very excited. We have momentum, we have confidence, and who knows, we have another fast race car, so why not to make it three weeks of celebration?
You want to see the Sonoma highlights again?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Okay, let's show them because Daniel's right here. Talk about what's going on right here. I'm pretty sure you're coming to the checkers here.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Right there, I'm yelling in Spanish. I'm yelling in English, maybe languages I don't even know. But yeah, that was very special. And you know, that's something that it was also very special to me. You know, see a lot of friends, competitors happy for me. Chase, Ross, and many of them. That was very, very cool as well. That's huge respect for mutual respect to all these guys. And yeah, man, it was special. It was a lot of fun in Sonoma. I enjoy it. Trust me, I enjoy every single moment of it. Now we're here in Nashville, home of Tootsies. Looking forward to try to do it again.
And I'm hearing that Party City can't keep the taco piñatas in stock, so I hear that's a little bit of a problem. But Daniel, then you have to walk into this and say, okay, clear the slate. We've got to go again. We've got to race again. How did you personally do that? Get away from all the congratulations, even get away from all the positivity, maybe not positivity, but you know, people were pumping you up. You've done it now, you're Danny. But how do you get away from that and say, okay, back to business?
Well, you know, luckily I had 2 weeks of that. You know, I was able to slow down, take one day at a time, take everything in, enjoy the moment, because you only win your first race once. And, you know, it was really history, not just for myself, but for my country and for the sport. So I really tried to take one day at a time, enjoy the moment. Now we're here in Nashville. We have another fast car, like I said. You know, I personally already flipped the page. I did already what I had to do with celebrations, and now we are trying to make a second one.
He flipped the page, Rick, and as you know, he actually got to go home to Mexico as well. So we got to go home and celebrate here. In his mind, I'm sure there's still some celebration, but he's back to business today.
Yeah, Monterrey, Mexico, and really the whole country of Mexico has to be so proud of what he has been able to accomplish. And we talk about first-time winners. The very first race of the year, Austin Cindric wins the Daytona 500, Steve.
Yeah, if you're going to have a first, that's a heck of a first. And Chase Briscoe broke through at Phoenix, an impressive run out of the 27-year-old, and then it continued. Went to Circuit of Americas. We mentioned Suarez. Well, his teammate, Ross Chastain, got that win down in Texas. And it continued, right? Then we saw Suarez's teammate in Sonoma. And I'll make the statement, Rick, that with Tyler Reddick out there, I think we could see another first-time winner this year. So, you know, this is an impressive list and a list that could still grow.
Well, and the number, as far as 4, is really momentous in the fact that the only time that we have seen 4 first-time winners at this point in the season was the second season of NASCAR, 1950. So it has been so long since we have seen young drivers, new drivers get to victory lane, but this car has had a lot to do with that.
The car has had a lot to do with it. The question I now have, you know, it has to come at someone's expense. So who hasn't won races, right? Truex has yet to win. Harvick is on a winless streak. Blaney's had a very good year, but has yet to go to victory lane. So what are these 10 races leading up to the playoffs going to look like? Are we going to continue to see those breakthrough winners? Are some of the veterans going to find some comfort in this car and go back to victory lane? I think the big thing is what our drivers just talked about up here in the booth. The big thing for me is that every race is almost impossible to predict. Some teams are better than others, but it's not consistent week in and week out. Trackhouse maybe being the only exception. But I'm talking the powerhouses, Gibbs, Hendrick, some of these big teams that once they usually figure it out, they go for months. It's not that way. You know, as soon as you and I think we know who to put in our fantasy lineup, another team shows up. It's very hard to predict. That's great for the race fans, and it's unfortunately a little pressure pack for the competitors.
We bring our drivers back in, and you guys made predictions before the race started, and I know, Junior, I think you had the one of Ross Chastain. Are you still sticking with that? You think he's going to get his 3rd win of the year?
Yeah, he's kind of hovering right there behind his teammate as they moved into the top 5, and both those cars have great pace. And Ross ran 2nd here, one of his best runs last year. And so I think now with some certainty in his future, to be able to not have to worry about, you know, what his future looks like, I think he feels pretty comfortable about that. Plus the importance of the Trackhouse name in Nashville, what this place means to that team. I know he feels the pressure or the pride in going out there and getting the win today.
The other thing about Ross Chastain I think is really important is he's been under question a lot about, you know, how aggressive he is. He's made some people mad. His car owner, Justin Marks, has said, don't change, man. I like you just the way you are. This is what got you here. This is why I hired you. I want that aggressiveness. I want you to stay the same guy you are. There's some real reassurance in that. When everybody around you is pointing the finger saying, no, don't do that, no, don't do that, they're your competitors. They don't want you to have success. They want to beat you. They're not going to, hey, man, good job. They're not doing that. But his owner is. His owner's got him pumped up, doesn't want him to change. Now, listen, he's going to have to go through a transition. You can't knock your way into championships in today's world, in my opinion. But he's going to have to stay aggressive and find a way to harness that. But his owner saying, hey, man, I love you the way you are, I think that gives him a ton of confidence and allows him to be who he is on the racetrack, which is what has given him this opportunity to compete and win races.
Keep talking about Ross Chastain and the successes that he has happened. It is over 10 minutes since the last lightning strike. We're less than 20 minutes away from racing. Take a look at the radar and the cell that's just moving out of that inner circle. The last lightning strike was at 4:57, and so 5:27 is the magic number here locally when the drivers can get back in the cars and we can go back to racing. That is the plan right now, as we saw that cell was moving out of the area. Very thankful for that. All right, drivers, we have already completed 41 laps, and we've had a chance to ride along with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Can you talk us through a little bit of this onboard?
Yeah, we're riding along here, shifting right before the flag's in. He's going to downshift off throttle into the corner, Jeff, and down to the bottom of the racetrack. He's chasing after a few cars here, trying to figure out how to catch them and pass them.
You know, one of those skills it takes to drive a race car today is to go where that guy in front of you is not. So watch what Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is doing. He's looking for clean air. We hear him downshifting. He's got to take his hands off the wheel into the corner to downshift, but he's also trying to guess where Eric Jones that's in front of him is going to go. And he wants to go somewhere other than where Eric Jones is so that he can get clean air and get a run. Watch his hand off the wheel. I mean, just there's a lot going on. You really got to think your way through this lap and this pass.
And he's enjoying the momentum he's getting from that high side down the back straightaway, down the front straightaway. So he's hoping that every corner he goes into that Eric goes to the bottom, because he can do this right here, jump right on the outside. Once he's on the outside of Eric, he's pretty much got the spot. The momentum down the front straightaway should carry him by. So what's great about these wide racetracks where the drivers can move up off the bottom and use all sorts of different ways to go through the corner. He's looking up in the mirror there to make sure he's clear. Eric's falling in behind him. Now he can focus on the next car and back to the bottom of the racetrack wherever he wants to go.
Just great shots from Entenmann's. Appreciate them joining us this weekend. And this is just an incredible shot. Shows what the driver's dealing with.
It shows you just how rough it is. Yeah.
Yes.
These concrete tracks are, you know, they have a lot of content. They're small bumps, but they're very repetitive and consistent. You know, anytime you've seen any kind of concrete surface, they cut grooves in it so it can expand and contract in weather and temperature. And so that sort of washboards or bows up like a deck, like an old wood deck. So you're kind of hopping across the surface as you're going around it. Caution comes out and he gets to chill out for a minute.
So that was a look from the helmet cam of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And we've mentioned before the hottest driver, and not just because of the heat here in Nashville, but the hottest driver in NASCAR right now, Ross Chastain, currently third in this race, standing by with Parker.
Right, Rick, and it's still hot down here. I can confirm that. But we were watching that onboard of Ricky Stenhouse. I just got to jump into this for a second. You noticed him bouncing through the corner, and you said, my car doesn't do that. You're also in third. He's not. Does that have something to do with it, you think?
That was a A&B conversation. They were supposed to not see that, okay? So
the mics are always hot.
Yeah, well, you are a reporter now, so I wish I was talking to Parker, the race car driver, this moment.
We still are. We're still racer. I'm still a racer here. Just holding the mic a little bit. Let's talk about your race. Your teammate was moving forward. You were moving forward. Your cars look really good right now with these first couple laps.
Yeah, they are. These Trackhouse Chevy Camaros are absolutely incredible. I have the most forward drive that I've probably ever had at this style, mile-and-a-half-ish style track. These new next-gen cars have a ton of drive with independent rear suspension, but today I can really get back to the throttle, across the bump, and turn forward. Just need a little more turn. It was funny, we jumped up on the 99 pit box right when we jumped out of the cars, and we were talking about freeing ours up. 99 was talking about tightening theirs up, and Darian Grubb was like, guys, can we hang on a second? Like, we're second and third driving forward. We're passing cars. So, yeah, it's small details, and I think we've got 2 top 5 Chevy Camaros, and it's not much more you can ask for in the Cup Series.
So speaking of details, we saw you before the race having to change your cool shirt there. What was going on with that, and was it kind of a moment there trying to change it right on pit road, be like, what am I doing here?
Well, as I've now heard, the lovely folks at NBC on behind the cameras caught it. So
we're always on camera. You got to learn this when you're up front.
Well, listen, I didn't care what I was on. There was no flow. I had no flow in the shirt, and the point of the cool shirt is to pump cold water. And I primed it outside the car. It worked great. Jumped in the car, no flow. So, changed shirts. It flowed. We're going to change to another shirt. Trying to make sure it's all working, but it's kind of our unit seems to be hit or miss. It didn't work at St. Louis, but as soon as we got back to the shop, it worked fine. So we don't really have a real reason. We can't find anywhere that's getting pinched. But yeah, love the folks at NBC. Thank you to the producers and everybody behind the scenes to put that on air. I really appreciate that. It shows off my beach body.
It was good, it's good stuff. So let's take a little rewind back to a year ago here at Nashville. You and I were talking about this earlier. You finished second. And then this year comes about, you go out there, you win at COTA, you get another win at Talladega, and now you're the points leader in the NASCAR Cup Series. A year later, you look at me saying this is almost surreal. What is that? What is this like? What's this year been like?
It's unreal, and I don't want anybody to wake me up. I want to keep living this dream, and I wake up every day, and as a racer, Parker, it's all we want to do is wake up and think about how we can go fast and faster and the fastest in race cars. And I'm getting to do that. And Trackhouse and Chevrolet are giving me these opportunities. And to bring on partners like Jockey today and unveil this red, white, and blue paint scheme is absolutely a dream come true as a racer. I mean, it wasn't that long ago I was crashing you at Daytona.
I was going to get into that.
Trying to push you to the lead. And, I'm sure you've got more to talk about that than I do, but I wanted to beat you to it.
So I'm not upset about that. You and I talked about that afterwards. We did wreck at Daytona, the lead of truck race. But you have been, for me, one of the toughest racers to race through years. We were in Xfinity, some of the back to the Cup field at times, where you just race so hard. You've taken that to the front of the field as well, and obviously ruffled some feathers. One of the things you said to me today was, I want to race with less drama. But you've been able to win doing it. So you don't want to change what you've been doing. This is ingrained in you. This is what you've done no matter where you are in the field. Is that something that you almost look at as like, this is how I race, I'm not changing it no matter where I am in the field?
I don't know how to answer that. All I know is that I've chased this dream and this goal of competing in the Cup Series for going on 11 years, 12 years now. I guess started in 2011 and had the dream of it, but didn't expect it. But I woke up and had a lot of good people around me. And those people have changed, and I've got the group around me now these last few years that I want around me. And that's what makes going fast last year here with CGR so cool. It's what makes winning in the Nice truck at Charlotte this year so cool. What makes winning with Trackhouse so cool is that I've got the group around me to go to all these different teams. And now when I race guys, I want it to be for the win, and I want to race them for the win, and I just need to not do it for 5th place on lap 55, right? Like, I need to have some better couth about it. So I don't know how to answer the question. I don't know how to fix it. I just know I want this so bad, and that doesn't mean that I just get to run into people. Like, I get that, and trying to be better has been a challenge. I just want to pass people. And when they race me a certain way, then I'm going to do something about it. And they're going to do it to me too. Like I feel like I'm the aggressive guy, yeah, but I also get run into a lot. So that's fine. It's racing. I love it. And I'm getting to do it at the front of the Cup field, which is just a dream come true.
And you mentioned before that some of these are your heroes, like a Denny Hamlin. You've been growing up watching him, and now you are in a bit of a situation where he's maybe unhappy with how you raced him. Does that in any way change how you perceive that, or is that worry you in any way? Is it different seeing someone like that you've seen be so successful at the top of the sport, and now you're the one who's ruffling those feathers?
Well, I did make sure that I told him he was my hero and that it wasn't definitely an old joke when I'm saying that in a certain way. But yeah, it's wild to me to jump out of the car and think, like, Daniel and I, we just passed the 5. We passed the 22, like, champions of this sport. And here we are both passing them in our Chevy Camaros. Like, we're passing them. So it's, yeah, they are my heroes. They still are. I look up to them, but we're competitors. And I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to just blend in completely and you're not going to, it's not like you're not going to hear about me. Like, I just hope, and my goal is, and everything I wake up every day now to do, is to continue to go fast. I don't want to slow down. And Justin Marks doesn't want me to slow down. But let's do it going for the win and when it matters. And that's the $1 million question.
So I think Jeff and Junior, stick with us for a little bit. They have some questions. So, guys, just shoot them through me, and I'll relay them to Ross.
Yeah, I mean, talking to Ross this week, I know he was a bit concerned about how he kind of finds his place in the garage among the drivers, but what is he willing to do in terms to try to fit in more or get along better with the drivers? What's he willing to do in the garage versus what he's on? I mean, we don't want him to change on the racetrack. We hope he doesn't change, but he's definitely got to have some, have a little bit more of a better relationship, I guess, in the garage. He doesn't want to ruin that with everybody in there.
So Dale is asking, he doesn't want you to change, but he's saying, what are you willing to do to maybe put an olive branch out to some of the drivers? You've got to travel 38 weekends of the year, these drivers. You've got to spend all this time together. You're going to have to race against them for a career. What are some things maybe you're willing to do to put that olive branch out?
That's tough. Yeah, I mean, how am I? Well, one, I don't live the same life as a lot of them, so I don't have a bus here in the bus lot. So that's probably domino number one, that if I wanted to hang out with them on the weekends, I probably should be over there in the bus lot. But that just seems like an egregious, unnecessary expense that I don't really care to do. So strike that one. Yeah, should I probably give them a call and try to go out on the lake with them on Mondays? Probably, but I don't really like the lake that much, so probably going to just go to the shop and get dinner with them. Yeah, but I don't know. I've got my group. I've got my friends. It's a pretty small circle. And, yeah, after I talk with these guys, after we've had incidents, we go to breakfast or grab lunch. And I'm like, man, like maybe I should do this more, but I don't. So I don't know. I'm a bit of a loner. And yeah, I've got way more friends like in the garage than I do on the grid.
Well, appreciate you spending the time with us here.
Thank you.
Jeff, I think he beats to his own drum is what I take from all of that here.
Hey, you know what? He does. And clearly he's having a difficult time trying to figure out how to be this guy, right, that's going to do what he needs to do to win a race at COTA, and then also walk through the garage and have a conversation with a guy, right? And, you don't have to be best friends, in the garage for people to respect you, right? And I think that he's trying to figure that out. And I also feel like Ross has always had this it's me against everybody else attitude. It's everybody's against me. I cannot catch a break. I have to make my own way in this world. And if I don't, I'm not going to have a chance. And so now he's winning races and leading the points, and he's terrified to change because that hunger and that feeling of desperation is what got him here. It's who he is. It's what made him the race car driver he is today, is not having that ride, having to fight, win races, and then lose a ride. All those things made him who he is. He's afraid to let go of that. He's afraid if he lets go of that, he's not going to be as hungry. Mike Tyson said that he was terrified to start working out again after he lost being in shape because he didn't want that demon to come out of him. And that's what competitors do. And Ross is terrified to change because it's working for him. And I understand what he's saying, because it's you have to have a split personality. You have to be a guy that when you shut that helmet, you're selfish, you're self-centered, it's all about me, but then find a way to be the nice guy, people that like you. It's very difficult to do, and what's gotten Ross here is being on the other side of that.
Yeah.
I'm here for me, not so worried about you, I'm here for me. I got to make this work. Terrified to let that go.
Something else that's difficult to do is work Mike Tyson into this conversation. But
never hard
really
to work
impressive.
Mike Tyson.
I talked to Ross. I'm sure we all did this week, and he doesn't want it. He doesn't want to change. And he's 99% of the people that are talking to him, giving him advice, they're all telling him that don't change, don't change. He's not going to change. I can tell you from working in this booth over the last several years, also being an owner in the Xfinity Series, having to race against him. Sometimes our cars ran into each other. Sometimes Ross ran into us or we ran into him. On those days, it was frustrating. But the very next week, we'd be in this booth watching Ross do something, and I'd be like, yeah, change. He's roughing somebody up, running somebody hard, not taking something off of somebody else, and it's fun to see. And I know that, he's got to refine it a little bit. What we saw at St. Louis, he probably doesn't want to push it that far. But, we don't want him. We want that every week. We want to stand up here in the booth. Fans in the grandstands want to stand out there and watch Ross do whatever it takes, right? We need some guys in that field willing to risk it all. And I wonder, as we get further into this playoffs or into the playoffs, and we have Ross with a chance to win a championship, something we've never seen him be in a position to do. What does he do then? Is he going to get crazier? Is he going to get more riskier, rougher? Because then he's kind of got an excuse. It's for the title, something he's dreamed about his whole life. So what will we see then?
This community of NASCAR is full of different personalities. And people have different tolerances for different things. And Ross Chastain's tolerance for being aggressive is higher than most. Tyler Reddick, he's the same way. He's willing to put his car in situations it feels normal to them. They don't think they're doing something that's not normal. Figuring out how to work with the other drivers and be as aggressive as they are is always going to be a challenge. They're young race car drivers. They're going to figure it out. They're going to make some people mad along the way, but ultimately they're going to figure it out. But they got to stay selfish if they want to win races.
Jeff called him or compared him to Mike Tyson. Maybe it's Iron Ross Chastain from here on out. Next Sunday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock, IndyCar Series racing from Mid-Ohio. Last year's winner, Joseph Newgarden, looking for his 4th win already this season. Newgarden earned a $1 million bonus for winning on 3 different circuits this year, road, street, and oval. That payout was courtesy of the People Ready Force for Good Challenge. Looking forward to that as we see some of the crew members making their way out onto pit road. Drivers are starting to move in the direction of the cars.
Well, Rick, we're excited to get this thing going back again, but the first 16 races, we've talked a lot about all the different winners. We've talked about the parity within the field, but another storyline that has continued are the suspensions of pit crew members and crew chiefs for wheels that are leaving the race cars. So let's take a look exactly how a wheel needs to be installed. So there's your pit gun. You see all the teeth. It goes in. Unlike in years past, don't pull a trigger until it's engaged. Now, if you stop right here and take a look, that shiny part, that is the nut. It actually stays in the socket with magnets. We've seen those fall out. That could be an issue. As we roll forward to how exactly the wheel needs to be installed, this is the idea. There's your front suspension. See those yellow things? They're basically like locating pins. The other area is that little locking mechanism. Think about like a telescoping pole that pops out. Those pins sit right here in the wheel. Now, it looks like there's a ton of holes. It should be simple. But as we roll forward and we go to install that wheel, you're going to watch it move a little left, a little right. The tire carrier has to index that. We'll take another look right here. They're going to try to look through the spokes at those pins, slide it on correctly. Now we're going to take our gun, put the nut back on. We think it's tight. Now the most important part, if we freeze it right here, that locking mechanism, that red thing, you can kind of see it. It's not popped up. That means that nut is not tight. It could come off, so we're going to tighten it a little bit more. Now it is popped up. It's locked on. It's for sure not going to allow that wheel off. The problem is, all that seems real simple. Now go do it in about 9 seconds. And that's what we've heard from the crew chiefs, is they know how the wheels need to be installed. And if you take long enough time, there's zero question if it's not going to come off. But if you want to be competitive on pit road, you have to do it in a hurry. We heard Alan Gustafson say at Sonoma they had an issue, and he said, hey,
If you're going to compete, you can't double check and triple check. You drop the jack, the car has to go. But that's the mechanism. That's what is supposed to happen. The teams are working on it. NASCAR is trying to open up the window to have less issues, but it's been consistent, and these teams know it's that whole danger. Risk versus reward. How fast do you dare go?
And this season, 12 times a wheel has come off, so that's why right now, actually, Kyle Larson doesn't have Cliff Daniels because it happened at Sonoma to them, and so they are without a crew chief for the next 4 races. And by the way, you see on the left side here the lost wheel penalties this season already. Quite a few, a very extensive list there. But we also saw drivers getting back into their cars. A great sight as we're seeing Ricky Stenhouse Jr. climb back into his race car. And that means that we're just moments away from going back to racing here at Nashville Superspeedway. Daniel Suarez still with a smile on his face, and he should have one. He's running in the 2nd position right now. Hamlin has been out front all 41 laps. We'll see pit stops as well as the green flag when we return. Drivers back inside their cars. They're about ready to fire them back up as the crews are making sure everything is right with those drivers when they get in there. I want to take a look at the scoring pylon on the left side of the screen and get you caught up as to what is going on. You see that they're all obviously on pit road, but the comers and goers have already started to happen here in just 41 laps.
Yeah, Jeff mentioned it. The Toyotas look strong, and Bubba Wallace, Kurt Busch, Kyle Busch, Truex, all those guys moving forward. Some guys, though, dropping back, Jeff.
Yeah, several Fords, Zach Amarola, Logano, Cole Custer, they've lost 14, 12, 10 spots. So those guys going the wrong way.
You mentioned Bubba Wallace, so we talk a lot about stars, right? No big surprise Kyle Busch has driven up to 15th. But a tip of the hat to Bubba Wallace. You're going to keep up with Kyle Busch at a track like this, working through traffic. An impressive maneuver out of the driver of the 23 all the way up. He's right on Kyle Busch's heels in 16th, so that's an impressive run.
He had the fastest car in practice, and then with the issues in qualifying, we wondered whether that speed was real. Looks like it is. Cole Custer will be the free pass after we get going here. NASCAR has everybody have their pit stops and so forth.
So now what's important is that you got to get your mind back in this racing. You have been out of this car for a long time. It's been hot. You got to get yourself refocused. What's the first thing you got to do? You're going to come on pit road here. You've got to do everything right. We talk a lot about pit crews. You just show the lug nut, how they've had problems. The driver getting the car in the box, out of the box. There's going to be still a lot of cars on lead lap. A lot of cars are going to be on pit road at the same time. You got to get your brain back into this race and get this pit stop done.
And if I'm a pit crew coach or a crew chief, I'm getting my pit crew together, because the other thing, aluminum wheels, steel lug nut. These cars have sat and kind of heat soaked. So you kind of get in the rhythm of how tight these lug nuts are. This might be an 80%er. Guys, go nice and easy. Get the lug nut off and get it on. Let's not trip up here at the first pit stop of the race after sitting for a little bit of time. Let's make sure we're ready to go. The crowd hasn't left, though, Rick.
No, they're back in the grandstands. They were asked to leave, obviously, when the lightning strike happened, but they're back, and they are raucous right now because the engine's fired back up here in Nashville, and they are looking forward to hearing not only the roar of the engines, but also the fans cheering for the drivers, especially guys like Hamlin and Suarez, who are top 2 right now. Marty.
Hey, Rick, as you mentioned, engines have fired. I talked to Denny Hamlin before he climbed in the race car. He said our car was so good, but once we hit traffic, it got way different. He said, I know, though, we are going to be racing our teammates very soon. What stood out to him is what you guys just mentioned a moment ago. Kyle Busch coming up through the field, Bubba Wallace. He said, it's not going to be long in the race, in my opinion, is going to be between us Toyotas this afternoon. But, Steve, here's a question a lot of drivers were wondering about. How much is this track going to change? Usually concrete tracks don't change a ton with the weather, but it is drastically cooler now with this cloud cover than when the race started.
Well, we continue to talk about what makes this track difficult. One big thing is, regardless of the car, you can make up all the stories. It's still only the second time the Cup cars have been here. So your notebook is just not very thick. You know, you go to the 600, the track changes a lot. Well, you run it every year. So you have a lot of notes to lean back on. Here at Nashville, not a lot. And, you know, the other high-speed concrete track being Dover doesn't really have lights. So, I'm not sure where you're going to search to answer that question.
And, Steve, it's a totally different car. A totally different race car. I mean, they did race here a year ago on this surface, but the car is completely different. So that notebook that they had from a year ago, really, how much of it can you use? You see Denny down on the apron. and working his way back up onto the track. But as soon as everyone is rolling and in position, they will open up pit road and allow them to come down to the service of their crews.
Rick, one thing that we saw in yesterday's race and in the truck race is these tires pick up a lot of debris, tire debris that's on the racetrack. So one of the things you got to do as a driver, we talked about being ready, is you need to get those things cleaned off the best you can. So when you get onto pit road, you can brake as hard as possible. If those tires are dirty, have that rubber built up on them, they're not going to stop and they could slide through a pit box.
Crews getting ready for the cars to come back down to pit road and come into their pit boxes.
And you see them. I mean, they're working these tires, just like you said, Jeff. They're cleaning tires knowing they're going to come down pit road and take these off. But they are aggressively trying to clean the tires so they can get into those stalls and get a pit stop done quickly. You never see them weaving when they know they're getting ready to put a new tire on. But this car is so different. There's all kinds of new things that we're going to be seeing.
Very fortunate to have some great onboard shots today. This one's with Ryan Blaney, Advanced Auto Parts bumper cam. He hopes that thing stays on there all day.
Well, here's the Ford Performance onboard camera. Chase Briscoe in that 14 car. Another great look right down along the surface.
AJ Allmendinger, Goldfish Casino camera. Got his thermostat in there. Thermometer, we'll be checking that out throughout the day.
I think it's switched to Celsius. You're going to have to do a conversion for us. Kyle Busch in the Toyota camera. Dale Jr., I'm assigning you Celsius to Fahrenheit conversion.
I'm on it. Hold on.
Okay.
Joey Logano's Coca-Cola cam. Again, one of these great low shots.
Ricky Stenhouse and Edmonds. This is a great helmet cam, and surprisingly, Rick has eaten every donut they delivered to us the other day. And then Daniel Suarez with his Tootsie's cam back on the right rear quarter panel by the spoiler. Well, we talked about it, pit stops. Here they go. Off the banking onto pit road, Parker, coming at you.
Right, and Ross Chastain will pit from the third position in that American flag looking car at the top of your screen. He complained of the car just being too tight on that run, but he said, I'm able to get to the throttle harder than I have all weekend, and you saw him moving forward. You see that adjustment in the right rear for Goodyear Tire Sunoco fuel, Dave.
His teammate Daniel Suarez overshot his marks just a little bit, but he is in the pit box for Goodyear Tires and Sunoco fuel, Marty. No changes.
Yeah, that topic of how far you go with the adjustments, that was on the mind of interim crew chief Sam McCauley for Denny Hamlin. So they're going to go really conservative here, make no changes to the car. Clearly up front, leading all those laps, and Hamlin, it'll be a tight race off pit road, but he wins it.
And that was close. It looked like they were working a little bit longer on the right rear of Hamlin. So the field will line back up, and we'll go back to racing here at Nashville Superspeedway. It's the NASCAR Cup Series Ally 400 from Nashville Superspeedway.
We talked about pit road being a busy place and short on real estate. Watch this right here. You're on board the 18, turns in Jackman, Kellen Mills, vertical. That's over the hood, over the right front fender. It was either get hit or get up in the air. It was crazy. You see some laughter. Let's listen in to what they had to say on the radio.
Dicey, it was. Nice work.
I agree. Dicey. That right there, some athleticism on display. Rick, you and I would have got hit. I'm pretty confident.
Carrying the jack, he did that.
Yeah. All right. Fans on their feet once again as we get ready to go back to racing field, approaching the Geico restart zone. It's Hamlin and Suarez making up row one.
Missing from the front of the field, the one of Ross Chastain. Had to pit a second time, lost all that track position.
Great start for Hamlin, and the 12 of Ryan Blaney trying to hug that yellow line on the inside.
Martin Truex Jr. making a lot of spots on the outside there in the third groove.
He's got to try to go for some more there, Junior.
Yeah,
Still 3 wide.
I think, that first restart was really calm, really tame. A little contact there between teams. The 24 car. Byron still a little bit out of control.
Way up
Could be an issue. Could be an issue with that car, that contact.
Top here, way top. Way top, just staying up there.
Remember, we talked to him earlier, and he had an issue before the caution, said it felt funny down the straightaway. They hoped it was a tire. The left side tires look aired up. I can't tell on the right. Maybe that issue.
Broke, guys, I can't drive it this way. It's really bad.
Okay, broke. So that's either that contact, Junior, you mentioned, or before the delay, he said he had an issue.
William Byron, one of the drivers with 2 wins already this season, so he's still in the playoffs. And a big crash in 1 and 2, the 48 of Alex Bowman.
Alex Bowman had just been on pit road.
Right dead center.
Stayed on pit road a long time trying to make changes to this car to improve the handling on it. Lost some track position because of it. Now they're in a wreck.
And in 2 minutes, Hendrick Motorsports loses 2 of their 4 entries in the race.
He's going to try to drive that one back, but look at all the damage.
Destroyed, buddy.
The right front tire coming apart, shredding the body pieces on that car.
Oh, and Byron takes the left-hand turn into the garage. Remember, he said he had an issue earlier. I'm not sure if it was that or contact. Debris continues to come off the 48. Let's look at this 24, Junior.
So a little bit of contact. Not sure if this is what gave him his problem, because it looked very minor right there. But then as he gets down the straightaway and goes into 1, there's a big wiggle. The car, the steering right there, you can see him out of the gas. See that wobble right there? Not sure exactly what he's feeling or what's going on with the car.
Yeah, I have to believe this is what he was feeling earlier. You could see a little concern in that interview. The car felt funny, and then here's his teammate, the 48, Jimmy Johnson. I'm going back 5 years. Of Alex Bowman. Got the right sponsor, Ally. Can't tell if there's contact.
That's Corey LaJoie behind him. I can't tell if there's contact either.
I think the first look we had a better look at it as they went down into turn 1.
He said he stayed on pit road for a long time with the hood up, making some adjustments. They were really struggling, falling back through the field before that caution.
Right front tire tearing the right front fender off as it's coming apart.
Look at that thing bounces up and down, how rough it is in that car.
All right, so let's just take a look. As we roll in here, we're going to see him. So if we freeze it, he's already backwards as he comes into the picture. It's too hard to tell.
So look at the 7s going up the track. I don't know if he's going to avoid or the contact. He's correcting from the contact that might have happened.
We'll keep listening in on the radio. Maybe have a little bit of an insight there. Parker.
Oh, guys, you were correct. He came down and did that shock adjustment in the front end of that car. That was a long stop that put them in the back there because he was not happy with the handling of the car. But as you saw there, you were sort of paying attention to the 7. Take a listen to what Alex had to say on the radio.
Pretty cool. Corey LaJoie is a really good race car driver.
The sarcastic comment about Corey. I guess Alex feels like Corey had a problem with that. Let's listen to what the 7 has to say.
Tell him sorry. Did not mean to do that. He was committed to the second lane. Stand for.
That's Corey's side of the story.
He said he thought he was committed to the second lane. What that tells me is he drove underneath of Bowman, and Bowman started coming down, and Corey wasn't expecting him to be there.
So here's a good look at it. We'll be able to see exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's Corey just didn't think he thought he was going to run the second lane, so Corey drove it in the corner deeper. Bowman comes down the racetrack. They make contact.
And that's right around that area. You don't want to speculate too much, but right around that area where they're downshifting, hand off the wheel. There's a lot going on in the car.
So quickly, things have changed for Hendrick Motorsports. The 24 out and the 48, a lot of damage. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Sonic. This is how we Sonic. Toyota, let's go places. And by Ally, do it right. Another great crowd on hand here at Nashville Super Speedway. Just the second time that the Cup Series has been to this 1 1/3 concrete oval. And out of the car now in the garage is William Byron. Dave's with it.
Yeah, I reckon just catching up with William that was weird. Was it the same weird thing we talked about in the rain delay and the lightning delay?
Yeah, I mean, it was exactly the same thing. I was having issues with the steering right before the caution for the rain delay and thought it might have been a tire, but right when I started getting strapped in before, like, the steering was, something was off and the steering rack was broken, so went off on the restart, was trying to stay off of guys on the restart, and literally the steering was just, like, there was nothing, so I was just kind of going where the car naturally was going, so definitely not ideal, but we'll get this Valvoline Chevrolet fixed up and try to go make some laps. Unfortunate that happened, but, you know, we'll learn from it.
Out for the moment.
Nothing we could do.
Yeah. Tough day so far, Parker.
Right, Dave. And we saw Ross Chastain had to go to the back there for that last restart. It was a loose right rear wheel for them, so they came down and tightened that up. We've seen a lot of these wheel issues throughout this season. You don't want that wheel falling off. Luckily enough for them, they're able to get on pit road, tighten it up, and we'll see how fast that one car is. He's right now in 24th, going to have to drive through the field to get back to the top 5.
Outside.
We noted the changes to Harvick's pit crew. They had the fastest stop on that last cycle, and now he's in 3rd place.
Running up front, you see the 4 from Kevin Harvick. On the outside of him will be Ryan Blaney. And the field approaching the Geico restart zone once again. What a run, though, on the outside. Look at Martin Truex Jr. in the 19.
Just like the restart before, he's found some confidence up there on the restarts to go where the clean air is at. See what he does down here. It gets a little tougher when you get closer to the front to really make that work. Blaney out of the gas. Truex with a run on Suarez for second. More contact back here. Chase Elliott, man, he's been busy on these restarts.
Martin Truex Jr. uses that high line, keeping the momentum up. And he's going to try to get second away from Daniel Suarez as he goes to the outside.
The Toyotas are hot tonight. Down into 3, just about clears the 99. Should have the momentum off the corner. Suarez fighting back, though. Going to maintain this battle down the front straightaway.
You can see the fire coming out of the exhaust pipes on these cars. That shows you when they lift off the gas.
Pass completed by Martin Truex Jr. He's up to second. Suarez back to third. Hamlin 2 wins already in 2022, but his teammate Martin Truex Jr. still looking for his first win of this season. We see the side-by-side racing here. Kyle Larson just to the outside of Christopher Bell.
Yeah, Larson started up front, and he's trying to fend off another Gibbs Toyota that's driving up through the field. This 20-car Christopher Bell. These two guys have raced each other their whole lives, all through the ranks. Bell's going to take the spot. See what Larson has to say about it on corner exit. He tries to get down in front of his teammate here, Chase Elliott.
Ducks in behind the 20. And Marty, what's the communication like on the 19 team right now?
Well, I want to know who's behind the wheel of the 19. Junior, did you give Martin Truex Jr. a lesson on the high line? Because throughout his career, he has never liked to run the high line. He's always been a bottom feeder on the racetrack, but he told James Small, his crew chief, before this last restart, I think I'm going to do that again, meaning go to that very high line, make some passes. You know it, Junior. Truex has never been known to go to the top, but he's made it work early.
Yeah, you just have to imagine the concerns about his future and what his decision was going to be. With that in the mirror and everything out front, he's here to race and feeling good about it. Got a wreck.
2 cars caught up in it. One of them, Chase Briscoe in the 14, the other Ty Dillon in the 42. And the caution comes out once again.
Damage to the nose of the 42 car.
See if you can fire it, bud.
This is the kind of thing that Ty Dillon in that 42 has avoided most of the year. Been very consistent. I don't know how much damage either one of these cars has.
AMR team quickly on the scene. Both these guys able to drive away.
See right here, they enter in turn 1. Ross Chastain making a move. Remember, he had to start in the back with that lug nut problem.
He made the 14 sort of block that move down the front straightaway, and the 14 enters shallow. And the 14, Briscoe loses the back just a little bit as Ty Dillon's kind of coming down the racetrack. Ty's doing nothing wrong, but Ty's coming down the track. The 14 needs a little room when he starts to chase the back of that car, and up into the door of the 42 he goes. So this is a very, very shallow entry, only to block the one behind him. Oh, I'm too fast, I'm too fast, I'm spinning out. Up into the 42 he goes.
I was trying to listen on board there. You had mentioned a couple times, you know, was his hand off the wheel? We keep talking about the shifting. I think the act of shifting isn't that difficult with the lever forward and backward, but now you're down in the middle of the corner running 150 miles an hour trying to judge this, and you have to take your right hand off the wheel. It gets to be very difficult. I'd love to know if he was in the middle of a downshift at that point.
That whole idea of downshifting into the braking zone, I never loved it. We did this at Pocono for years, and downshifting with your hand off the wheel and braking into a corner, all of those things like patting your belly or rubbing your belly and patting your head, I mean, you can't do it. I could never do it. I always try to downshift early, but you cannot do that in these cars. You have to drive the car down into the corner, Marty.
Boy, Joey Logano, not the speed they expected today. Started on the front row, and he's kind of gone backwards. He said that last run they fired off tight, but the car started coming to him. So Paul Wolfe kind of making a call to do something different than everybody else, bringing Logano down pit road, and I believe the only lead lap car that came down pit road.
Admit it, everyone, you're all trying to rub your belly and pat your head right now.
That's, you know, braking into a corner plus downshift, it's just a lot going on right there for these guys. And every single one of them's doing it down in the corner. I mean, they're getting used to it, but it's definitely throwing a new element in.
We saw the 22 of Logano and the 6 of Keselowski both make their way onto pit road. This was the reason for the caution. Chase Briscoe, Ty Dillon getting into it, turns 1 and 2. Looking back off the Coca-Cola Pace truck cam, and the field lined up behind him getting ready for a restart. Only 25 laps to go in stage 1. Again, there was a lightning delay that put everyone on pit road for about an hour. The 11 car of Denny Hamlin has been dominant. He has led 64 laps up to this point. But now, Martin Truex Jr. on the outside, and he has been having great restarts. Can he do it again here?
Been having great restarts on the outside. Hamlin gave him, I think, exactly what he wanted. Now he's getting a big push by Blaney down into turn 1. Look at him go.
My goodness, that
zips around.
Flew by the 11 of Denny Hamlin. And Hamlin back to second for the first time in this race.
Hamlin said he was going to be racing his teammates.
Truex Jr. without a win in 2022. Denny Hamlin has 2 wins. Just behind him, Ryan Blaney, another driver without a win yet. Harvick running in 4th, also hasn't won in 2022. Moving to the inside, you see the 9 of Chase Elliott trying to get by the 99 of Daniel Suarez. 3 wide.
9 almost on the apron, was running out of real estate quickly. He's going to come back to the inside of the 99.
Dave, what's happening?
Contact with his teammate William Byron. The car's been pretty well balanced all day, and you can see he completes that pass on Daniel Suarez at this point, putting him up into the 8th position. So far, so good, Marty.
Dave, look who's knocking on the door of the top 10. Kyle Busch from last to 11th, but a little concerned with his cool shirt that he's wearing. Listen.
So the cool shirt works good. Like my core is nice, but my butt feels hot and the bottom of my legs feel hot from the exhaust of the cool shirt device. It is freaking hot.
So, Steve, I asked Nate Bellows, the car chief, about that, and he said, no, we run it almost every week. Anytime it's over 80, Kyle would like to have that cool shirt on, and the box itself is in the same exact position it's always in. He said, I think this is by far the toughest test for this new car with this heat, and that's really what he's feeling more than anything else.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. Just the ambient temperature is the highest by far. All these drivers had so much history. We talk about notebooks for setups. Well, drivers had notebooks for comfort, what they wanted in the car so they could feel comfortable over the course of the race. We'll have some notes after this one as we see the one of Ross Chastain still trying to recover from that issue on pit road inside the 47 of Stenhouse. These are two tough race car drivers here.
Well, look how that one car can wrap the bottom just by distance alone, able to clear the 47.
Chastain had been running up in the top 3 before he had to come to pit road for a second time and lost all of his track position. Fighting to get that back now. Parker.
Well, guys, if we go up to the top 5 and look at Kevin Harvick, who's running in 4th just before this last caution, he came on the radio and said, I'm better than the 12th car. I just can't find a way around him. And I talked to Kevin under the red flag and asked him, is that top lane coming in? He said, maybe. We'll see if I can get up there. As you see him following the tire tracks of Blaney, look for him to maybe start getting to that higher lane and see if he can make some speed up there and use the speed of that 4 car to get by the 12th.
Guys, what I'm starting to see is there's 2 types of good cars here in Nashville, right? There are cars like the 4 of Kevin Harvick who says it's driving fine. He just can't seem to pass. Then there's cars like the 19 of Truex, who's currently the leader, who has a good car, but it's flexible. He can go high, he can go low. That's like the next step. That's the next step from your race car, having some flexibility to move around. That allows traffic to be much more manageable.
Chastain up to 16th now as he just went by the 2 of Austin Cindric.
And you can see Cindric a little frustrated with how the one car of Chastain kind of pulled in front of him on the front straightaway, thinking, I'm clear. Well, no, you're not, pal. And I'm not real happy about it. Everybody seems to be, even if nothing's happened between them and Chastain, they seem to be annoyed by the guy when he's around them.
We mentioned that Ross Chastain has ruffled a few feathers on the way to 2 wins. This is what you're just talking about.
Yeah. So the one, I'm not clear, but the 2 gets in here behind him, pushes him down the straightaway. But the wonder, they have raced against each other in Xfinity Series. They could have a history from way back. Or the 2 could have just simply been pushing him down the straightaway. Eric Jones way up the racetrack right there in 3 and 4. Not sure that was by design.
Well, I agree. That was higher than I think he was hoping to be.
We mentioned the move of Kyle Busch after starting in the back. Well, Darrell Wallace, Bubba Wallace Jr. was also back there, and he's just in front of Kyle Busch. So Bubba Wallace looking pretty strong as he's moved up into the top 10 in that 9th spot.
Yeah, and somebody with an opposite story, Daniel Suarez, restarted 3rd. He's all the way back to 11th. Good battle right here. If you'd have told me on Friday that Kevin Harvick would be racing Ryan Blaney for 3rd place, I'd have said there's no way. He didn't have 30th place speed in his car. Made some great changes to it. Qualified well and still running well today.
Look at this. Harvick looking to the inside. These 2 Fords fighting for position. Blaney right now has that 3rd spot. Harvick trying to move up and take it away from him. Parker?
You see Kevin Harvick dive to the bottom there in turn 1 and 2. What is Blaney fighting as he falls in the clutch of the 4 car? Tight, really tight. Has come on the radio and just complained that he cannot get the front tires to grip inside that 12 car right now. As you see him move up the racetrack, just trying to find any way to get that race car to turn and hold off the Ford Kevin Harvick right now.
Blaney's got 3rd. Harvick fighting for it. Truex Jr. out in front of the field here at Nashville.
Introducing the new 3-for-1 bundle, only from Xfinity. It's unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity Mobile, all for what you could pay wireless companies for just one 5G unlimited line. Boom shakalaka! Not only do you get fast speed, but you get unlimited data, Wi-Fi equipment, and a free Flex 4K streaming box included, all with a 2-year rate guarantee and no term contract. That's the all-new 3-for-1 bundle. It's a whole new way to save with Xfinity. Switch today.
eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels.
Applebee's late night, because half off is just more fun. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Expectations come with the territory. But raising expectations, that comes with determination, pushing ourselves further, and knowing that recognition isn't given, it's earned. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand and new vehicle quality. No wonder more people are switching to Ram than ever before.
Every dollar counts these days, so take advantage of this great offer during the Ram 4th of July sales event.
New England's NASCAR race is back at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. There's dirt racing Friday night, a doubleheader on Saturday. Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series stars return for the Ambetter 301. There's camping, nighttime concerts, trackside live, and fan zone action you just can't miss. It's a wicked fast, wicked fun weekend for the whole family. Your one chance to see NASCAR in New England, July 15th through 17th. Get your tickets today at nhms.com.
Let me show you something, Ace. Watch this.
In the face.
I'm Austin Dillon.
We're about to win. Whitney Dillon, CEO of the Dillon household.
He's looking a little stiff right now. What do you want me to do with my hand?
I'm Paul Swan. Hi, neighbor.
I'm Mariel Swan, and we've all been best friends for 8 years.
We're like high school kids.
I just drive the race car.
Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
Looking down on the mile and a third, thanks to Geico. That's our aerial coverage brought to you by Geico. And the gap had closed to about 2 car lengths. Now, Martin Truex Jr., after passing a lap car, has put about 4 car lengths between he and second place Denny Hamlin. But Hamlin has been chipping away at that lead.
Dale Jr., this goes back to exactly what you and Jeff talked about when we looked at the playoff standings and the lack of playoff points, right? A playoff point will be awarded for the stage win. Truex is just looking for a win for some sort of assurance to be in the playoffs. Hamlin, with those 2 wins, he is looking to fill that bucket up, trying to get by his teammate.
These two have drove away from third place battle, Blaney and Harvick, but right behind Harvick and Blaney, Christopher Bell, these 2 guys, his teammate. Christopher Bell is driving up through the field as well. Joe Gibbs Racing putting on a clinic today, Marty.
Well, no offense to Steve Jr., but sometimes it helps when your crew chief is a driver. Even the interim crew chief for Denny Hamlin, Sam McCauley, former driver, Legends car driver. His normal crew chief was a former driver, too. He heard Martin Truex Jr. say he was loose. He said, take advantage of it immediately on the radio to Denny. His right rear is going to be too warm. Let the pounce now.
I like that. Take advantage. You know somebody has a weakness. How do you take advantage of it? That's the question. Truex is up there running on the top lane. It's not like you're going to be able to get on the outside of Truex to try to make him looser. Truex will make this pass really difficult.
And Marty, that was a great point to bring up when a crew chief says pounce on him. A lot of people are thinking, well, they're teammates. Wait a minute, what do you mean pounce on him? When they have on race day, each team is on their own. They are going out there to win for their team. And so the 11 sees an opportunity. They're going to try to take advantage of it.
Denny changes his line to the top here, trying something new. That bottom was working. He's able to close now to the top to create a little momentum down this straightaway, slowly closing in.
And Martin got that information about Denny Hamlin running higher. So now what does Martin do? Martin goes up the racetrack a little bit, trying to keep Denny from being out there. A little bit of maybe a fake by Denny. Going to the outside, really wanting the inside, making Martin respond to his move.
I don't know how important this playoff point is to Martin, but we know it is important to Denny. He's mentioned it in interviews this week. He knows if he gets 1, he's in the lead of, as far as the playoff points in the state, in the ranking of the drivers, he would have the most, even with the season he's had.
Inconsistency for the 11 team, 2 wins already, but now just 3 laps to go in stage 1.
That was a pretty impressive defensive move by Truex a corner ago. Going to shut that door off with the air. Cost the 11 4 of 5 car lengths. We'll see if Denny can mount a charge.
Dives back in to the inside, trying to get back up to the back bumper of the 19. They're coming up on just 2 laps to go in stage 1. And Hamlin just doesn't seem to be able to get closer. He tries that inside line. He closes the gap, but the momentum on the 19 side.
Yeah, that high line's a bit of a defensive line when you're struggling like this.
There he goes.
He's going to make Denny do it on the bottom. And it's just, Denny can get there. He just can't quite defend the momentum that 19 has down the straightaway from the top.
1 lap to go. How aggressive will Hamlin be here? To the bottom of the racetrack again. He's closed the gap.
Truex will have the drive, though, off the corner.
A great run here by Denny Hamlin. He's got 3 and 4 to go. To the inside, will it be enough as they come off turn 4 for the Stage 1 win? It's going to go to Martin Truex Jr. 4th stage win already for Martin Truex Jr.
Bubba Wallace getting by Chase Elliott in the middle of 3 and 4 to take that 7th spot.
Kyle Busch in front of brother Kurt Busch, and the caution comes out after the top 10 have crossed the start-finish line. So Martin Truex Jr. wins Stage 1, but it wasn't easy. A lot of pressure from teammate Denny Hamlin. You can download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring, in-car cameras, as well as radio broadcast. Search NASCAR in your app store and download, start a free trial. Another great crowd here at Nashville Super Speedway, and good finish there for Stage 1 as Martin Truex Jr. was able to hold off Denny Hamlin as the field about to make their way onto pit road now. Parker.
Ryan Blaney did an awesome job to hold off Kevin Harvick there to finish 3rd in the stage with a very tight race car. He moved his line up to the top, so they're going to hopefully make some adjustments here. It's going to be Ford Goodyear tires for the 12th car and get those adjustments in through air pressure to help loosen them up, Marty.
Parker, this ought to be good head-to-head with the JGR pit crews on pit road for Martin Truex Jr. 4th stage win of the year. Those are the only playoff points that he owns, 4 of them at this point. Really loose off turn 4 for his teammate Denny Hamlin. Junior's right. He told me earlier this week, 2nd in the stage means nothing to me. All we're after are playoff points. In fact, when it was over, he said, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't get that done for you. He said, I got the entry where I wanted it, but the exit is really hurting. Hamlin loses a ton of spots here on pit road. Logano, 2 tires, gained 17 positions. Remember, Rick, they pitted in the middle of Stage 1 there.
And a 2-tire stop strategy being played on pit road. 17 spots gained. Getting ready for the start of Stage 2. Before we do that, let's head back downtown in Nashville and go to Legends Corner where Rut is with City View.
Rick, you can't talk about a correlation between country music and NASCAR without talking about this guy, Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins had 17 #1 Billboard country hits, but you know what? He also loved racing. He raced in over 35 races, 35 cup races in NASCAR, but he loved racing at the Nashville Fairgrounds, so much so that when he was scheduled to be on the Grand Ole Opry, they would move him to the last set of the night so that he could go race, change his clothes, and then perform. The coolest thing to me is when I asked my buddy Kyle Petty, hey, what do you really jump out about Marty Robbins? He said, well, obviously he was a legend. He was incredible. He said, but the king, Richard Petty, made me call him when I wanted to race the 42 and ask, could I have that number back? And Marty Robbins said, oh, of course, that's Lee's number. I know you want to run it. So yeah, I'll just run the 6. Unbelievable. This guy loved racing, loved country music so much. And what a legend he was, guys.
Thanks, Rut. And we appreciate all the hits from Nashville. The 10 team, Eric Almirola, caught for speeding on pit road.
And you mentioned it, the 22 took 2 tires. He had pitted a little bit later than most, but still 25 laps on those left side tires. We'll see how this works out for Logano.
The entire field will be watching.
Yeah, for sure.
Martin Truex Jr. will be on the outside, Logano on the inside for the restart here. Way up the racetrack goes Blaney chasing it. Now Logano trying to block as the 19's making the move on the outside again.
Truex was able to stay on that quarter panel, carries that speed down the back straightaway, clear into the lead. Now Logano has his teammate on his outside. He doesn't want to lose too many positions here. We know he's got just 2 right side tires. You don't want to get too far back in traffic in dirty air with just 2 tires against 4 tires surrounding him.
Look how clean the racetrack is. All the rubber got pulled up during the caution.
Harvick jumping on the outside of Denny Hamlin, making it 3 wide. Bubba Wallace continuing his march to the front. Denny Hamlin's first time he's been back this far. His car is going to drive completely different than it has all day long in this dirty air. He's had clean air all day, running second and really at the worst. Now he has a completely different animal he's dealing with.
You mentioned the 11 back in traffic and how it's going to change his car. The other thing is, we had that little bit of delay. The clouds have come over. It's 10, 12 degrees cooler out. That's going to change the balance on some cars, which the field is looking for it to change. The 19, man, he is unbelievable on these restarts. But you see it's all the way down to a chilly 84 degrees if you've been in Nashville this weekend.
Look at Blaney keeping pace with Truex in the 19. Short run speed on his 12 car. They seem to be improving this car with each time they're down pit road.
Why not the 19 and the 12? The two guys just outside of the win column. Why not have them run 1-2?
Yeah, two guys, two veterans that have wins under their belt, but not this year. So they haven't locked themselves into the playoffs. Martin Truex Jr. out front, Blaney, and it's Logano, Christopher Bell, and Kyle Busch, the top 5. Listen into Truex's radio.
Just try and manage your right rear here, long run. Try. Feels like when I backed it off and gets looser though, that's my only worry. Yeah, copy on that. Use your judgment, you know more than me.
Austin Cindric right there, he was falling back into the pack. He had a good restart, but immediately started falling back. Obviously a problem.
The 19 radio managed the right rear. That tells me that the 19 builds loose. They feel it either wear or heat on the right rear tire, so some direction of his team to try to not abuse that tire early. We'll see if he's able to do that while keeping pace in front of the 12.
Watch this 18 car for third place. Ben running the top. He's going to go to the inside here on the 22 Logano. Try to wrap the bottom. 4 tires on that 18 car down low. 2 new right side tires on the top here. Here comes the 20. His teammate Christopher Bell is going to try to help with an assist on Kyle Busch. Kyle dives down into the corner. Logano struggling to try to find pace with these tires. It's probably an experiment they might not repeat the rest of the race.
He was struggling before, though. He did not have a fast race car and fallen back into the field. So it's hard for me to say right now that it's the 2 tires or just his car isn't the way he wants it to be, Marty.
Well, and Jeff, just keep in mind, they were running 9th when Paul Wolfe made that move, middle of stage 1, to come down, take on those 4 tires. And, Steve, that really set up the 2 tire stop. So if you're going to experiment in a race as a crew chief, Steve, you want to do it in stage 1. Now they'll have all this information to go back to later in the race.
Yeah, and crew chief, it isn't just, 10 years ago, it was 1 move at a time. Now these crew chiefs are truly playing chess 2 or 3 moves ahead. So Paul Wolfe put those tires on because it opened up the playbook. He was probably thinking 2 tires the whole time. And even if this doesn't work, he was 18. He's now 5th. Even if he falls back to, say, 10th before the pit cycle, it's still net gain and information, as Marty points out.
Good battle with Eric Jones and Kyle Larson. Eric Jones went to the bottom. Larson wanted that bottom, took the air away from him, and way up the racetrack Larson goes. Look how many spots it lost him.
Gap continues to close now between race leader Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney. We'll see if Blaney has any better luck when he gets to the back bumper of Martin Truex Jr. than Denny Hamlin did at the end of stage 1. There you see Harvick going by the 22 of Logano.
Harvick takes that position from Joey in the 22, and behind them, the 23 of Bubba Wallace, the 11. All those guys trying to chase down Joey as we see the battle for the lead. As you mentioned, Rick, continue to tighten up. Martin continues to run that high defensive line. He likes the pace and the feel of the car up there. Now Blaney's going to try to go even higher. Little bump over the tunnel right there.
And the shift. It's Truex Jr. up front here at Nashville Superspeedway. It's NASCAR Cup Series, the Ally 400 on NBC. And as we're closing in now on the halfway point of this race, let's get a few updates. We'll start with Marty.
Rick, let's give some credit to Bubba Wallace. What a run. You guys mentioned it earlier. 30th to 6th for Wallace. And he told me earlier this weekend, I've been working really hard to carry over a positive attitude, not only race to race, but stage to stage, where he can take a lot of positives out of this early run for Wallace, knocking on the door of that top 5. Dave?
Marty, taking a look at Eric Jones, who, when you start 23rd on the day, you just hope to go forward and make up spots. And he has done that, including this last restart, where he reported back the fire-off was much better. Restarted 17th, worked his way up to 13th. So Jones having a good afternoon in the 43 car. And after the 5 of Kyle Larson, well, he's been dropping back. Restarted 11th there, fell back to 16th. We showed you that whoa moment where his car got out of shape, but he's just been talking about not having pace. In fact, when he drove the car harder to try to make it happen, the car got too free on him. So the driver just saying not a lot of pace in the 5 this afternoon, Parker.
Well, Dave, in an unfortunate turn of events for Austin Cindric in the 2 car, about 10 laps ago, we saw him make an unscheduled green flag stop. He thought he had a loose wheel. They changed all 4 wheels and tires and looked him over and told him, unfortunately, they didn't see anything. Jeremy Bullins, his crew chief, said, we'll talk about it after the race, Marty.
And Parker, one thing all the spotters are talking about, and on the speedway starting to fall, certainly picks up the sense of urgency a little bit, but we have 70 to go in stage 2, so a long way to go here to get to halfway.
Well, today, though, Marty, would be 150 laps, would be considered an official race. So 34 laps until the 150 mark. That would be an official race if rain does come. But when I look at the radar, it's a small little blip. I'm not saying we won't get a shower, Rick, but it would have to change dramatically if I thought it was going to end the race.
And the gap still has not closed between Ryan Blaney in the 12 and the 19 of Martin Truex Jr.
You know, I'm a little surprised, guys, that look where Martin Truex Jr. is running. You know, he's solid 3rd lane, 4th lane sometimes. Most of the field, though, is still pretty much wrapping the bottom of the racetrack. Surprised more people haven't tried to run where he's running.
And we see this lead really unchanged over the last several laps, but when we look in the back of the top of the screen there, that 18 car driving from the back of the field, Kyle Busch, he's closing in on these guys a little bit at a time.
Rain or rain.
Talking about rain on the windshield, some drops. We don't really see anything outside the window here, but caution's out.
Yellow for rain. Yellow for rain. Watch.
It does come out for the precipitation.
And I applaud NASCAR. You know, it's so easy to say we need to stay under green and get to 150 and do all those things. But this place is slick. I mean, you're running 130, 40, 50 miles an hour. You just can't have a downpour in one corner.
And yesterday, right during qualifying, we had a perfect looking day. And then instantly we had a massive storm, dumped a ton of water. So they've had issues in the past where they've had some quick showers sneak up on them. And that's kind of what type of weather we have today.
Telling me I was down on the Peacock pit box. It rained quick, hard and quick.
Yep. All right, guys, so let's go back and tell the Joey Logano story. Put on 2 tires, right? Fell back to 9th, but he was running 18th before he put on 2 tires. So a net gain of 9 positions. So, you know, you can say the 2 tires didn't work, but he gave you some track position right here.
Yeah, I think they need to work on the balance a little bit to improve just the overall pace in that car, but
turning it off and on. Saving a little fuel.
So Rick, this is a little awkward for the crew chiefs, right? You look at 29 laps complete, so 67 basically to go in this stage, 66. You have to ask yourself, if we're running the whole race, this is a fuel window opportunity. Fill your car up. You can run to the end of stage 2. You know, that would be the call to make sure you don't lose a lap, have to pin under green. What's your radar say, right? Do you believe this rain's going to build? I don't believe it is, but we see what a win can get you. It can be playoff burst, so is someone going to try something crazy? I mean, you see it's just a little spot that's jumped out, so I think pit road will be busy, but, you know, I just put it out there that maybe somebody might think different than us up here.
Is this where a crew chief gambles and you think, okay, I might know the weather better than others and I'm going to do something different?
It would be a big gamble, but you have to ask yourself, you know, what are you willing to risk? If you look towards the bottom of our pylon, we have Harrison Burton in 19th. Brad Keselowski in 20th. Those are two cars that when you look at the points, it would be a tall task to think they're going to point their way into the playoffs. So maybe they gamble, but this would be this would be, instead of taking an extra card in blackjack, this would be more like one chip at the roulette table. You're going to have to get super, super lucky, but we've seen it before, so we'll see what they do. Marty.
Well, Steve, I think crew chiefs are thinking they're going to pit here because when they look at that radar that you guys showed a moment ago, there's nothing behind it. So everyone kind of thinks that this is going to pass very quickly, to your point you made a moment ago. So they're going to go ahead and make stops here because you can make it to the end of the stage from this point. Yes, hear all the crew chiefs say now, bring it to us.
Yeah, that would be my choice. We saw yesterday in Xfinity Series race, some chose to stay out and they ended up having to pit under green. It really hurt them. There's still a lot of racing to go. So now it's back on the pit crew. Let's see, some chose to stay out and they ended up having to pit under green. It really hurt them. There's still a lot of racing to go. So now it's back on the pit crew. Let's see who can
now bring it to us.
Yeah, that would be my choice. We saw yesterday in Xfinity Series race, some chose to stay out and they ended up having to pit under green. It really hurt them. There's still a lot of racing to go. So now it's back on the pit crew. Let's see who can perform.
Eastern 5 Pacific, streaming live on Peacock, and catch WWE Raw every Monday at 8, 7 Central. Only on USA. And speaking of superstars, how about WWE superstar Sheamus? He's with Marty.
Hey, Rick, you never know who you'll find at a racetrack. Sheamus is here hanging out. So SummerSlam's coming to Nashville later this summer, right?
That's right, yeah. July 30th at the Nissan Stadium, home of the Tennessee Titans. Or if there was a roof on that place, we'd blow it off. But leaderboard, when open Kyle Busch, or at least when you make Corey LaJoie gets across to the checkered flag.
Before the trip back to Nashville, Money in the Bank's coming up too. I know you're looking forward to that.
Yeah, the only thing is ladders, man. I'm not great in ladders. When I was going up to wave the green flag, it just brought a bit of a flashback from all those matches. They're some of the toughest matches you ever had, but yeah, that's this Saturday.
It's the summer, right?
That's right, yeah. July 30th at the Nissan Stadium, home of the Tennessee Titans. Or if there was a roof on that place, we'd blow it off. But as I said, this is my home away from home here in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm enjoying the race right now. There's a lot of change going on the leaderboard. I'm hoping Kyle Busch, or at least when you make Corey LaJoie gets across to the checkered flag.
Before the trip back to Nashville, Money in the Bank's coming up too. I know you're looking forward to that.
Yeah, the only thing is ladders, man. I'm not great in ladders. When I was going up to wave the green flag, it just brought a bit of a flashback from all those matches. They're some of the toughest matches you ever had, but yeah, that's this Saturday. It's going to be in Vegas, but both Money in the Bank at SummerSlam are going to be on Peacock. So you've got Peacock, you can watch the action fella. I'll get Marty out there too. You're right, Marty. Come on.
There we go. Hometown guy, loving the NASCAR race here today.
And that was, of course, moments ago when Marty was able to catch up with Sheamus, the Grand Marshal honorary starter. He was up on the flag stand for the start of this race.
And Rick, there's a lot to unpack in that entire pit cycle. We saw the 23 of Bubba Wallace have some sort of issue, came back down pit road, worked on the corner of the car. It sounded on the radio like they were cleaning up the threads from perhaps a wheel being loose. On pit road, Dave, it's busy down there.
Whole lot of things going on, Steve. The 9 of Chase Elliott will be starting way far back. They had a slow stop on the left front, so after that happened, Alan Gustafson called Chase Elliott back down pit road to make a big adjustment on the right rear, which had been building too much and freeing up the car way too much, so took the opportunity to do that. Daniel Suarez, on the other hand, was leaving pit road when they called him to stop because the left rear was not, the left front was not on tight. They came back, tightened it up, sent him back out, but he'll start back in, I believe, 22nd once the choose is done, Marty.
Let's chat with Booty Barker. So what exactly happened there? You guys had just gotten to 4th.
Had a loose left rear. Had a loose left rear, so we had to come back down and put it tight.
And then you had to do the chaser nut to make sure that the thread was okay?
Yes, because if it puts it on, we don't get it cinched back up and come off later.
There you go. So they lost a ton of track position. As you mentioned, gone down a lap. Bubba Wallace not very happy. Booty Barker reassuring him, much like he did after qualifying, we are not out of the game.
Martin Truex Jr. on the outside, Blaney on the inside for this restart.
5, Kyle Larson had a speeding penalty right there. He's got to start in the back. Look at Chastain, yeah, in the middle, 3 wide. Just zinging by them.
Grabbed a couple spots real quick right there. I mean, these guys are so aggressive on these restarts. It's such a great time, great opportunity to make some spots up.
Hamlin has worked his way by the 4 of Kevin Harvick. He's running 4th now.
Blaney trying to hang on the side of this 19 car. Truex. Truex up high, Blaney down low. Shallow entry to 1 for Blaney. Truex arcs it off in there. It's going to have great acceleration on corner exit.
Denny Hamlin up to 3rd now as he's past the 18 of Kyle Busch. And still they race for the lead.
A little bit of side draft still works in these cars. You can see Blaney trying to get some of that. Right around the bottom at 12 car. Look at this here. 1 car sliding up the track a little bit into the side of the 20. Slows them both down. Kurt Busch trying to help Christopher Bell back here, still battling for the lead.
And now Blaney with a nose in front of the 19, but not enough room to complete the pass.
That was a slide job, just didn't work out.
They slowed him down both so much. Here comes Hamlin.
And Hamlin fighting for the lead once again.
Hamlin up the racetrack a little bit. It's going to take away the line from the 12 car. Blaney. Here comes Truex with the run to the outside of his teammate. Great racing right here after this restart.
Hamlin saw how different his car was back there in traffic. He wants this clean air. Wants to get this lead back.
Yep. And Blaney thinks he has the better car of any of them. He just needs to get another chance to get up there and take the lead. Look at this slide job.
Wow, he just drove so far into the corner.
Here comes Truex, though, back on the inside.
Still 2 out the back to 2 wide.
That's brought everybody behind them up into this mix. Side by side, Kyle Busch and the 12 of Blaney is the 2 leaders. Still battle. 2 teammates battling down the back straightaway. Almost contact.
Truex love the outside. He's having to learn how to drive his car down here on the bottom.
Junior, you almost used the right word. You were going to say mess, and you threw out the word mix. It has definitely been a mess up here in front, and still undecided as Truex Jr. fights on the inside, trying to hold on to the top spot. Denny Hamlin working the outside perfectly.
3 out the back again. Still in there at your left rear. 3 out the back. No run. No run.
These two stay side by side for the lead. And right behind them, ready to pounce, is the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Kyle's way high up the racetrack. Going to have a pretty good run here down the straightaway.
3 out the back with no run. You in the 19 here.
You see what Hamlin's doing? He's driving really deep in the corner to keep Truex from trying that slide job. As long as Hamlin carries that much speed in the corner, Truex can't overdrive the entry and try to slide up in front of him. Hamlin taking that option away from him.
Slowly but surely, let's bring the 18 car into this. He's going higher and higher, trying to get clean air up the racetrack. Keep his car turning. He might be able to get to the outside of that 19 here down the straightaway. Not quite big enough run.
Hamlin clears the 19. A little bit of a run here out of Kyle Busch now. What will he do with it?
Truex is going to climb the banking and kind of play a little defense. I've been coming to NASCAR races since 1995, and I have never seen quite this style of racing. Like that pass from the 11, he just drives in way farther than 19 up the track. Before that would have killed your momentum, and he just takes the air. It's fascinating, Marty.
And Steve, Jeff nailed it. That was a battle more than anything else for clean air. At the end of that last run, Denny Hamlin said, wow, that was way different back in the pack. This clean air means everything today. Truex had it, kept the lead. Hamlin's now got it, and he's checking out.
That's what he did at the beginning of the race as well. Led the first 70 laps of this race.
See at the bottom of the screen, Christopher Bell trying his hardest to get by this 12 car up the racetrack. Blaney's going to stay there on the outside. Down the front straightaway. Right behind him, Ross Chastain with a good run. Who's he going to help? Where's he going to go? To the top of the racetrack. Still side by side off of 2.
One thing that's happened with these cars, Junior, is these cars can run side by side better than any cars we've ever seen in NASCAR's history. They're able to run side by side without pulling the air off of that inside car. In the past, Christopher Bell would be sideways loose right here, but you can see how tight he actually got.
Oh, man.
Really close there.
Yeah. A lot of trust between the guy beside you when you drive up the track to him to get the side draft.
And now here's Chastain working to the inside, trying to get by the 12.
I think Chastain has, he might not be quite as good as the Gibbs, but he's one of the better cars in the field, and I think he's suffering from that dirty air we're talking about. If he can clear these guys, get back up in the top 3, I think he has a car to win. He's worked hard after some issues on pit road to try to drive through this field. We mentioned the issue for Bubba Wallace when it actually got Tyler Reddick involved. Bubba Wallace stops. Look right here. Smoked front tires. Reddick runs into him. Has to pit a second time for damage. Currently 25th. We'll have to see how much that damage hurts the 8 car.
Let's go.
Here we go in Mid-Ohio.
Caution has come back out this time for another lightning strike. And so they will be bringing the cars back onto pit road here in just a moment. Again, a mandatory 30-minute waiting period after a lightning strike. And so we've experienced this once already. It was in stage 1 after 41 laps of racing were complete. And now, after 139 laps have been completed, they will bring them back onto pit road for the second time for lightning this evening. Out front, Denny Hamlin was able to get by Martin Truex Jr. Kyle Busch currently in the 3rd spot. So Joe Gibbs Racing really flexing their muscles here, Steve.
Joe Gibbs Racing and the Toyotas. Much was made from their lack of speed at Sonoma. A poor effort by their own accord, right? They didn't have a car inside the top 17. There was a lot of words in the media. Well, whatever that did, whatever that sparked, they have rebounded because they've come here to Nashville with the fastest cars. Truex, unbelievable. Hamlin, great. Really, they're all up there. Bubba Wallace, I think, has a fast car as well. Trouble on pit road, they'll cost him a lap. If he gets fortunate enough to kind of get recovered, I think he can get back up front. But this has been an impressive run out of the Toyotas. That's really the takeaway. Early, we weren't real sure, but the longer we run, it's clear they're the cars to beat.
All right, let's bring the drivers in. Have you seen anything different than the Toyota domination up to this point?
Well, there's a couple Fords kind of hanging around right behind those Toyotas. Blaney and Kevin Harvick, a guy we really hadn't talked about much over the last couple of years, has had some struggles trying to find some speed, especially this year with this new car. Wasn't very good in practice, which you mentioned, Jeff, early in the show, but he's had a great car his whole race. They seem to be improving the car as they go, and he's just kind of hovering right there. We know he's the kind of guy that holds a little bit in his pocket. He might not be showing us all the pace that car has just yet, but he's right back there ready to strike.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes we've seen on pit road. We've seen speed penalties. We've seen teams have to go back in the box, get the wheels back tight. Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace had a problem, just stopped in front of him, and he ran into him. So a lot of problems. Who can get that cleaned up, right? You're not going to win this race if you keep making mistakes.
Crews making their way out to the cars. Again, a mandatory 30 minutes break for the teams after the lightning strike. And so we'll be back with more from Nashville Superspeedway after this. In a weather delay, a lightning strike just a few minutes ago, and so the teams are stopped on pit road now for the second time for a lightning strike. And hopefully, when we fast forward a little over a week, we won't have any issues on the 4th of July weekend. It's a big weekend on Peacock. You've got WWE Money in the Bank. That's on Saturday, Sunday. Also on Peacock, Royals Tigers, that MLB matchup. Then IndyCar on Sunday at Mid-Ohio. That's on NBC and Peacock. Also on Sunday, NASCAR from Road America. Left and right turns there, and that will be on USA. And Macy's 4th of July fireworks on NBC and Peacock as well on Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
We'll take a look at the race recap here. Early on, 11 car of Denny Hamlin jumped out to a pretty good lead. Trackhouse cars hung around there in the top 3. We had a lightning delay, so there was a 30-minute, actually a little longer than 30 minutes as the crew members tried to keep loose. Little contact here on the racetrack. The 24 car had an issue.
24 car had a racket pinion steering issue. Had to pit. There were multiple laps down. Racing continued. Alex Bowman and Corey LaJoie got together. Alex Bowman got turned around. Big damage for him.
14 car here. Briscoe in the 42. Ty Dillon into the wall.
Martin Truex Jr. wins stage 1, fresh off the news that he's coming back next year. All those rumors when they say you got to keep a driver hungry, and he's proven all that wrong. He said, I'm coming back racing next year and having maybe the best race they've had so far this year.
Now we're under another delay for lightning. A little bit of weather in the area. We thought it was past us. Still kind of hanging around.
Drivers that kind of jump off a scoreboard. There's the weather you talked about right there. Just one little cell. Hopefully get by us. But you got McDowell running 9th. That's a great run. Buescher after that 2nd at Sonoma. Bounced back. He's running 11th. Allmendinger after having hot feet literally in the Xfinity car. We talked to him today. Said no blisters, so no permanent damage. But thought he was burning his feet a day ago. He's in 12th. So there's a lot of opportunity out there for guys to have a great day. We've made a lot about Hamlin and Truex, Kyle Busch, because it has been impressive, but there's guys continuing a little bit of a hot streak here.
And there's also some guys that are struggling a little bit. A couple of Hendrick cars. Chase Elliott has had a few issues, but he's trying to work his way back through the field. We know he had a problem on pit road. Kyle Larson's kind of struggled a little bit. It's been a bit of a surprise to me. I know he faded a little bit in the very beginning of the race, but felt like he had top 5, top 10 speed. So they'll work on that car and try to improve there.
And so, once again, under a lightning strike delay, a little weather delay here at Nashville. Stay with us. We'll be back for racing. And while we're under a weather delay here at Nashville Super Speedway, once again, another lightning strike has put us on a 30-minute pause and a few raindrops dropping around the racetrack. Let's check back in with Rutledge Wood and City View as he is in downtown Nashville.
Rick, I'm right outside the historic Ryman Auditorium, and one of the names that has graced this stage so many times is Dolly Parton. That's right. Not only an incredible musician, a humanitarian, just maybe one of the best humans to ever live, but Dolly, you can see her work certainly at the Country Music Hall of Fame. They've got some of her stuff on display there. She also helped us welcoming back to this half of the schedule for NASCAR this year here at NBC, but it's just so cool. Everywhere you look, there's so much history. You know, the Grand Ole Opry was here from 1943 to 1974 when they then moved out to now the Gaylord Center where Opryland is. But there's just so much history everywhere you look, and amazing to know that Dolly Parton has been such a great part of that for so many years. Loves this town, and kind of everywhere you look, you can see a little bit of that Dolly Parton flair, guys.
And to Rutledge's point, Rick, I came in on Thursday and had a chance to speak at a Trackhouse event to some of their partners. They held it at the Country Music Hall of Fame in the boardroom. And myself, my family, we walked around. Just an unbelievable place. Lots made of Nashville, Nash Vegas, Common, the bars and Broadway. It's great. But the history and just the footprint, I would suggest to anyone who makes the trip out here to Nashville Super Speedway, it's worth it. But while in town, you have to go to that Hall of Fame. It was really kind of breathtaking. They have a wide variety of different interactive things, and I mean, it was amazing.
Music City, USA, 60,000 people that live in the Nashville area work in the music industry. That is the most anywhere in the world. So it definitely is the place for music and country music. Dave.
Rick, I wanted to play into the Dolly Parton theme that Rutledge Wood was starting here. And it was fun this weekend when I came down to the garage area. The 9 car of Chase Elliott was one of the first ones I walked over to. And engine tuner Tony Bove kind of eyeballed the opened hood of the 9 car. And he said, take a look inside. And so when I looked inside, he had this picture of beautiful young Dolly Parton taped onto the airbox right there. There she is, Dolly, way back in the day, still going strong at this day. But Tony always has a theme for the weekend, like when they went to Vegas, he had Fuzzy Dice in there, always put something in there. But Tony said, my mom, Nancy, she is a huge Dolly Parton fan. And then when we found out that she was going to do a little something for NBC, as she did lead off our coverage today and give a little history of Nashville and also also a pep talk. You know, Rick, that was pretty amazing. The pep talk that Dolly gave to the world about finding your dreams and living them out, and as she did here in Nashville. So, little story with the 9 car there, kind of fun to share. And Tony Bove, the engine tuner, brought me to it.
Yeah, that's great. And obviously, Dolly Parton, a huge piece of Americana history. And as you referenced it, let's listen once again to Dolly Parton as she talks us through reaching for your dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Dolly Parton.
I have a saying that my desire has always been greater than my fear. And I remember that feeling of the very first time I performed in front of an audience. It was almost like electricity kind of shot through me. It was always my dream to be on stage and perform. One of the things that kept driving me, you gotta get to Nashville, you gotta get to Nashville. Because any stage in Nashville is a magical feeling because you know you're standing on the stage where some of the greatest legends ever have stood. You have to have a lot of faith in who you are. You have to have a lot of confidence in what you believe your gift is. And if you really are capable of thinking you can reach that dream, then you've got to work it. You've got to stay with it. You've got to be willing to sacrifice for it. You really have to put those wings and legs and hands and fingers on a dream, meaning you've got to get out there and do it. You've got to make it happen. It ain't just going to happen.
Oh my God! We won! So damn proud of you.
Everybody wants to do their best at what they think their gift is. And if you really have that burning desire, you feel like it's your duty. It's your job to get out there and have it heard, have it seen. I really think that's what drives most people with a great talent. We burn with that desire and to let people know you've got something that is magical. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nashville.
Under a red flag condition here at Nashville Super Speedway for a lightning strike, and then rain has come now, so you see the jet dryers out on track. I want to focus in a little bit more on Trackhouse Racing, who Justin Marks, the team owner, is based here in Nashville, kind of their second home. Already in just their second full season as a team, and first with 2 cars, they now have 3 wins, 15 top 10 finishes this season. I think they have been the surprise of 2022 when Ross Chastain and Daniel Suarez both were able to get to victory lane and capture their first Cup Series wins. And Marty Snyder had an opportunity to sit down with Justin Marks as well as Ross Chastain and Daniel Suarez. Let's listen in.
Well, obviously we're at Tootsie's, which is part of the Nashville downtown culture. You always use that word, culture, Justin. What does that mean to you?
It's our set of values and our mission every single day, and culture is hugely important. I mean, I think that we're at a point in this sport right now where competition fits kind of more nicely into a box. The fact with this next-gen car, we don't have these sort of like black holes of engineering and expense and aerodynamics that we can all get lost in. And because of that, it opens up bandwidth in these companies to be able to invest in the people. They're writing history and making a difference.
Ross Chastain is going to get his first NASCAR Cup Series win. Here in wine country, Daniel Suarez is going to be the toast of the town.
It's been a rough journey in the Cup Series, and these guys believe in me, Trackhouse Racing.
I think a lot of teams out there, they talk about family working together, but there is a big difference between actually saying it and actually doing it.
Being in the same building that I was in last year with the 42 car and what that building was and to what it is now, it's just smiles.
Have you guys kind of enjoyed having Pitbull as a co-owner?
Such an amazing opportunity to be a part of Trackhouse and the way that we're literally making history.
Yeah, it's wild. I think of him as this guy on stage, and then you get him and he's just like, great job at Talladega. He is a car guy. He wants to compete.
Like, he was at the shop a couple of days ago when we broke the piñata. Everyone was pumped up. Everyone was excited to go to work. Everyone was like, and that's him. You know, he just transferred that energy.
about for you, how's that been to manage as an owner? Because you were quick to defend him after St. Louis.
Denny Hamlin gets hit from behind by Rostad Fade. He wallops the outside Saberberry.
I mean, there was a lot of emotion there, and when competitors say things that they're going to do, I take that personally. We're all learning. I'm very new at this, and I have to figure out where I need to not be variable in the equation and when I do need to step in and do things. But these are my guys, and all 130 people that work for this company are my people, and I've got every single one of their backs.
That's a great organization. Travis Mack, crew chief for Daniel Suarez, also got his first Cup win, and this was his tweet 4 years ago. I got fired from my dream job while on vacation with my family. This vacation week, we are coming off a win, looking forward to the playoffs. Stick with your dreams no matter what. Stay positive, work hard. Travis actually worked for me on the Dale Jr. team way back when. He's exactly what Justin Marks was trying to put together. Justin Marks is leading this. I've had a lot of conversation with a belief, with a culture. He believes that will generate what has to happen on racetrack. He saw this new car as the opportunity that it wasn't about parts and pieces. You have to remember, to break into NASCAR racing in the past, you not only had to be as smart as Rick Hendrick, has as much experience as Rick Hendrick, as much money as Rick Hendrick, but you also had to have the technology and the infrastructure that he's had for decades. Next to impossible to build. Justin saw this was an opportunity. Genius to start a year earlier. Remember, he started a year ago at RCR, kind of figured it out, borrowed some information, bought some information, then he bought Chip Ganassi Racing. The rest is history. Yeah. Just the shop alone. I have been there for years. I've walked around it since Justin's taken over. It's the same building. You wouldn't know it. Just the imaging, the decals, the quotes. It's really remarkable. Culture is the hardest thing in the world, in my mind, to create and to change, and he's done it.
I think the biggest compliment you can pay to Justin Marks and Trackhouse Racing was paid really by Chip Ganassi when he said that he wasn't even thinking about selling his team. And Justin Marks came in, he proposed the deal that he wanted to do to Chip Ganassi Racing, and Chip was like, you know what? That's a great idea. What you're planning on doing is, you're forward thinking, and I think it's an incredible idea to do. He sells the team to Justin Marks, and we're just 2 years from that, and already 3 wins this season for their team.
It's easy to say you're going to do it your own way until the pressure gets turned on. They've started their own way. Nobody had them picked at the beginning of the year. Yeah. I didn't. I don't think you did.
No.
And they're proving us all wrong, really, week in and week out.
All right, let's go down to Dave now. He's caught up with one of the drivers who's having a great race today, Michael McDowell.
He is having a great race, Rick. And then when I walked up to Michael, I said, okay, so we can stop talking about just your Daytona 500 win? And he said yes, because they've been on a pretty good hot streak lately. 5 top 10s in the last 8 races. What's been going on with you, and why has it been so consistently good?
Yeah, I think, it's just Front Row Motorsports bringing fast Ford Mustangs to the racetrack. We've hit on a few things these last few months. Blake Harris, Chris Yergis, all the guys there have done a great job. And it's fun having race cars where you can contend every weekend. So it's been an up and down day, but we're in the top 10 right now. Car's pretty good. Got to make a few adjustments here, but weather coming in and out, making those right adjustments is going to be really important for the next part of this race.
What kind of challenges does this car, compared to the old situation, bring for you on a week-to-week basis? Because we seem to see, except for a couple of exceptions, kind of up and down weeks for everybody. The consistency is hard to get to.
Well, these cars are very sensitive, and so it's very easy to over-adjust and get on the other side of the balance, and it only takes a little bit, and that's what we had right there. We just made an adjustment, track cooled off, temps got a little bit lower, track got faster, and we had to readjust, and just making small, minute changes makes a big swing with these cars. So I think everybody's learning that, figuring out how much you need. Each track's a little bit different. Obviously, with the concrete track, the rubber comes up and down, on and off, and then with the weather, that's another variable. So it's been tough today, but all in all, we've done a good job. Hopefully, we can keep this track position, have good pit stops, and run strong there at the end.
So with 10 races to go to the playoffs, including this one, you're not in a horrible position, 93 points out coming in. Great run at Sonoma, so that was a 3rd place finish. And we have another road course coming up. So, are you targeting that? Are you saying, no, I think, consistently we get in there, or we've got to win? Watkins Glen is my opportunity. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I think that, I think about it one race at a time. Nashville's what's in front of us right now. I want to run good here. I think it's going to take a win for us to get in. I'm not delusional about that. Road America is probably one of my best tracks. Watkins Glen's probably my second. And if I had to do it at Daytona, we got a shot at doing it there. I don't want to wait till that last race to do it, but you know, running where we're running every week, you know, week in and week out, being in the top 10 when we go to those road courses, now we have a legitimate shot at winning the race. So I feel like all the things are moving in the right direction. It's hard to win a Cup race. We all know that. But next week we got Road America, my best track, so hopefully we can get it done in the Love's Travel Stop Ford Mustang.
You know, I forgot about that one because I'm not going to be there. I'll be doing something else for NBC, but that's okay. Thinking of that and this race, this has been a shifting race, right? Has it been all the way through? We thought some drivers were maybe going to let off on that a little bit as the run went on and the tires got worn. What's it been like for you?
This whole season's been a shifting season. I mean, every track for the most part. I mean, there's a few exceptions that we haven't, but even tracks you wouldn't think you typically shift, we've been shifting. I haven't done a lap here not shifting, so maybe I should try that. I don't know. Are other guys doing that? You got to give me some insight.
Let me get back to you when we're off camera here. Steve, did you have a question, or are you going to take this away from us here?
Well, no, I wanted to mention, he mentions his crew chief, Blake Harris. Very impressive. We talk a lot about drivers and teams. I think Blake's doing an amazing job leading that 34 car, Dave, right? A longtime crew member with Truex from Furniture Row, followed that team to Gibbs, a champion in 17. We talk a lot, Rick, about opportunity this car has provided for owners and for drivers, and I just didn't want to overlook the opportunity it's provided for some of the younger crew chiefs as well. I think French thinking, new ideas, matched up with a new car. Michael McDowell's proven that it's working, this 34 car having a career year.
Again, under a weather delay here, a red flag condition at Nashville Super Speedway. We'll hear from more drivers when we come back. As we wait out the rain delay, it gives us an opportunity to chat with a few drivers. And right now, currently in 5th under this red flag condition is Christopher Bell, and he's standing by in the garage.
Yeah, Rick, and we are in a solid building, which I'll tell you is a very good thing right now with lightning and a heavy downpour outside. Christopher Bell is running 5th, his car parked outside. And it wasn't a surprise to you. The car has been good all day, you were saying?
Yeah, I feel really, really comfortable in our DeWalt Camry and feel like we have everything we need to go up there and lead laps. Clean air is obviously king, and hopefully we can get the rest of these laps in because I feel really good about what we got.
On Friday, I talked to Adam a little bit, your crew chief, about your car. He felt like, gosh, we couldn't get out of the 8th to 12th position, and you were fighting things. But the changes that you guys made to qualifying and then toward the race, they really fixed that?
Yeah, Adam and my entire 20 group did an excellent job getting me comfortable in the car. So we knew on Friday that our Camry had a lot of speed in it. It wasn't driving very good, but we were always kind of hovering around that 8th to 10th mark. So we, or at least I felt like if we could get it to drive a little bit better, get me comfortable inside the car, then we'd be able to get up there and compete for the lead. So really like what I have right now. Just wish that I could get the opportunity to mix it up with those front guys.
Jeff Burton pointed something out. You were battling in the pack, and you were side by side with another car. You were the inside car. That used to be really bad, right? And it led to bad things. And he said this car is so much better. Were you feeling that and knowing you had the confidence to race side by side on the inside?
Yeah, it was definitely sketchy at the beginning parts of the season, just learning how much to trust the aero because the cars were already really unstable and tricky to drive. But as we get further into the season, we're learning that these cars don't get affected as much whenever you're side by side as the last year's cars or even like the trucks or the Xfinity cars. So for whatever reason, whenever you're side by side, you're on the bottom, you have a ton of grip and you're not on edge of spinning out all the time. So that's nice. And you know, I think it's provided at least really good restarts and you're able to see guys race side by side a lot easier.
So Christopher, your teammates are Truex and Hamlin, and also, let me see, who's your teammate?
Does it go by Kyle?
Yes. The guy that came from the rear of the field today. So you're the youngest, right? And when you see these guys battling up front, Kyle came from the back, he's up there now. What kind of competitive juices does that get going in you?
Yeah, I mean, just from the start of the green flag, I think Hamlin started on the front and led, and then I was able to move forward from 9th to inside the top 5 right away. So whenever you see that, you know that our company hit on something, and I expected Kyle to be good. He was really good in practice, so I felt like all of us were going to have capability of getting up front, and obviously all 4 of these JGR Camrys are really good. And then looking at the board there, I know Kurt Busch is fast, and Bubba was really good on Friday and saw he had a pit road issues, so it seems like all the Camrys are good today. Hopefully, I just want to race it out and see what we got.
Yeah, so it's frustrating on Friday when you don't have the drivability you want, but then when you see your other guys doing it, you're like, we're going to get there.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that our car had speed in it, and then Adam did a really good job of making the right adjustments to get me comfortable inside the car. And then as soon as they dropped the green flag in the race, I liked what I had, and I was able to, get right up there to the top 4 or 5. So just need to stay up there and you know, I would love to see a long green flag run. That seems like it's been our strength this entire season. And yeah, so I like what we have.
The playoffs are coming, 10 to go, including this race. You're above the cut line. But I've been talking to Adam about that today. He's sort of like, with the number of winners that we've seen this season, I don't like where we are right now. Do you think it's going to take a win for you to be in the playoffs?
I would be surprised if it takes a win to get in. But with that being said, I don't know if there's going to be 3 or 4 points guys get in either. So, you know, the top two, I think it's Blaney and Truex, the top 2 non-winners have kind of separated themselves from the rest of us. So for me, you know, I'm in a really scary position because the top 2 points guys are quite a ways out, and then that cutoff line is getting closer and closer each new winner. So with that being said, we know that we need to win, and going into the season, pointing our way into the playoffs is not really ideal either. So we've wanted to win since day one, and that's our number one focus.
As it is every week. And Steve, I think we decided, and Christopher would agree, you don't want to be 16th. That's the big no-no in the 2022 season.
Yeah, Dave, I think Christopher's right. I also agree we're not going to see 17 winners. That would eliminate a winner, but you don't want to think we're going to get 2 or 3 in on points. And I'll be honest, when I look at this 20 car, they have decent speed. They run good races. The weakness, and this isn't pointing the finger, it's just the numbers. Their pit stops average around 14th or 15th, and I think that's fine if you are a car that runs 14th or 15th, but Christopher drives that thing to the front. I know they're working hard on trying to be more consistent and more and just keeping him in that position. You heard right there he wanted to stay there. I think he was half talking about himself on the restarts, also talking about strategy and pit road, so they are working on it, but I would say that is probably the next step for the 20. If you think you're going to win races, your driver's going to put the spotlight on you when you come on pit road in the top 5. You just have to leave in the same spot. We don't have to win it on pit road, just not lose any. And Rick, what we've seen, the pit stops are so fast. It doesn't even look like a hiccup.
Yeah.
It costs you 3 or 4 spots.
Yeah, we're seeing 9 to 11 second pit stops now. Christopher Bell wants this race to get back underway. He's currently running top 5 and knows he's got a good car. But we are under a rain delay, so we are going to wait it out here in Nashville. Rain continuing here at Nashville Super Speedway. That gives us an opportunity to dive in and learn a little bit more about certain teams. I know we've talked a little bit about Trackhouse Racing and the culture there, but how about the 2 drivers? One that smashes a watermelon when he wins a race. The other one we found out, well, he punches a Taco Pinata. Let's learn a little bit more about Trackhouse Racing, the drivers, and that winning attitude from Marty Snyder.
Who would have spoken? We're 16 races in, 3 victories for Trackhouse.
3 wins. I mean, honestly, every race team comes into the season as drivers. You expect to win, but did you expect this level of success halfway through the season?
Not for me. No, not at all. I mean, I've never done it, so how do we go do it? I have a lot of my same crew from the 42 stayed on the 1 car, and we didn't win last year. We have all the tools to go do it, but going and doing it is just unthinkable how hard it is.
What did the win mean to you personally?
It means a lot, especially for the journey I have had in the Cup Series especially. When I went from the K&N Series to Xfinity, I thought it was easy.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I can't believe it.
It didn't take a lot of time for me to win a championship in the Xfinity Series, but then you go to the Cup Series, and the reality is that it's completely different.
Here they come. Daniel Suarez.
His day is over.
You know, I had a lot of lessons in my Cup career. I felt that a lot of people played me very fair, and some other people didn't.
Were there times where you thought, I'm never going to get back there. I'm never going to have another Joe Gibbs Racing ride. I'm never going to have another Stewart-Haas Racing ride. Were there times where you thought, I'm out?
I didn't want to have another Joe Gibbs Racing. I didn't want to have another Stewart-Haas Racing. I experienced that, and I knew that what I needed was something different. You know, I see all these drivers that I grew up with in the K&N Series, Ryan Blaney, Noah Wallace, Chase Elliott, winning races, and in my mind, I'm like, they're not better than me. I can race with them. I can beat them.
he can run with them and he can beat them. And I want to ask the drivers, have you seen success out of such a young team before in NASCAR?
Well, I don't know that I can remember, you know, a team coming in pretty much brand new and having the speed and pace that they have every single week. And it's a phenomenon that I think is possible because of the next-gen car. A lot of effort has went into understanding and developing that car at their shop. I mean, they got good race car drivers, but the cars have to be complemented, and that starts with the guys that put them together, their team of engineers, using all the alliances and resources that they have to the best of their ability, the crew chiefs for being able to not only, you know, organize and get the cars ready every single week, but picking the personnel, putting the right people in the right place. You know, they just, for it to come together so quickly. And I know there's pieces of Ganassi and there's pieces of this and that, and they've sort of been working on this longer than just a year, but it is really, really impressive because they're the only team in my mind that has been able to build a contender weekly. A lot of these other teams are kind of still big teams, you know, Gibbs, Hendrick, still trying to figure it out. Why didn't we run good? We don't really know. Well, we'll try this, we'll try that, and they're up and down in performance week to week. But Trackhouse seems to have fast cars for Ross and Daniel almost every single week.
You know, if you think about starting a new race team, how overwhelming that is, clearly they had really good people already there. But I think the advantage, you mentioned a new car, also all of the systems in which you build a race car with. So if you think about what it took 5 years ago to build a fast race car, you had design, you had development, you had engineering, you had production, and all of the systems and processes in place to do all those things. With this car, that's not the case. With this car, you take the parts and pieces that you all buy the same, and you figure out how to make them work the best they can work. That's two completely different looks at it. So if you're a Hendrick Motorsports, a Joe Gibbs Racing, a Penske Racing, those big organizations, you have to take this great big ship and turn it into something completely different than what you've been doing for years. I think it was an advantage for these guys to come in and say, you know what, we got nothing. Like, we're just starting from scratch, and we can build this program. You said it. They got Ganassi guys, a lot of people. But the processes and all of those things, you were able to start from ground zero with a new owner. Steve mentioned it, went in, redid the entire shops, made it look brand new, different feel, different attitude, different car. We're going to do it different. And everybody bought in.
And I want to mention one name, and that's Ty Norris. Maybe not everybody knows who that is. But Ty Norris was at DEI when Dad built that organization into a winning Cup team. He was also the head of Michael Waltrip's race team and his Cup effort, built that into a contending winning team. And he is now at Trackhouse and has helped develop them into what they are today. And I think that he doesn't get enough credit. He has, you know, quite a history in this sport, but he doesn't get enough credit, I don't think, for probably some of the performance that they have on the track or the organization they've been able to develop to be able to bring fast cars to the racetrack.
Well, we're still waiting out the rain delay, and we're going to check in with Rutledge Wood when we come back to Nashville and Nashville Superspeedway. Still in a weather delay here at Nashville Superspeedway. The rain has lightened up quite a bit. Still a few lightning strikes in the area. We were talking a lot about Trackhouse Racing and the successes and how to build a successful team. Well, a lot of times it takes a great sponsor, and a great sponsor that will partner up with the team to make it better. And one of those sponsors for the 99 team is Tootsie's, and that is where Rutledge Wood is at now with City View.
Rick, in the words of my friend Justin Danger Nunley, listen, did you know the purple on this building was actually an accident? Now you do, that's right. Tootsie's has a purple color. It became known as the Orchid Lounge, and it was all an accident. It's kind of like how Petty Blue happened at Petty Enterprises. What happened was Hattie Louise Best, better known as Tootsie, bought this place in 1960. It was previously called Mom's, which, when you think about it, is probably a great name for a bar. I'm going to Mom's, but they asked someone to paint it, just spruce it up a bit. She came back a couple days later, and the purple that you see behind us was on the building, and she said, well, you know what? that's what it is now. So pretty cool little slice of history. That's why that purple car looks so good with Daniel Suarez out there. But you know, it's not just a place where you hear great country music. It's also a place to bring friends, to party, to see all kinds of great performances. And one of the best performances that we can think of that's happened at Nashville Superspeedway came about 10 years ago when Pastor Joe stood up there that day and gave a real solid blessing to almost everybody in the crowd. Take a look. We're going to watch this together. You ready?
Yes. Last remain standing for invocation, delivered tonight by Joe Nels.
I like that you have the smile on your face. I kind of wondered, like, did you know what was about to happen?
I knew what I was fixing to do, and people were going to be going, what did he just say? Heavenly Father, we want to thank you tonight for these mighty machines that you brought before us. Thank you for the Dodges and the Toyotas. People always ask, well, was it rehearsed? Was it rehearsed? The only thing that happened was the night before I was on the phone with a friend of mine. I was like, you know I've got to do something different. Thank you for GM Performance Technology and the R07 engines. And he said, you ought to thank sponsors like the drivers do. Thank you for Sunoco Racing Fuel and Goodyear tires that bring performance and power to the track. And so that was in my head going in, and then well, you hear what came out after that. Lord, I want to thank you for my smoking hot wife tonight, Lisa. My two children, Eli and Emma, or as we like to call them, the little E's. Lord, I pray you bless the drivers and use them tonight. May they put on a performance worthy of this great track. In Jesus' name, boogity, 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 amen.
But I mean, look at the joy in the stands.
Carl said that day, he said, if anything happens to me on this track and I die, make sure that guy's at my funeral. I want him doing funerals.
Drivers, start your engines!
You know, a lot of times we watch people do the command, and we're able to kind of judge, like, oh, that one was pretty good. They need a little more. Is it the same way for a pastor?
Every time. I'd like to say I know, but every time I'm watching them going, okay, you got my spot. Let's see what you got. And I'm like, no, same old, same old. Every now and then, though, somebody does seem to bring it.
Unbelievable. What a guy. Hey, when we come back, we're going to catch up with Austin Cindric. Until then, I'm going to try to order another Steve Letarte. Y'all take a look inside Tootsie's, the world-famous downtown Nashville, right here on Broadway.
...2022 kicked off in a very special way for young Austin Cindric, starting his first full season as a Cup Series driver, winning the Daytona 500. No better way to get your first ever win in the Cup Series. And what a night it was. And so Austin Cindric becomes one of 4 drivers now who have got their first win in 2022. And Austin, here at Nashville Superspeedway, obviously our second rain delay or lightning delay of the race. But do you kind of feel a sense of warmth knowing that you got that first win out of the way, the very first race of the season?
Yeah, obviously a lot of dreams coming true there. I've never seen that angle of Jeremy Bullins celebrating on the pit box like that. And I think that's made my day. So that was obviously a really special moment. Like I said, a lot of dreams coming true, not just for me, but for all the guys on the 2 car. And that's awesome. I can't believe I've never seen that angle of that. But no, obviously a great way to start a year and hard to follow it up.
Austin Dale Jr. here in the booth. Man, how's your race going so far? We know you had some troubles. What were those problems? Have you got them fixed? How's your car driving?
Yeah, first problem was the driver drove his race car really slow in qualifying. Second of which, we got up inside the top 15 and, you know, had a loose tire, had to pit under green. So that kind of put us behind and kind of been fighting for the lucky dog since then. So I think this rain delay probably helps us out a little bit with having some more opportunities with the stage break coming up. So I think we have a fast Duracell Menards Ford Mustang. Just track position is such a premium. I mean, you've seen guys that have been running up front today get back outside the top 20 and not be able to make it up. So got a few things to work on, but got to get that track position. That's definitely the name of the game, but got to get back on the racetrack first.
So, Austin, obviously an incredible win for the Daytona 500, a rookie. How about the rest of your rookie year? How's it gone?
I would say in some ways, probably to expectations. You know, I certainly expected to struggle some days, and I feel like I'm surrounded by good enough people, and I've got enough experience to have some good days run inside the top 5 and top 10. And that's what I want to do consistently. And, you know, it's been hard to pick and choose somewhat with having the new car. And I don't think there's really any team that's really been able to come up with a consistent package week to week that's put them competitive week to week. So navigating that has certainly been tricky, but it's been really fun. I love racing in the Cup Series because you know you're racing the best. And I know everybody says that, but you also expect everybody to make high percentage moves and be able to race close door to door, side by side. And it's a lot of fun. And I think it's hard to give yourself perspective until you go out and do it. There's no higher level than the Cup Series. You know, you spend your whole career as a young driver trying to move up, and there's no moving up past the Cup Series. That's why you got guys that have been doing this, winning races for a couple decades. So it's been fun, a lot to figure out still, but we've had some good runs lately, have some speed, just try to put it all together.
Austin, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate your time, and best of luck for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Well, Austin kicked the season off, the season of first-time winners, winning the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. Then Chase Briscoe busted through at Phoenix. Big smile, that first win. Then Ross Chastain, you want to talk about a celebration? The watermelon was smashed at Circuit of the Americas. And then a couple weeks ago, Daniel Suarez goes to victory lane at Sonoma.
Still under a rain delay here at Nashville Super Speedway. 139 laps complete of the 300-lap race from here at the 1 1/3 concrete oval. And the driver of the second Petty GMS entry, the 42, Ty Dillon, standing by with Parker.
Right, Rick, and I can tell you the rain has lessened up a little bit, so that gives some hope for later tonight to get this thing going. Let's talk about your race. You had a lot of speed early on, drove from basically around 30th all the way into the top 20, towards the top 15, and then the 14 took you out. What happened in that incident?
Yeah, I still haven't caught a replay of it. I just kind of saw it in my left side mirror. He was inside, and I just saw the nose, the red nose coming to my door, and that's never a good sign. Usually you have a little twitch to try to give him some room, and there wasn't enough space there. So unfortunately, he took us out of a day that we were really excited about. We were leaning in the positive direction.
So here's a replay for you. You see Ross Chastain there going with the 14.
Yeah, you know, two of the guys that race really hard early in a race, no matter what part of the field they're in. Yeah, it's just I don't know what you do different there on my part. Just I was in the wrong spot doing my job, I guess. But yeah, those guys race really hard throughout the field all the time. I think some better discernment at what time of the race you're in, and what you're doing, what car you have at that time is probably something to think about going forward. That's what I told Chase afterwards, and just unfortunate, it ruined our day. You know, we wanted to start the second half a lot more positive. We ended the first half, and we were doing that. We were cracking the top 18. I think we were going to really have a good shot at possibly around the top 10. And so I'm really happy with the speed. You got to take the positive away. We have a car that should really have 2 front clips put on it right now, the way how hard we hit, and we're still on the lead lap. And that last time we fixed enough to where I could hang on the back of the guys on the lead lap. So I don't know if I want us to keep going or if it calls it at halfway. I think we might be able to get some more guys and capitalize on what's been an up and down day, but we can take positives, and that's the speed, and I'm happy about that.
Let's talk about that for a second. You've been in the Cup Series a long time. A wreck like that any year prior, you guys are packed up, you've already head home. I mean, you're still racing, and you think you can make up positions. Like, that's incredible.
Yeah, I hit so hard I wasn't sure I didn't chip a tooth there. I backed in so hard. It's just these cars are really solid when you back them in, and yeah, I drove off, and I'm like, well, okay, my steering wheel is probably, you know, a notch off. So I changed that in the pit stop. I'm like, okay, we're back straight there. And they're beating under the front splitter, the diffuser underneath, and it was really loose taking off. We kind of worked on it, and we got it somewhat competitive. I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but I can drive it hard enough, and God willing, we'll come out of here with a good day and build off of what we had from the beginning of the race and go into a road course at Road America that I really look forward to, and I think we'll have a good day there too.
So let's talk about Ty Dillon for the last couple of years. You fell out of the Cup Series, worked your way back, clawed your way back. How did you get back here from being out of the Cup Series doing limited starts in the Xfinity Series?
A lot of good people in my life, beginning with my wife and my family and everybody that supports me, just pushing me to keep going, keep calling. I called every owner in this garage asking for an opportunity. And even when I thought other manufacturers, because of my family's history, wouldn't give an opportunity, I was given opportunities. And I'm so grateful for everybody last year that gave me a chance to
continue to show what I can do. And I got to race for Joe Gibbs, which is, I would never thought I would got that chance, and learned so much just around that organization, everybody there. They were so embracing of who I am and bringing me in. I learned so much. The results weren't there, and then I went over back to Chevy with Our Motorsports, and we had some really good results, and things started moving in the right direction. I got a call from Mike Beam about GMS racing at the time. Him and Maury Gallagher were putting together their ideas of what they wanted to do, and I said, I'm in. I just want a chance to show everybody what I can do. And as things have come together in the last 10 or 12 months, we're a 2-car team, Petty GMS, and we're moving in the right directions. I've been a little bit frustrated with the first half of the year, the way we've ran, because we've shown glimpses. We just haven't had that consistency. I think once we start nailing in that consistency, we're going to be a team to contend with. I know I can win races against the best. I've done it at all the other series, just putting it together here at the Cup Series. And we have great partners like Black Rifle Coffee and Ferris Mowers that are coming on and helping this program. We're looking for more and excited for the future, and being a part of this program with Maury Gallagher and Mike Beam is really fun, and to have the king in our corner too. I'm very blessed to do what I do, and I know I can win races, Parker. It just, and you know it too. You feel it in your heart, and you just want everything to come together at the right time, and you got to keep positive. And there's times where you want to give up, but you just got to keep going and just have the idea of no quit no matter what, and it's going to happen. So I've got people like Michael McDowell who win races now and have made it through that time in their career, and they're inspiration to me, and I know it's going to happen.
Well, thanks for coming over and hanging out with us.
Thanks.
Rick?
Yeah, and we heard from Michael McDowell earlier, and now Ty Dillon. And again, 4 first-time winners in the Cup Series already in 2022. So many opportunities out there. Air Titans are hard at work here at Nashville Super Speedway. The rain has lightened up a bit. We're going to be signing off of NBC, but when racing resumes, if that's later tonight, we believe it will take approximately an hour and a half to dry the track. They think the earliest they can get back going would be 10:30 Eastern time. That will be on USA. If the racing does not resume tonight, it will be tomorrow at noon also on USA. So that is where you will be able to see the remainder of this race on USA Network. Okay, so we have seen 139 laps. We were about 10 shy of getting to that halfway point, but we also have seen some flashes of greatness out of Joe Gibbs Racing. Denny Hamlin led quite a few laps. Martin Truex Jr. also quite a few laps as well.
Well, at this point, it's all about leadership of a team, right? You can talk about the weather, you can talk about the delay, how long it's going to be, but the simple fact is this is one of 26 races that make up the regular season. You have to get your team focused, your driver focused, make sure whenever this resumes, it matters. Don't let this delay get you off of your game, because when we leave Daytona at the end of the regular season, you want to be one of those teams in the playoffs. There's a lot of teams that are still looking for a seat at that table.
All right, let's bring the drivers back in. And what we have seen up to this point, is there a favorite out there right now, guys?
Well, I know the Joe Gibbs cars and Toyotas are fast, but this track's going to be completely different than these guys have faced all weekend long. A lot cooler temperatures, greener racetrack with the rain. So your car might not drive the same way. It might drive a little bit different for the rest of the race tonight.
Who's going to use this time right here where they can go and look at data, run simulations, spend this time understanding that change that's going to happen in this racetrack? All the rubber is getting washed off, sprayed off. This is the coolest the racetrack would have been at any point that they've ever been on this racetrack, including last year. So who's going to understand what changes to make, take advantage of it? There's an opportunity right there for somebody that's running not good enough to win this race to make the right changes to put themselves in position.
It's the NASCAR Cup Series from Nashville Super Speedway. The Ally 400 about to get back underway from this 1 1/3 concrete oval as the drivers are strapped back into their cars, firing the engines up now. Crews stretching back out, getting ready to go after a lightning and rain delay of almost 2 hours. And now with the track dry, they're about to roll off of pit road. They'll then dry that portion of pit road where the cars are currently. And we'll be back to racing here shortly. And alongside Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton, Dale Earnhardt Jr. All right, guys, this kind of a delay, you've got, almost half of the race under your belt. What have you learned, and how confident do you feel that your car is going to handle the same way when you get back out on the track?
Yeah, it won't handle the same way. This is definitely conditions that they haven't practiced or raced in all weekend. It's been really, really hot. They practiced throughout the afternoon, raced earlier today. The track rubbered up all the way to the wall, put a lot of rubber down in that heat. And I'm just not sure what type of racetrack we'll have going forward. With those lower temperatures, cooler temperatures, that should feed the race a little bit closer to the bottom of the racetrack and change the handling of several of these race cars. So some of these teams are going to have to work hard under the future pit stops to try to dial those cars back in.
With this added grip, because of the cooler temperatures, the cars are going to travel more. And that completely changes the way these cars drive. Attitude of the car is huge. So the drivers are going to have to pinpoint very quickly, hey, here's what my car is doing. They're going to have to get very aggressive on pit stops about making changes to keep up with this racetrack.
Aggression's going to be key, Rick. Jeff Burton just said it. I believe, we still have 160 laps to go. The radar looks like it's clearing out. We're assuming we're going to run this whole thing, so these crew chiefs, at some point, you can't completely give up on track position, but you may pit. Like right now, we're only been about 20 laps since the last pit stop. You may come down just to get ahead on those adjustments. You've been talking with your engineers, talking with your driver. You have at least a guess on which way. The first guy to get there soonest with the correct balance and the correct adjustments will have a huge advantage.
I also think that we shouldn't assume that these guys are thinking we're going to go all the way to the end. You get one rain shower this late in the night, we're almost halfway. So some of these guys might have this mentality, as soon as they drop the green flag, we might be racing for the win. So you can expect to see a very aggressive restart.
We basically just listed all the reasons I do television. Because these crew chiefs down here, they got knots in their stomachs. I mean, this is, the playoffs are coming. The pressure is here. There's a lot of teams that aren't where they want to be. And flip it. How about Denny Hamlin? Had a great race. He's led 78 laps. Now you don't want to be the guy that gives away what was the most dominant race car. So it's pressure-packed.
Let's get a few updates. We'll start with Parker.
Right, and you guys were talking about the weather, just listening to Rodney Childers talk to Kevin Harvick here. They ran about 15 laps on these tires, and they were just discussing whether to pit or not. Although it is clear right now, it is dry. There is still weather in the area. There's pop-up showers, and so he basically was asking Kevin if he felt like on a green track with those 15-lap tires, if they really needed tires, and if we're only, 10 laps away from halfway here, and once we get past halfway, this race could be official. So some decisions still being made on pit road with this rain in the area, Dave.
Parker, the youngest Joe Gibbs Racing driver, Christopher Bell, running 5th right now. Talked to us during the rain delay about seeing his teammates up there, motivating him to do what he knows he can do, which is run as fast as them. And after working on this car all weekend, they have it drivable for Christopher, raceable for Christopher, and now we'll see what he can do with the veterans up there. To that point about adjustments, so Parker, they may need to go in that direction as well and see where the track is going. Heck, come down pit road, make those adjustments, and again, try to be the ones who guess the best, Marty, to see where this place is going to head in the next several laps.
Dave, you mentioned Christopher Bell sitting in 5th, the worst of the Joe Gibbs Racing drivers. I mean, they have been dominant in the first part of this race. The other drivers sitting 1, 2, 3 with Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., and Kyle Busch. But that was in temperatures way different than they are right now. As Junior mentioned, it was 102 with the real feel when this race started. Now it's 75. I talked to Denny Hamlin right before he climbed in the race car. He said, I have no idea what to expect. So to that point, Steve, a lot of teams, even the teams up front in the top 10, top 5 maybe, are thinking about coming down and pitting, making some drastic changes because nobody is prepared for these type of conditions because it was so hot in practice earlier this week.
And as you go down the running order, someone's going to say, good for you. Right? Is it Micah McDowell in 9th? I know he doesn't want to, get on the wrong side of the strategy, but we mentioned the pop-up showers. Is he the first guy that stays on the racetrack? We saw, a Daytona race be won with lightning. We've seen Pocono won in fog. So, you know, someone's going to stay out and try to, I don't even want to call it steal a victory, but get a victory that perhaps we didn't see coming when this race was running earlier today.
Drivers weaving back and forth. You take a look behind the pace truck here, the Pace Cam Coca-Cola cam.
They have to dry off pit road where the cars were sitting and want to be able to open pit road up for the teams to make some pit stops, but can't do that until we have a very safe outside groove down pit road.
Well, as this happens, the magic number is 150 laps. We're at 142 right here. Once 150 laps are complete, this race is official. That's halfway.
Can be official if
correct.
It's
it's not the end of stage 2 anymore. It can be official. So therefore, that puts a little bit more pressure on all of these decisions we're discussing.
Why does that change? I mean, I guess if it's not official, you can pit and lose that track position. But if you think that we're going to roll past that point before we get back to green, right? Well, while we wait on this pit road to dry and then pit road opens up, there is rain in the area, Steve. So then what do? You probably stay out if you're one of those teams in the top 5 on those 15-lap tires with rain in the area this late.
I think it depends on how many wins you have on the season, maybe.
Let's dive into a race recap as to what took place getting us to this point.
Well, you mentioned it. Joe Gibbs Racing has dominated this race. Started right at the drop of the green flag. Denny Hamlin jumped out to a big lead. Lightning strike. Calls a red flag.
Yeah, the delay, the first delay, and when we came back racing, it was the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. wide, showing his dominance. The 24 of William Byron, though, had a mechanical issue. He had to go to the garage. They were able to repair it, but now they're many laps down. His teammate, Alex Bowman, contact with the 7 of Corey LaJoie, heavy damage to the 48.
See the 14 and 42 cars, they get together. Ty Dillon feels like they've made their car a little bit better. It feels like they're somewhat competitive. Martin Truex Jr., fresh off the news, he's coming back next year, win stage 1.
And then our friend the weather came. Lightning, and then rain, and then track drying. But here we are now. The track is looking good. Pit road getting closer as we get going here. The big movement actually on pit road as I look out the window, getting dry there. That's, you know, people ask, why is that important? Safety, right? I was one of these crew members that jumped over a pit wall. You don't want to go head-to-head with a 3,500-pound race car, and you can't ask these drivers to not compete. Even on pit road, it's a competition. They're trying to optimize everything, so NASCAR needs to get it in a more, I'll call it comfortable or confident situation that everybody can be in control of their cars.
And you see that Dover dryer right there. They brought in some extra equipment from across the series, anticipating the necessary work to be done to dry the track, so that's good.
And again, they're now just working on pit road where the cars were parked. They had dried the rest of pit road when the cars were still parked on there as they had dried the track. And so just a small little area of pit road that they're working on to get dry as the cars work their way around the 1 1/3 miles. Hamlin, Truex Jr., Kyle Busch, and Christopher Bell, the Joe Gibbs Racing foursome, currently in the top 5 right now, only separated by Harvick, who is looking for a win and has been for 2 years now. Have the opportunity to check in with Denny Hamlin, who's out in front of this field. Jeff?
Hey, Denny's guys up in the booth. How you doing? Let's try him one more time. And Denny Hamlin, guys up in the booth. How are you?
Doing good.
Well, over 80 laps led tonight. Looks like you got a fast race car. How do you feel about the rest of the night with this track changing?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, when it was hot and slick is probably when we're at our best. That's just kind of our usual trend, but we all got a new track now, so we're going to adapt to it. Hopefully keep this ground Camry up front that I think it's fast enough that and adaptable enough that it's got some speed in it that we can handle.
So, Denny, we were discussing the track temps and how they've changed so much. Tell us and the fans what your role is in understanding what this car needs to do different and get that information to the team as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got to do that. It's going to be important for us to kind of get the feedback We haven't really had this situation on the concrete track this year where we had a rain delay, we're coming back, and you know, from day to night, and let's see what the balance change is. We know what it was in the old car, but trying to predict it for this new one is going to be a challenge. So we're going to guess and see how it goes.
Well, Danny, we appreciate you letting us ride along, buddy. Have a good rest of the night.
Thank you.
You see right there in the bottom of the pylon exactly what Denny's talking about. Not just a clean racetrack, but the temperature, 94 degrees. And now while the humidity's gone up, the temperature has dropped nearly 20 degrees. That is a major shift, both in car balance, mechanical expectations, pace, as Jeff talked about. Even if your car drives the same, it's going to be going faster. So will that tax the front or the back, or will you perhaps over travel? I mean, where these things are fine-tuned, I mean, to the, you know, 1/8 of an inch of travel or 100,000ths of an inch. So a big pickup in pace can be a challenge.
It was an interesting conversation, I thought, Junior, with Denny Hamlin right there, and he's, hey, we haven't been in this situation before. We haven't been on a concrete track where we were running. Then we get a rain delay. We got to make changes. They don't know. I mean, they're learning on the fly right here.
Let's check back in with Dave on the 9 car.
Yeah, Rick, while Chase Elliott was buckling into his Chevrolet, had a chance to lean in and say, so you had a chance to make a major adjustment on your race car earlier and then run some laps before the rain. And folks will remember that they had a pit stop snafu, so they pitted again to make the major adjustment in the right rear of the car to try to get that right rear out of the air a little bit, make it not as loose. The right rear was just kind of up in the air. I said, did that help? Even though the track is changing now, did you get it balanced then? He goes, no. It was still very, very loose. So we'll see how that works. Steve, I don't know if a car that was so loose earlier is going to automatically grip up a little bit with these cooling temperatures. How does that usually work? You know, not necessarily the new car, but how did it traditionally work?
Well, to go back to what Denny said, we don't know about this car. My gut and my history would say that the cooler the racetrack, the more grip, but normally in the front. So loose normally would be worse at a place like the 600 when it cools. We're all going to learn together, though, when we see the green flag right here. This is important for everyone, but the tendency would be, in my mind, to get freer.
It's been an impressive night already for Joe Gibbs Racing, especially Kyle Busch, who started at the back of the field. He's all the way up to third. Let's see if we can dial him up on the radio, Jeff.
Hey, Kyle, it's Burton. You got us?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think it's fair to say you've probably passed the most cars on the racetrack tonight. What do you need to get by those two teammates in front of you?
Yeah. A little bit of help in 3 and 4. Just feel like 1 and 2's not bad, pretty easy. But 3 and 4 have a tight spot there right down in the center, have to slow up too much, and those guys seem to be rolling through there a little bit better. So if we can find out what trick that is, we'll have something for them.
Kyle, appreciate it, buddy. Have a good rest of the night. Thanks for taking some time.
Thank you.
We got off the radio because it looks as though pit road is cleaned up enough that they will be sending them down pit road. We didn't want to be involved in communications when they're calling him onto pit road.
Yeah, decision time. A lot of conversation up here. We'll see what teams decide to pit. 39 laps to go in this stage. They should all have enough fuel to make it to the end of the stage, so that wouldn't be your decision. It would be adjustments, or if you feel new tires are an advantage, a little bit of question mark about the weather. So there's going to be a few assumptions and a lot of guessing in what the right call is here.
You know, if you're looking at the radar, a second ago I was nervous about pitting. Now it's looking like it's a little bit better, like we might actually get several laps here, finish this race. So anybody's guess, but I think that we're in good shape, so these guys probably come down pit road and work on these cars.
You never know with pop-up showers on such a very warm evening as a few cars are making their way onto pit road. Parker?
And it was a super late call for Kevin Harvick from Rodney Childers. He first said, just follow the two in front of you, and then just said, let's come, let's come. So he comes down here to pit road. They were deciding if they wanted to pit or not with the weather in the area. It's going to be 4 Goodyear tires for Kevin Harvick.
Really split decision.
Oh, a little contact on pit road.
Yeah.
Christopher Bell, the 78.
Yeah, B.J. McLeod coming in. Christopher Bell trying to go out, and contact was made between the 78 and the 20. How much damage was done to Christopher Bell? That'll be the question.
20 was running in the 5th position when he chose to pit. Let's take another look at it, Junior.
Right here, the 78's trying to get in his stall. The 20's leaving his stall. There you see BJ BJ thought Christopher would just slow down. Boom, there's the contact. Now they're both trying to go forward. Christopher knows that was a hard hit.
Guys, he radioed in. He says, I don't think I hit too hard. And then from up above, they've looked at it a little bit and said, I don't think you're that bad off. So the 20 appears to be okay.
Yep. Many months ago, that would have probably snapped the toe link, bent the toe link. They have since re-engineered those, beefed them up a little bit, just made them bigger. And they are taking better hits. Now when they do hit, they bend mounts, bolts and things like that. But at least it's a little bit beefier than it was at the start of the year. So he should be in good shape.
Pit road is a dangerous place, and it's a good thing. Look at this 3 team. What if they were one pit stall further up? Those guys are actually into the side of that car with guys over the pit walls. That shows you how dangerous pit road can be.
Right, and you ask yourself how that happens. Well, if both cars were on the lead lap, I would say the car entering has the right of way. The car leaving has to concede the position. I think right there, if I'm the crew chief of the 20 calling him out of the box, I'm assuming the 78 is going to concede because he's a couple laps down. Now, that doesn't mean he's in the wrong. I'm just saying that would be my mentality. If I'm the crew chief of the 20, I'm assuming the 78 is going to give way to us, and I'm going to probably make the same mistake and call my car out of the pit box and probably have the same issue.
So the field bunching back up again. And we'll see when they go by this next time if they will begin to choose which line they want to restart in. Again, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch, all staying out. We saw Kevin Harvick, who was in 4th. He came to pit road.
Yeah, so basically 10 cars have stayed on the racetrack. Hamlin to Harrison Burton. So the front, I'll call it 5 rows, but we haven't done the choose. You'll have a little bit of movement around there. And we'll just see how it cycles around between adjustments and new tires and aggressive. How, we saw Truex go to the top 3 wide and make moves. Here's the choose right here. So teammates top, bottom, 18 goes to the top. Pretty even decisions. And on the left side, you see that last pit and kind of where they line up. So you're counting in, Jeff? What are you thinking? I mean, that's a lot. Top to bottom and the spotters and where you got to line up.
It's really an easy thing. If you're a spotter, you're basically picking one side or the other, inside or outside. You're telling your driver how many are in only that line, and then he can choose, knowing how many are in that one side, whether he wants to go to that lane or the other one. So if you're in 18th and your spotter says 7 on the inside, well, that means you're going to gain a few spots if you go down there.
And there are times that you may be willing to give up a row because you think the row in front of you is faster or that your car is better in the outside or the inside lane. There's other times you would, no matter what, you want to just get up as far as you can. With 36 to go in this stage, I think you just want as much track position as you can, the shortest road.
When they get the green flag, it will be officially halfway of this 300-lap race. They will have completed 150 laps. Denny Hamlin will restart on the outside. Martin Truex Jr. on the inside. He has been great in that outside line. We'll see what he can do on the inside. Back to racing in Nashville. This part right here is what has always impressed me about race car drivers. It's been 2 hours. The track is completely different, and they are wide open here at the 1 1/3 miles. And still side by side for the lead.
Teammates up front, we've seen this all race long. Still battling side-by-side. Truex trying to stay on that quarter panel. It's going to keep him even down the front straightaway. He moves away to try to not allow him to side draft. Takes a really shallow entry.
How How in the world can that car stay on the yellow line like that with that shallow entry?
It's going to hurt him a little bit, I think. I don't know how he's able to stay right there. Finally, Denny is clear. You can hear the spotter. Go where you want to go here. I think with the low, with low temperatures, must be so much grip, Jeff, that they're able to, shallow entry these corners.
Let's see, we heard Kyle Busch say that he felt like his weak point was in the middle of 3 and 4, was a little bit tight. Here's the one car. Chastain's been fast all night.
And new tires, Jeff. He was one of the cars that pitted, so he has newer tires in the car in front. We'll see if that benefits. An aggressive move right there from Harvick to block the 16. The 16 did find his way to the inside of the 4.
Really tight there between A.J. Allmendinger and Kevin Harvick. And still very tight between these two.
A couple hard-headed drivers right there. A.J. and Harvick, they're kind of similar in disposition. Oh, man.
A.J. right up in front of Harvick.
Harvick almost with a crossover there, trying to get to that left rear. A.J.'s going to block a little bit down into 1.
Harvick's not going to like that.
Not at all.
He takes his air away, though, and look at the difference. It gives A.J. a little bit of breathing room.
And pulling away. So Allmendinger getting by the 4 and then pulls away to about a 3-car length advantage. About 4-car lengths separating the top 2, Hamlin and Truex Jr. Kyle Busch, Blaney, and Kurt Busch, the top 5. Chastain, McDowell, Chase Elliott, Buescher, Logano, the top 10.
As the field settles in, Rick, great battle here between the 5 and the 16 on board with Allmendinger. Kyle Larson gets to his outside. Those new tires have settled in, right? They kind of made a little bit of an advantage maybe on the restart, but old tires continue to lead.
As green as this racetrack was thought to be because of the rain, it's actually putting rubber down rather quickly. Or there's still some good rubber out there from earlier, and these guys are using more than just the bottom of this racetrack. I was thinking this thing might get right to the bottom, as cool and as late as it is, but there's still some grip in that second groove, maybe even the third groove.
Allmendinger has lost a couple spots. He lost that spot that he was fighting with Harvick with. And now to Larson, also a position.
Yeah, Larson went down and took his air, and you saw him have to lift. And the 21 here, Burton, is underneath him going in the corner. AJ's just trying to stop the slide here back to the field.
And Allmendinger, a driver that came down to pit road and got 4 fresh tires.
Harrison right there trying to take this position for 13th. Harrison's had a difficult year this year trying to find his footing, but a good run tonight in this Wood Brothers number 21.
They had good speed earlier when Chase Elliott had his problem on pit road. They got blocked in, lost all their track position, been trying to earn it back ever since.
Speaking of Chase, he's on the inside of McDowell there for 7th.
Chase clears him and moves up the racetrack, has that 7th spot. McDowell back to 8th. A little further forward, Blaney and Kurt Busch fighting for the 4th position. Hamlin back out front. He's led 99 laps. It's the most laps Denny has led in a race this season. 163 laps led between the two cars on the screen. Denny Hamlin has 105 and Martin Truex Jr. 58. And once again, they're fighting for the top spot, searching for grip and fresh air. And so the two continue to battle for the lead. Marty.
Boy, how about these Toyotas? 1, 2, 3, 4 right now. The battle for the lead. Top of your screen, the battle for fourth on the bottom of your screen. And I asked Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin both about racing each other hard. Denny told me it's worth it. The clean air means everything tonight. And Truex said, in that first run when I led all those laps, I pushed my car too hard. But if I have an opportunity, even though I have to push my car a little bit harder than I would like, I will go grab the lead. Trying to do that right now, Parker.
And Marty, one of the few cars that seems like it could contend with the Toyotas in front of him was Ryan Blaney there in the 12 cars. You look, a battle for the lead. Martin Truex goes to the bottom, guys.
Truex is trying to find a way around. He gets the run off the high side, but Denny, goes defensive and says, well, you're going to have to pass me on the bottom, and that's tough for Truex to do. You can see it. Truex back to the top of the racetrack, and it's try the same thing over again. Try to get that run off of 2. He's a little faster than Denny right now, but Denny wants to stay out front. We talked about the clean air. He's not going to give this spot away to his teammate.
Gave him the high line once again, and Martin Truex Jr. has taken it. We've seen him make some great moves on the outside tonight.
And Martin just 1 inch at a time, right? Just a little bit of the time on that outside.
Right here.
Yeah.
Gets right to the quarter panel. He's in the gas. He's there. That's going to be able to give him the spot. Denny might try to fight.
Martin right by, and he is now leading here at Nashville as Denny Hamlin fights back on the inside.
Oh, yeah, I'm surprised Denny's able to hang right there. Oh, not a great corner for Truex. Denny back to the inside.
A little bit lower for Martin Truex Jr. this time.
Interesting, he's not just drove away and cleared him easily. I thought Truex's car was much better.
We'll pull away. Coming back to 13 you go. Coming back to 13 to go. When your speed test, he was running higher and getting wide open quicker.
So they're hustling Denny to try to remind him about, oh, Denny had a little moment right there. Got a little tight off the corner, but they're hustling him to try to fight, try to stay up here and try to hang in there and try, win this stage. He gave up a point, finishing second to Truex in stage 1. Marty.
Hey, Junior, one of the things that factored into the factor that Martin Truex Jr. was willing to push his car a little bit more on this run with so few laps left in this stage. Remember, when he pushed the car hard in that stage 1, he got very loose and the right rear went away very quickly. But there's only 13 to go in the stage, so he felt like he could be a lot more aggressive here. It paid off. He's in the lead, trying to win stage 2 like he did stage 1.
I thought what was really interesting right there is they were given information about, hey, when he runs the outside, he's able to get in the gas wide open sooner. They're looking at the SMT data, giving the drivers information, so he understands exactly where the speed needs to come from, Marty. I'm sorry, Parker.
Well, Jeff, as we were saying earlier, Ryan Blaney looked like one of the few cars that could contend with those Toyotas, but he's been dropping like a rock here in the last couple laps, all the way back to 7th. He was running 4th earlier and just far too tight in that race car. They were tighter earlier today, even when he went for the lead at one point in this race, but they've been just trying to loosen up. He hoped the cooler temperatures and less rubber on the racetrack would loosen that car up for them, but it has not been the case as they get later into this stage, falling back to the field right now out of the top 5.
Coming up on 10 to go in stage 2. Those of you that are playing NASCAR Fantasy, make sure to check your lineups because you'll have to move your garage pick out of the garage prior to the conclusion of stage 2. Dave.
Rick, you might have had Michael McDowell on the borderline of your garage there because he was one of the cars that stayed out trying to limit the damage. It's tough to do. Michael's been fighting. He restarted 5th, but he's fallen back to 10th. Remember, did not pit. They'll look for adjustments to try to keep this 34 up in the top 10 and further later on tonight.
We question who's going to make adjustments, which car would maybe find more speed as the track has cooled. This is a car, guys, early in the race. I didn't think anything special. Definitely not Kyle Larson in 5-car-esque, not what we saw a year ago here at Nashville. But since this restart, this 5 of Kyle Larson is continuing to run top 2 and 3 laps, Dave.
And Steve, he didn't have anything special. He said it to his team over the radio. But just think about how this crew is operating now. Crew Chief Cliff Daniels suspended from the races for 4 weeks. He's operating electronically to the team. They had all that time to talk about what was happening with Kyle's car during that break. They've gotten it together. They made an adjustment on that pit stop. And Kyle Larson is coming through the field now. May have something to say before this night's over.
Dave, that is great information. We knew he wasn't here, but I just never thought about just going in the truck, picking up the phone, getting on Zoom, having a face-to-face with your crew chief. Looks like it's working for the 5 as he's attacking Ryan Blaney now, although the battle for the lead, Rick, is definitely not dwindling. That 11 will not go away.
Well, and we saw this at the end of stage 1. It looked as though Martin Truex Jr. was going to pull away, but then Denny kept just chipping away at that lead, and he's doing it once again, and he did it the exact same way. He goes to the bottom of the racetrack, closes the gap up, and then he will try to get a little bit closer and potentially even try the slide job on Martin Truex Jr.
We know that Truex had gotten looser earlier in the race, and that's how Denny was able to run him down. Martin does look like he's struggling with the balance on that car. What's the talk about the 11 car, Marty?
We were talking about this over on NBC. We'll tell the USA audience. Denny told me earlier this weekend, second place in a stage means nothing to my race team. We've thrown in the towel on points. All we're worried about are playoff points. And the crazy thing is, Denny Hamlin's had a very up and down season. He gets one more playoff point, he would be the #1 seed in the playoffs. Unbelievable. But Denny doesn't care about second right here. He only wants to win in this stage.
Chase Elliott with a big move around Ross Chastain, the bottom of the screen, as he moves into 5th place. The Hendrick cars seem to like this nighttime race in this cooler temperature.
Look at this move.
He had a big run, and he's like, Spires clear. It just hangs it left, takes that position from Ross.
The gap staying about the same between the 11 and the 19, and coming up on 4 laps to go.
Truex a little bit of traffic here, but after he passes this car, should be about a straightaway in front of him that's clear.
Denny looking for that playoff point. You win a stage, you win the playoff point.
I wonder if it's, you know, a big balance shift for Truex when he's behind Denny versus out in front of him, because as soon as he passed Denny, I thought he'd drive away, but he had a real hard time. Denny hung right on his quarter panel, and he's really, you know, not been able to shake him.
I like that position for Denny Hamlin right there, a groove higher. I just think that gives you more opportunity to find a run. It's just so hard to make any time on the bottom of the racetrack.
Larson and Chastain battling for that 6th position on the bottom of the screen. Larson's grabbed it back.
Chastain falling back a little bit right here.
And look at the gap closing once again on the top of your screen for the lead. Hamlin within a car length now of the 19. Coming up on 2 laps to go in stage 2. And he follows almost in his tire tracks. That's got to be difficult for Denny Hamlin now.
I want to say that Truex almost chose after he tried to watch Denny choose in the mirror, forcing him to try to get a lane higher, as Chase Elliott continues the march forward.
Yeah, that's pretty smart for a driver. If you know that you're disrupting the downforce of the car behind you, don't be too predictable about where you're going into the corner, as far as going to the bottom of the track or the top of the track.
One last attempt for Denny Hamlin here as they go down the backstretch for the final time in stage 2. Gap just a little bit too wide through 3 and 4, and Martin Truex Jr. looking to sweep the stages tonight at Nashville Superspeedway. He will win stage 2. 14th time that Martin Truex Jr. has swept stages, most of all the drivers, and he's gone on to win 6 of those times.
That was a big moment for the 12 of Blaney off turn 4.
Caution comes back out, end of stage 2.
Let's watch Blaney and Harvick. Blaney's right on his right rear, thinks he's going to be out there, but when Harvick crosses in front of him, it changed the whole downforce on that car.
Stage 1 and Stage 2 winner, Martin Truex Jr. Now the important stage. He hasn't won in 2022, but we know he's coming back to Joe Gibbs Racing. Can he get the win tonight? Get ready for world-class speed and Southern charm in USA's newest reality series. It's Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane. New episodes are Thursdays at 9:30 p.m. Eastern only, right here on USA. Dillon has made his way up to 21st. That's about the best they've been running this evening.
Yeah, small gains, definitely not the car that they want, but still some racing, a whole stage to go. It'll be interesting to see here. I expect everybody to be on pit road. The question is, will anybody gamble for 2 tires? We saw a net gain for Joey Logano earlier in the race. We'll see if it happens again, Parker.
Kurt Busch will not be one of those gambling as he pits out of the 5th position. He said it was cooking the right rear tire on the long run, which means it's just abusing that right rear too much as he goes to the laps. It'll be 4 Goodyear tires. It's no go fuel for him, Dave.
Chase Elliott's biggest concern is getting 4 fresh Goodyear tires, because after he passed Ross Chastain, he said, I thought I had a tire going down. That's why I eased off. Marty.
Coming into the day, Martin Truex Jr. had only 3 stage wins, gets 2 today, sweeps the afternoon on that. Said it's on knife edge after a couple laps, just so loose. Meanwhile, his teammate Denny Hamlin said he's still tight in the center, which might not be a terrible thing for that race team, because that's what he was earlier on the 11 with another rough stop, though. They lose a number of spots here on pit road. In fact, 6 of them, Rick.
Yeah, 6 spots on pit road, and that team is not going to be happy about that stop. Truex Jr. holds the position, and Kyle Busch gains 1.
Let's go.
Here we go in Mid-Ohio.
Visit goldfish-racing.com and download the app for free for a chance to win race tickets, original racing gear, and more. Yes, that's goldfish-racing.com now.
Truex, Denny Hamlin run 1-2 in the stage. Come to pit road. Truex holds the lead. Denny Hamlin loses spots. Here's their comparison right here. Look at that, 13.2. That is over 3 seconds slower than Martin Truex Jr. What does 3 seconds look like on a pit stop? It is very, very small. Watch Denny Hamlin pull in, and I want you to look at the front tire changer. He's going to drop lug nut off, but watch him pull and struggle to get that right front tire off. Now the difference is, because of their choreography, he has to go all the way around to the left rear. So an issue on the right front, the time gets multiplied. It's an advantage that way when it goes smooth. They have great pit stops, but if you have a hiccup on the right front, it slows it down. Let's not forget, this team is still missing a tire changer, a jackman, and a crew chief. So, you know, so many moving parts in that. Replacement tire changer doing his best, but a little bit of trouble on the right front tonight cost Denny Hamlin 6 spots.
And normally, Joe Gibbs Racing, some of the best pit crews and fastest times. Dave.
And just an update, reported that Chase Elliott was saying perhaps he had a tire going down, wasn't sure. All 4 came off, and all 4 were up at the right pressures. So the question remains, is there anything going on with the 9, or was that just an anomaly, Parker?
And for Ross Chastain, remember, he was so fast earlier in the race. He was running 3rd when he had an actual loose wheel in the right rear. They went all the way back, and it's taken him this long to get all the way back to just about the top 3 there in 4th position. He's had a really fast car. He could be a real contender to get in this 3rd stage, Marty.
And Parker, to magnify the point Steve was talking about with the 11 pit stop a moment ago, it also slows down the jackman, right, Steve? Because he can't put down that right side of the car until the right side is completely done. So that adds to it as well. Not only is the right front guy going to the left rear, the jackman has to wait as well.
It's like building a house, Rick. There's an order. You got to put your foundation, then your walls, then your roof. And with this sort of choreography, everything has to happen in order. Let's listen into 11.
Obviously, the dirty air sucks. Just try to get clean air on the nose at all costs. Try to use the top as much as possible to get momentum on the straights.
Here's the feedback. You know, you can't go back and redo it. We still got a lot of racing. Clean air on the nose. Use the top. Trying to coach him, give him some opportunity. It's going to be frustrating, though. He's what, on the, looks like the 5th row on the outside.
Yeah, still in the top 10, but he was fighting for the lead at the end of stage 2. Now he's got quite a few cars in front of him and Martin Truex Jr. He'll be on the outside. Kyle Busch on the inside, and back to racing. Up the racetrack goes the 9, just a bit there for Chase Elliott as we see the 1 of Ross Chastain dropping back. Here comes the 45 of Kurt Busch. And on the outside, once again, a very strong number 4 of Kevin Harvick.
3 wide, 2 rows, 2 wide for the lead.
3 wide for 2 rows is crazy around that. All the way around the corner. They settle it out. Oh, Ross, almost a little contact. Left rear quarter panel of Harvick, but helps him move on in front of those 2 guys. Still side by side up top for the lead.
Here comes the 18. Kyle Busch to the inside. Can he clear the 19? Just not enough to get in front of him.
Not only do they want to race really hard to keep the clean air, keep the lead, but there is still some weather building north of us that moves south. You've got to believe that there's some pressure and intensity. We're racing toward that weather. It could get here, could affect the end of this race.
And Busch was able to clear the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. So now it's Kyle Busch who's out front. Led his first lap just on that lap.
This is back in the pack, man. He's been racing really hard on the restarts for many, many laps. Back here in the middle of the pack, 10th, and on back. My goodness.
Christopher Bell there in the 20 on the inside. That DeWalt yellow paint scheme.
Allmendinger in the 16 out in front of these guys is kind of holding them up a little bit. Christopher Bell in the 20 on the inside there. Trying to get by McDowell in the 34 on the outside. Behind them, the 17.
Eric Almirola also coming into the picture there in the 10. These 2 stay side by side. Bell not able to clear McDowell.
Christopher real low on the front straightaway, trying to get away from that side draft a little bit. Just wrapping that yellow line. Now he's clear, McDowell.
Good hard racing. McDowell had a pretty good, top 10 run going. He slipped out of the top 10 now in 12th place. Hamlin trying to work his way back to the front after the issues on pit road. He's had to do this before in this race. Now knows how difficult his car is to drive back in traffic, and you see him lose the nose and have to lift. Lose a little time to Kurt Busch in the 45 car in front.
Field stretching out just a bit now, and Steve, I'll ask you, 188 laps is where they came to pit road the last time in a 300-lap race. Where and how far can you go before you have to come down pit road for fuel?
Well, I believe that, tires don't seem to be a huge advantage. So you're going to run probably as long as you can. You don't want to lose laps by pitting early. So, we think they can go about 70 laps green, so they'll run into this run. They're, 10 laps? About 50 or 60 more laps. So it'll only be about 30 or 40 laps left in the race when they come to pit road. We saw that good battle between the 3 and the 43.
Yeah, Eric Jones and Austin Dillon. Austin was no good at the start of this race, but they have improved the car over the duration of the event. Had a lot of opportunities to work on it.
Chris Buescher there in the 17, able to clear McDowell.
McDowell and this team, they do such a good job. Do not have the funding of all these people they race with, but every week they find a way to get in the battle. Really strong year for these guys. Marty.
Jeff, nice run for Chris Buescher as well, up there in the 12th position after the 2nd place at Sonoma. Talked to him earlier this week. He said, man, after me being out for a week with COVID, I thought it before, we definitely have to win a race. But he was so encouraged by what happened at Sonoma. They could have won that race. Next week, Road America, he said, I know I can go there and win the thing. I don't know if he expected a top 10 run today, but some nice speed out of the Roush Fenway Keselowski cars tonight.
Yeah, as disappointing as Brad Keselowski might have been in his car in practice yesterday, he has to be happy with what he's seeing in his teammate, the pace they have. If it was both cars running poorly all the time, that would be really frustrating. You've got some serious issues, but he can look forward and see that 17 car and know that some gains are getting made and things are getting better for Roush as they continue to soldier through the season.
Brad also, he spoke so highly of Chris Buescher at Sonoma, how he is having such a major impact on this team. Thought he's the most underrated driver in the entire sport. Talked about how good he was, how fast he was, how good he was at pushing the team to make the right changes as well. Feels like he's a great teammate.
Chris Buescher with the momentum coming off a second-place finish at Sonoma 2 weeks ago. Parker.
As we go on board here of Ryan Blaney, the nighttime is not the right time for the 12th car. If you remember earlier back in the daytime, he was challenging for the lead of this race. He restarted in the top 5 of that last run, fell all the way back to the back of the top 10, and then they had a slow stop under the stage 2 caution. They had a hang up on the left rear all the way back to 25th. He restarted, now only made it up to the 20th position, but things going seriously wrong for the 12th car here as they showed so much speed earlier in this race. They're going to have to fight back from that bad pit stop.
And right behind him, you see Daniel Suarez. He had ran all as high as second earlier in this race today. We thought the Trackhouse cars, they were second and third early. We thought they were going to have a really great run. He's also had some issues. Oh, the 12! He's going to hit the wall! Oh,
couldn't catch it. Back across the track, into the grass, and the caution comes out. Ryan Blaney, what a ride.
That was a great save, to be honest with you. I thought that car was definitely going to fence with the right side.
He almost did that same thing about 10 laps ago in 3 and 4. Tried to carry so much speed on corner entry, and that thing started getting around on him. Well, the wall saved him. I don't know if it's a great save, but the wall was there for him, Parker.
And guys, we've heard about how sensitive this car is to changes. He has been talking about how tight that car is all day, and even on that last run said it was plowing tight, so they made some big changes with air pressure and some adjustments, and obviously maybe just went too far at the loose on that 12.
Yeah, I thought that he was going to overcorrect and right front first into the wall. That was what I thought was so impressive, is right there, I thought he was going right front into the wall, but he somehow was able to keep that from happening right here. Brings the back around. Nobody makes contact with him coming back across the track. Very fortunate situation there. But when it hooks like that, I mean, with the rack and how quick the steering is, we've seen a lot of these guys overcorrect.
He almost gets his teammate right here. That would say major difference. Now, Cindric, watch how far he drives in the corner trying to get on the outside of the 21, and what? Just not the grip he needed. Look at Cindric go by. It's a game of inches. Cindric went from having his night over to being the first car lap down and getting back in the lead lap on that exchange right there.
More cars on pit road, including that 45 of Kurt Busch. Parker.
Right, he was complaining of loose earlier in the last run. They seem to have made the car a little bit better. Notice you see an adjustment there now in the right rear for Kurt Busch, trying to get slightly tightened up. 4 Goodyear tires for him, Dave.
Chase Elliott gave a good report to his crew. He said, I can keep the control in my hands as far as the build goes in these tires. So just give me 4 new ones and fuel, Marty.
Hamlin was so frustrated by being back in that traffic. He's had clean air all night long. He did not on that run and drastically changed the handling of the race car for fresh Goodyear tires. And Steve, this certainly opens up the playbooks for the team stopping right now, maybe for later stops in the race.
Yeah, a lot of opportunity, a little fire on pit road in the 43, but you're right, Marty, now options are open. Always scary when you see fire, Rick.
Yeah, big fire there for the 43 team. Eric Jones pulling away, they put that out. Go inside the headset with access to NASCAR Scanner for only $2.99 a month. You can listen in on pit strategy, spotter communication, crew chief calls, and what your favorite driver has to say during the race. Log into the app used on mobile devices. Visit NASCAR.com/scanner. Welcome back. NASCAR Cup Series racing, the Ally 400 from Nashville Super Speedway. Out in front now, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., running 1 and 2 as the choose cone has been passed by these two and the rest of the field. So Kyle has chosen that outside line.
And a big split decision. Basically 12 cars stayed on the racetrack. Everyone else came to pit road. A couple 2-tire changes, mostly 4. So that's where you no longer see Denny Hamlin. You no longer see Chase Elliott. They were some of the first cars to come to pit road. We're going to see if this opportunity helps their chances or hurts their chances. It's hard to see where it plays out. I don't think they came for new tires because I think it's going to improve their car's speed to drive back to the front. This is more of maybe having a little bit more fuel on board for the next pit stop.
Getting that fire on Eric Jones's number 43. They put it out in a pit stall, but the fire continued to burn on the left rear quarter panel all the way around the racetrack.
The guy grabs the air gun to change the tires to use the compressed air coming out of the to blow the fire out. That was great.
Joe Gibbs Racing 1 and 2 in the front row. Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., green flag back in the air. A big wiggle out of Truex. Has to catch it. He's 3 wide for second now.
He slid up the track, and Chastain had some great momentum, but had to slow up a little bit when he saw the 19 coming up the track.
Things getting very tight here on this restart. Larson trying to make the move. He's falling back now. Still 3 wide for second.
Harvick down there on the bottom really has his car pinched off 3 wide. Hard to get it to rotate the middle. Really good exit for him, though. Now they got to do it again.
We know Truex in the middle there. Feels like if he can get clear, he's faster than these two guys. They're not making that an easy task. Chastain with the momentum on the outside gets really wide to try to get away from him.
And then it tightens right back up again. Here's a pretty good run by Martin Truex Jr. He's able to clear the 1, but he still has the 4 of Harvick on his inside.
I think Chastain got up there in the dust on the outside of the front straightaway. Just couldn't hold the grip in the middle of 1 and 2, but now he's going to try to put it 3 wide here. Back to 3 wide, Ross Chastain. What a move. I mean, this guy's got some guts.
3 wide bottom.
Truex with the momentum on the high side, and that will shuffle Chastain back out, but right there on the inside is Harvick.
Kyle Busch loving this. He's out 2.5 seconds.
Up the racetrack goes the 19 again. Here comes Chastain. Harvick has taken the spot away. Chastain gets in front of the 19, and back 2 spots goes Martin Truex Jr.
Truex got upset over the bumps of the tunnel in the middle of 3 and 4. Side by side of teammates, the Hendrick teammates back there. Chase Elliott in the 9 on the outside. Goes by Kyle Larson in the 5. Down into turn 3. Chase Elliott moving forward in this field. First time we really seen him up in the top 5.
And he had to have a great restart. I mean, we were so focused, or I was so focused on that 3 wide, I wasn't quite sure how he got there, Junior, but all of a sudden he just showed up, plus 6 or 7 spots from where he started.
Truex is trying to find a way around Chastain. He's going to the high side here to try to get a run. Chastain's going to give him the room. Marty, what you got?
Well, that was unbelievable. What was that, 3 straight laps, 3 wide for second place there? Truex came on the radio, said, I'm just sideways. When he gets back to the gas, middle of the corner off, car just gets way loose on him. But somehow he was able to hold on to it and still fighting there for third, Rick.
Yeah, Ross Chastain has made the move to the inside here, trying to hug that yellow line, the shortest distance around the track. But the momentum goes to the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. as he has now cleared the 1 again. Here comes the 9 of Chase Elliott.
Yeah, Chase takes advantage of that opportunity. The slowed momentum of the 1 car on the bottom of the racetrack takes him another position into 4th place. Now can Truex get away and get into a rhythm? Chase probably sees that Martin's struggling with the balance. Big move right there, big slide on the 19. Chase tries to zero in on the back straightaway. Watch Chase drive down into the corner, really deep, trying to be able to get right to the quarter panel here. It's a great battle for 3rd position. Harvick about a second ahead of these guys.
In a season that has seen a mix of veterans and first-time winners, young drivers getting to victory lane. Right now, it is veteran drivers up front. The top 5 has Kyle Busch, Harvick, Truex Jr., Elliott, and Chastain.
Chase Elliott, 4th position, as we see another battle back here. We mentioned the restart. Remember, he came to pit road, restarted 14th. Well, look at this move out of the 9 of Chase Elliott. They go down into the corner. They get a little stacked up on the bottom, and he goes 3 wide by not just 2 cars, carries the momentum, finds his way to the outside of Chris Buescher in the 17, the 20 of Christopher Bell. All of this momentum down the front straightaway, turns left, gets all the way to the inside of Kyle Larson. When you talk about big moves, 5, 6 cars a lap, that's about as big a move as you're going to find here at Nashville. And for that reason, Chase Elliott right back in the mix. Dave.
And Steve, remember I reported before we went back to green after the rain delay that Chase told me they hadn't made much headway when they were adjusting during the race earlier. But all that time they had as well, just like their teammate Kyle Larson, they had a chance to talk it over and make things right for this. Or did they even share as an organization? Did Hendrick Motorsports all get together and say, we think this is the direction to go? Because both the 5 and the 9 have come to life, Marty.
And how about Denny Hamlin? He was right behind Chase Elliott. Restarted 16th. He's up to 6th. So Hamlin knows, I don't want to be in traffic anymore. He's had to do it 3 times today. Hamlin making similar moves to Chase Elliott.
It's Kyle Busch out front at Nashville. Now Kyle Busch has led 27 laps.
When you hear best-in-class range or best-in-class fuel economy, you may be thinking of really tiny cars, and you'd be really, really wrong. The Ram 1500, exceeding expectations again. No wonder more people are switching to Ram than ever before.
Every dollar counts these days, so take advantage of this great offer during the Ram 4th of July sales event.
It's still the Eat Fresh Refresh, and now Subway's refreshing their classics, like the sweet onion teriyaki sauce topped on tender shaved steak. That's a real slam dunk, right, Derek?
Wrong sport, Chuck.
Just hold the sub, man. Subway keeps refreshing and refreshing and refreshing.
PNC Bank believes that if a pair of goggles can help your backhand get better, then your bank should help you budget even better. Virtual wallet with low cash mode from PNC Bank. One way we're making a difference.
Ooh. Call Logano. Hey, Joey, you can save money if you fill up at Shell if you use Advanced Auto Parts Speed Perks.
Dude, I'm way ahead of you.
You saved at the pump?
Yeah, I saved at the pump.
The pump?
The pump.
You saved at the pump!
Woo!
Now you can save at the pump when you shop at Advanced Auto Parts. Learn more at advancedautoparts.com/gas rewards.
Now, it's my turn.
The biggest event of the summer is coming to Atlanta Motor Speedway with the Revs and Riffs NASCAR Weekend Music Festival. Featuring concerts by Flo Rida, Candlebox, Blackberry Smoke, and more. Plus 2 action-packed races on the all-new AMS. It's a weekend full of music, racing, and family fun you don't want to miss. Be here for the biggest weekend of the summer, July 8th through the 10th at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Let me show you something, Ace. Watch this.
In the face.
I'm Austin Dillon.
We're about to win. Whitney Dillon, CEO of the Dillon household.
He's looking a little stiff right now.
What do you want me to do with my hands?
I'm Paul Swan.
Hi, neighbor.
I'm Mariel Swan, and we've all been best friends for 8 years.
We're like high school kids.
I just drive the race car.
Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
To the outside of the 4, here comes Martin Truex Jr. as he's looking to take second away from Harvick.
Martin's been running really high up the racetrack, battling with a loose race car, but as this track starts to rubber back up after the rain delay, that track balance should come to that 19 car. Seems to get a little bit better. Let's listen to the 4 car, see what Harvick's dealing with.
That's about a half a car width to a car width wider than you in 1 or 2. I'll wreck if I do that. 10-4. I just let you know.
And that's something Kevin Harvick has been fighting all this race. As you see Chase Elliott get to the outside of him, is that right rear just getting abused too much on the long run, not able to run the high line. You think what Rodney Childers and Kevin Harvick pulled off in this race, falling outside the top 10 at times, but working on it and getting up to second place. And when he got that clean air, he ran his fastest lap of the race just a couple laps ago. But that's how quickly it can change where the 4 has gotten too loose to run the top side right now as he falls back, guys.
Yeah, so when you're too loose, especially when you're running the top, Junior, it's so hard to carry the speed because you need to be in the throttle so quickly running that outside lane. And when you're too loose and you go to the throttle, the back just doesn't hook up. And now you lose all that momentum on the corner exit. So you're better off, even though you see Truex under the top. He's fast. Harvick can't do it. So you have to put your car where it's the best. No matter what the people around you are doing in this situation, you just got to go wherever your car drives the best and make the lap time.
I think that's what impresses me about the 9 of Chase Elliott, Jeff, is I think he can make lap time both the top and the bottom. As we see the 11 of Denny Hamlin pass Ross Chastain.
Denny Hamlin having to do all this work to get that track position back after a bad pit stop. So frustrating. He has a car that can win this race, but you cannot keep coming down pit road losing spots.
Hamlin continues to fight back as he's in 5th. Harvick dropping back. He's back to 4th now. Kyle Busch trying to join the 2-win club. Only a few other drivers have done it this year. Now Martin Truex Jr. has the 9 of Chase Elliott that is trying to take that spot away from him.
I know that Kyle Busch is leading this race by a very comfortable margin, but I'm most impressed probably by Chase Elliott and the pace this car has versus where they were at the first half of this race. Hung around the backside of the top 10 most of the day, but now has really top 3 speed. We're going to drop back here, though, just right at the edge of the top 10. Bubba Wallace has worked his way all the way back up to 11th. He was a lap down when we had the last caution, or a few cautions ago. He's able to get the free pass. Fast race car. He was fastest in practice yesterday. Didn't qualify well, but he's had a really quick car, as has all the Toyotas. He's moving back forward. Eric Almirola as well has been through the back of this field. I remember last year when we came to this racetrack, SHR wasn't having that great of a season. This was where one of these races, this was the race last year where they had a great run. Eric had a great run at Harvick too. No surprise to see Almirola running well tonight.
You see on the bottom of the pylon, that final pit stop window is open. I don't believe we're going to see anybody peel off and pit under green. But if you see a yellow, it's going to be busy, because from this point to the finish, a full tank of fuel would get you there, Marty.
And let's give credit to Drew Blickensurfer and Eric Almirola. They were not good at the start of this race. In fact, on the first stop, stayed extra long to make some drastic changes to the 10 car. Well, that worked. He's in the top 10, but maybe about to lose that to Bubba Wallace. Nice call out, Junior. They have come from the back. And remember what happened to them early on. They couldn't get the lug nut on the left rear for Bubba Wallace. He went down a lap in the process, got very upset with his crew. I think the rain delay, Steve, really helped Bubba Wallace. Sometimes he has a tough time kind of letting things go, but that rain delay allowed him to kind of refocus, get back in the race car. Knew he had a quick car, and he's driven it back up through the field, now into the top 10.
Yeah, and now he's back to where he wants to be, inside the top 10. I think Bubba knows, he sees those Toyotas leading laps, as we see almost some contact between the 45 and the 10. Bubba's passionate. He believes he belongs up there. He knows his car is good enough, so when the execution does trip him up, he's passionate.
You got the 2311 cars here running nose to tail. And remember, earlier in the race, Bubba Wallace got hit in the back. He stopped on the access road, got ran into from behind. So it's been a frustrating race for Bubba Wallace, even though such an incredible car in practice on Friday. Knows he has the speed that he can contend for a win here at Nashville. Just needs the track position.
And when we see that contact with a 45 car in the 10, he's trying to side draft. And we heard the drivers talk about this car early in the season. It only had about 30% of the side draft the old car had. But if it's even just a little bit, they're going to try to get there. And the closer you can get to that car, the more excessive it is. So sometimes you'll see that contact.
See Kyle Busch right here has led 43 laps tonight. Talked about his car needing to be a little better in 3 and 4 to beat his teammates. They made some adjustments and things have gone well. Remember, Kyle Busch does not have a contract for next year. They just announced Martin Truex Jr. He's in for next year. Still no word on Kyle Busch and what his plans are. I know they want to get that behind him. I know Joe Gibbs wants to sign this guy, and this is why. We know he can win races. He's won a ton of them, one of the best ever in this sport. They need to get this thing done with Kyle Busch.
It's not been all easy for Kyle as we watch him lift down into turn 3 here. It's really loose right there. That is a huge moment inside the car. Looks kind of small from where we're sitting, but watch inside the car. Watch his hands on the steering wheel. Watch how much he has to move the wheel here. Wow.
Oh. Well, and almost deja vu to what happened in qualifying, about the exact same spot where he ended up backing it into the wall. But now it's Kyle Busch out front, leading laps here at Nashville.
Did I tell you I bought our car from Carvana?
Yeah, Ma.
It was so easy. I found the perfect car.
Under budget, too.
And I get 7 days to love it or my money back. I love it! I thought online meant no one to help me. But Susan from Carvana had all the answers. She didn't try to upsell me.
Not once. Because they're not salespeople. Where do you guess who just checked in on me? Mom. Susan from Carvana.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Hi, welcome to Sonic. May I take your order?
2 Sonic grilled cheese double burgers.
I'm on it. Order up.
Sonic grilled cheese double burger, ready for pickup.
eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride.
We love our house. Been here for years.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
You are the essence of a performer.
If I can do the thing I love, I'll have found my purpose.
The best part of this job is moments like this.
Dance belongs to everyone because it's universal. You're so much better than me. Stop it.
America's Got Talent, followed by Dancing with Myself, Tuesdays on NBC.
Coming up on the final 56 laps of the NASCAR Cup Series Ally 400 from Nashville Super Speedway. Out in front, it is Kyle Busch, but he has been run down by the 9 of Chase Elliott. Now it's a matter of, can Chase Elliott get by him?
Kyle's in big trouble with the balance of the race car. Chase coming quickly. I don't know that Kyle can put up much of a fight as loose as the car has gotten.
Quite a few more laps on Kyle Busch's tires versus Chase Elliott's.
Yeah, you ask yourself, is that finally showing as the 9 turns to the bottom and relatively easily drives by the 18?
And now, listen, this car behind him, the 19 of Truex, he has the same number of laps on his tires as Kyle Busch, so Truex's tires are not falling off like Kyle's are. Let's listen to Kyle Busch.
Close it at the call exit there. You got to maintain 3 and 4 there. So they can still hammer the gas on exit, drive off hard. Yeah, they're putting it down all at once, kind of. They're waiting a little longer to put it down. Yeah, I can't do it. Spin it out.
That's incredible information. You've mentioned it, Jeff. The other crew chiefs can see what the other drivers are doing, so he can tell his driver, hey man, I can see exactly what the 9's doing with his throttle, and this is how he's beating you. And that way, not that
this time.
not that Kyle can can do what the 9's doing. He just understands how he's getting beat. You can hear those guys talking. Kyle is coming to pit road as fast as he can.
Wow, he is trying to get that thing slowed down.
So's the 19. Both of them coming to pit road. So this starts off the green flag pit stops, and it's two Joe Gibbs Racing cars that were very good in this stage.
That's a great call by both of these Toyotas. They got to find a way to get back to the front, Marty.
I think fresh Goodyears maybe mean a little bit more here in the evening in Nashville than they have during the daytime in these cooler temperatures. You've heard Kyle Busch talk about how loose he is. Same for Truex, although he was quicker than his teammate Kyle Busch. Steve, the one thing you haven't wanted to do with this new car is pit on the early side of the window because of the possibility of a caution. So a little bit of a risk here for the 18 and 19, but that fresh rubber could help, Dave.
Marty, no risk here for the 9 team. They knew that as soon as they got to the lead and the others responded, that they had to respond. So Chase Elliott will get 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Sunoco fuel to the end. They basically cut this run in half. So they got the good out of those tires. They get the best out of these tires. And we'll see where they blend in, partner.
And also on pit road was Ross Chastain in the 1 car. And I've been told by so many drivers and crew chiefs, you only want to go about 40 laps on a set of tires in this new next-gen car where that right rear starts to go away like we saw for Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick. And we're seeing that. That's why these drivers and pit crews are on pit road right now.
All right, here's the 9 on the acceleration lane. There's the 18, top of the screen at speed.
Behind them.
We're going to see right here what can the 9 to Chase Elliott do. It's almost side by side. You heard the countdown by the spotter. He knows this is the race for the win if it cycles through. The 18 of Kyle Busch a little earlier, 1 lap earlier makes a difference. A great pit stop. Are we surprised? Kyle Busch, one of the best to get on and off pit road. But Chase Elliott holds his own running an extra lap. I'm impressed.
You've also got to applaud that team, the 18 team, an excellent pit stop by them as well as the 19 team, but it gets Kyle Busch out in front. Now he's in front of the 9 as the pit stops are going to continue to cycle through.
Now it's about new tires. Who can make time? Who can work through traffic in a 50-lap run? Junior, like you were talking about, can Kyle Busch correct that balance and save that right rear tire if we do have to run 50 straight laps here?
Yeah, we never imagined that the drivers would have to try to conserve tire, would have to try to maybe go easier on the front end. As you see Bubba Wallace on pit road making his pit stop. But maybe you do protect that tire a little bit on those first 5 or 10 laps to be able to make it last to the end of this race so that loose condition doesn't get so severe at the end.
Now, we heard Marty say that people hadn't been coming early on the cycle, and here's why. We're showing Kyle Busch because he's the first car with fresh tires. But when you look on the left-hand side, right, he's in the 20th position, a lap down to Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson. A caution right now, and this strategy is sunk. The guys that have stayed on the racetrack, this is their way of trying to win this race. Dave.
And coming down pit road next will be the 5 of Kyle Larson. His last report, really good in 3 and 4, even when I'm making a pass. So he's gotten this car righted, as we noted before, came through the field. So he'll take on 4 tires here and fill in for Sunoco fuel before the end. The 20 of Christopher Bell is on pit road as well. His car was tight, and then in the middle of the corner, they wanted a correction for that. A little bit of problems now finishing up for Larson.
A slower stop here for Kyle Larson. You saw the 20 get out quite a bit ahead of him.
So, Rick, Denny Hamlin was last on pit road at lap 206. Oh, he's coming to pit road right here. I thought he would run longer. The team must have just decided they're losing too much time. If it does run green, it's going to cost them too many spots. So now Hamlin on pit road. That'll hand the lead to the car he owns, the 45 of Kurt Busch. Marty.
Denny Hamlin coming down pit road. Sam McCauley, the interim crew chief, said we're ready to pit.
Oh, we got a car spinning. Oh, off of turn 4, a huge save.
And a really close call there as the 47 of, oh, he's got a tire off. The wheel's off. The right rear wheel is off the car. So Chris Buescher. And there you see the right rear, and the caution has come out.
Rick, they had just stopped a moment ago for Chris Buescher, so you got to think that wheel lug nut did not get tight.
And that is bad news for Scott Graves, the crew chief, and it's also going to be bad news for the rear tire changer.
And that's a good example, I think, of why that penalty is so severe, because that tire's rolling down the track in front of cars. If it gets sent over the fence, could be a serious situation for the spectators. That's why NASCAR wants to make it critical that these teams don't let these wheels come off.
Look at the damage it's doing to the cars. All of that underbody work, the rear diffuser is getting destroyed right here.
Denny Hamlin had just come to pit road when this happened. Kurt Busch was still out on the track.
See the wheel. NASCAR will pick it up. Let's take a look exactly when this came off here, guys.
So he was sideways in the middle of the corner. Somehow is able to save it. The wheel's trying to exit the car, and he saves it from spinning out.
And then Ricky Stenhouse comes on the scene. He's not sure which way it's going. All right, we talked about loose wheels. We've seen so many of them. You talked about the penalties and the suspensions. Let's talk about how this happens. We'll go on board the NBC cutaway car. There's the socket. You see the teeth. It gets engaged. You can't pull the trigger first. It comes off. The nut magnetically stays in the socket right here. That can't fall off. That's big trouble. Let's move forward and show exactly how the wheel needs to be installed. Those drive pins, very important. They locate the wheel on the hub, but the red locking mechanism, that's the key to this whole thing. So as we're going to spin it forward, we're going to put our tire back on. You're going to see these holes right here have to line up to the drive pins. That's the whole key. It's not as straightforward as you may think. You put it on, you might have to go a little right, a little left. We're going to take it off one more time so you can see what a tire carrier sees. He almost looks through the spokes, locates it. Now it's time to put the wheel nut on. Remember, they're doing this in a hurry. You think this is tight, but right there, the locking mechanism hasn't popped up yet. So that means it's not tight. We're going to come in, we're going to tighten it a little bit more, and if we freeze it after this, you're going to see right there, look how that has popped up. It's cleared the nut. There's no way the nut can come off. That's why if you take your time, which you can't do on pit road, it will assure the wheel not coming off. But when you're trying to do 8, 9, 10-second pit stops, that's the difference between a wheel coming off and not coming off. Marty.
Well, you look at Scott Graves looking at, and just think about the last few weeks for this race team, right? Charlotte and the Coca-Cola 600, Chris Buescher rolls over in that race. Took a while to get him flipped back over. Then the next week, he gets COVID, has to miss the race at Gateway. And now this for Scott Graves and the race team, probably going on a 4-week vacation. And all Buescher said on the radio was said, man, this stinks, doesn't it? Not a good few weeks for this race team.
So there's the car sideways. Looked like it was about to be a massive wreck. He straightens it out. Now we're riding on the 47 here. He's trying to slow down. He's got a car and a tire to deal with here.
And so unfortunate for the 17 team, coming off of a second-place finish 2 weeks ago at Sonoma, and now this happening.
Jeff had a great comment. The biggest concern I think is how bad the damage is to the undercarriage of the car, because they rely on that so much for downforce.
That's a big break for the 45. He was staying out for this lucky break. He's going to come to pit road. A few cars had unlapped themselves, so he will have to restart behind a few, but a great break for these 3 drivers, Parker.
Right, he looked very lonely. Had a big gap between him and second place with Ryan Blaney. Kurt Busch very happy in the handling of that car, especially when they get in clean air. Ryan Blaney working his way back to the field after they had that pit issue earlier, just still a little bit tight in that car, Marty.
And Joey Logano with the lucky break as well. Paul Wolfe puts his fists in the air when that caution came out. 4 fresh Goodyear tires for them. They've been struggling with a very loose race car, and remember, they made a move earlier this race to get track position. We'll see if they can keep this track position that now they've been given after this caution.
Kurt Busch, he holds that spot. Logano gains 1, and Blaney loses 1.
4th of July weekend on NBC, USA, and Peacock.
This is Money in the Bank. Here we go in Mid-Ohio. And they're under green at Road America.
An incredible Independence Day celebration.
A huge 4th of July weekend for NASCAR on USA. Saturday, countdown to green at 2 o'clock. Xfinity Series racing at 2:30. And then on Sunday, countdown to green at 2. And Cup Series racing at 3 o'clock.
So we showed how the mechanism works to keep the wheels on. But let's show it how it really works under the speed of a pit stop. 17 comes in. Watch the right rear tire changer. Off is fine. I want you to focus on. As he tightens the next wheel on, the jack comes down. I believe the wheel's not tight. So right here, hands it in, gun goes in, jack down. He's still tightening that wheel. I'm talking a split second. If the weight gets on that wheel before he tightens that nut, it is not going over that locking mechanism we showed you. You have no idea. You go to the left side, the wheel comes off. It's speed versus danger. Now when we look at the lineup, though, guys, Kyle Busch, Elliott, Truex, Hamlin, they all got to do their pit stop and stayed on the lead lap, as well as Chastain and Harvick. Great job by those guys. Big break for Kurt Busch and Logano. They have fresh tires right there in the 3rd and 4th row.
Kevin Harvick still up in the top 10. He's 6th, looking for his first win of the season, as is Martin Truex Jr., who's running in 3rd. Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott making up row 1. 39 laps to go at Nashville.
Restarts are going to be aggressive here. Kurt Busch around the outside gains a bunch of spots in the 45 car. Black Monster Energy Toyota.
Truex trying to make it 3 wide, going very high.
Almost contact for the leaders there. Chase Elliott in the 9 car on the inside of Kyle Busch in the 18, down the front straightaway.
And Hamlin underneath Truex.
Here's the downshift into 1. Oh, Kyle with a little wiggle right there is going to give the lead up.
Hamlin by Truex. And now he'll set his sights on the 18. Here he goes to the inside, trying to get by Kyle Busch. Chase Elliott out in front. Joe Gibbs Racing, 2, 3, and 4.
Kyle struggling just a little bit right here on this restart. Hamlin slides up the racetrack in front of his teammate. Now he takes aim and tries to go after Chase Elliott.
There's 3 Gibbs cars chasing a Hendrick car. That's what Denny Hamlin does. Let's see if he looks for clean air. He's been happy running toward the bottom of the racetrack, but that's where Chase Elliott historically likes to run. He likes that yellow line. Yep, Denny Hamlin looking for some clean air, going in that 2nd lane.
Truex now pushing on that 18 car, trying to put a little pressure on his teammate. He goes to the top of the racetrack, Kyle to the bottom. Kyle drives away that corner. Kyle right on the quarter panel of Denny. Denny trying to make it tough on him. Denny must have had a really difficult corner in 3 and 4. Kyle trying to fight back after losing a little bit of ground here early. After the restart, it seemed to be getting the balance back in that car.
Kyle Busch back up to 2nd. Take a look at how close this was between teammates.
And then he had an issue off of turn 2, allowed Kyle Busch for a big run. Turn 4, rather. Kyle Busch ultimately cleared him. Now Kyle Busch is chasing Chase Elliott down.
Chase Elliott, 8 laps led tonight. It's been a domination for Joe Gibbs Racing. You remember a year ago, it was Hendrick driver Kyle Larson who dominated this race. He led 264 laps by himself at this race.
You see it in the column there on the left behind you. These guys, Chastain, Kurt Busch, McDowell back up to 7th, Brad Keselowski, Harvick, Cindric in 10th.
And no shifting right now. We've seen it all night long. Kyle Busch right there did not shift at all. An upshift, did not do any downshifting in 1.
Trying to use the draft a little bit. He's closing in a little bit at a time.
Real quick downshift.
Loses the nose a little bit right here, following the 9. Now he's going to try to run a little higher so he gets in some clean air here and gets some momentum on corner exit.
so much speed on corner entry into 3 that time. Really made a big gain on him. See if he gets more of that into 1. Yeah, look at that.
And he doesn't follow him, but Chase up the racetrack, trying to run a defensive line. Now Chase tries to run the middle again. He sees the 18 go to the bottom. He drives across the nose. You see the ground lost when Chase did that? Great onboards right there from the truck. Letting us see these drivers work and understanding the challenges they're dealing with, trying to catch the car in front of them. Chase back to the bottom, 18. Kyle Busch trying to follow him.
29 laps to go in this race as Chase Elliott has a 0.3 of a second lead. It's about 3 car lengths in front of Kyle Busch, but Busch now closing the gap as he takes that shorter line.
1.5. Watch your mirror now.
Watch your mirror. So watch where he's going.
Bottom at 1 and 2.
Spotter's giving him information about where he's been running. Chase knows Kyle's faster. He has to try to take his air.
Watch your mirror. It's going to come up to you here. No worries, that back and everything up front. 8 stretching.
And where's Kyle go right here? Yep, tricked him. See if it's going to work out. Showed him something different than the last time. Ran that upper groove.
That takes away his advantage down there. Still a healthy 1.
Listen to the calmness on the radio to Chase Elliott.
Eddie DeHaan.
It looks like when Chase runs the bottom.
Away there. 1.5 here.
When Chase runs the bottom, he pretty much keeps the 18 car at a good distance. Right there, he really took the line away from Kyle Busch. Kyle got really out of the gas there trying to gather his car up.
That spotter information was just so good. It's more than about clear or not clear, right? That combination driver-spotter. Eddie DeHaan knows exactly what Chase Elliott needs to hear, and Chase makes those adjustments you guys are calling out just from that information from the roof and what he's seeing in the mirror.
Chase Elliott holding off Kyle Busch here at Nashville.
The Chewy box is coming today. Calm down, Lenny. We just ordered it yesterday. Nah, I'm totally chill. Wait, is it here? Relax. Our treats from Chewy always arrive super fast. I feel so much energy surging through me. I don't know what to do with my feet. I'm so excited. Oven-baked apple biscuits. Remember our training? Control yourself. I can smell them. Hold me, Leroy. Biscuits!
Get fast, free 1 to 3 day shipping when they just can't wait. Chewy. As a Main Street bank, PNC has helped over 7 million kids develop their passion for learning. And now we're providing $88 billion to support underserved communities, helping us all move forward financially. PNC Bank. See how we can make a difference for you.
Ooh, call Logano. Hey, Joey, you can save money if you fill up at Shell if you use Advanced Auto Parts Speed Perks.
Dude, I'm way ahead of you.
You saved at the pump?
Yeah, I saved at the pump.
The pump?
The pump.
He saved at the pump!
Woo!
Now you can save at the pump when you shop at Advance Auto Parts. Learn more at advanceautoparts.com/gas rewards.
Now, it's my turn.
Sonic Summer Snacks. New items every month, all summer long. The Sonic Summer Snacking Menu, starting at $1.49, only in the Sonic app.
The gap between the top two still about 4 car lengths separating Chase Elliott from Kyle Busch. Chase Elliott, last 4 years, most popular driver. Dave.
Rick, you just talked about how good the communication was between Chase Elliott, the driver, and spotter Eddie DeHaan. But the key to this race could be in what he didn't say. Right before the restart, listen to the radio and how Eddie DeHaan lays out so that Chase can hear leader Kyle Busch and the revs in his engine going.
All right, here we go. I'm going to go quiet. Good.
All he said was, I'm going to go quiet, and then good to let Chase know that the green was in fact out. But Jeff Burton, you know as a driver, you're trying to listen to that leader starting so you can match him.
That's great info, Dave. There's really nothing Eddie DeHaan could do to help him at that point. Just put it in Chase Elliott's hands. Let him listen to the revs of the guys next to him to help him understand when to accelerate. Good report, Dave. Marty.
Rick mentioned a moment ago, Jeff, how tonight for Joe Gibbs Racing right now, 2, 3, and 4 in the field. And talking to Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin, they both admitted to me Sonoma, the last race out, was embarrassing. The best JGR car was 17th. We need to build more consistency, but this week they're back to having all this speed and running in the top 5. So, Junior, have you ever seen a time in the sport where things are just so crazy? A race team can show up and be completely out to lunch one week and then the next week be up front and all of them in contention to win.
I've never seen it like it has this year where teams are hot one week and cold the next, but I've certainly seen us have rain delays and you know, shift from a day race to a totally different atmosphere at night, and teams, you know, come to life, or cars come to life in a big shift like that. Don't really look at this track as a temperature-sensitive racetrack, but whatever has happened has really improved the car that Chase Elliott has, and he's driving away from Kyle Busch. Listen to listening to Kyle, he had to lift off of turn 2 a couple laps ago. Looked like it was getting a little bit tight on him there. Not sure exactly the balance he's dealing with, but he's struggling to try to find a way to run this 9 car down.
We've continued to say his name all night long, and his great year continues. The 34 of Michael McDowell in the 7th position, trying to hold off Kevin Harvick. And even if he doesn't, though, a top 10 is a great run for this team. It's a career-type year for the 34 car. I know he has been a Daytona 500 champ before, but never have we seen the consistency we have out of the 34 this year. New crew chief on board, Blake Harris, over from the Truex team and Joe Gibbs Racing, already making an impact. Him and Michael McDowell finding some consistency, which, as you just pointed out, Dale, this has been a very hard year to be consistent. So consistent top 10s is a good run. And even Harvick, I know 8th is not going to be a line item that he's going to highlight, but man, he has been running well, perhaps better than we have seen most of the year here, running in the top 5 a lot of the night.
The biggest comeback of the night is right here with this 2-car of Austin Cindric. They had a problem early in the race, and then to be quite honest, they just ran bad. Like, we watched them many times. They were just really slow. They caught a big break. They stayed out on the track. That caution came out. He got his track position, but once he got that track position, boom, he's all of a sudden got speed. Now sitting here solidly running in 10th place.
Right here in 13th, Brad Keselowski, the 6 cars. We watched this battle between Harvick and McDowell continue to play out. McDowell trying to hold on to 7th. Harvick right there to the inside. Going to fight down into 1 and take that spot away. But Brad has struggled. They weren't fast yesterday in practice. They have used some strategy. Stayed out on that long run and caught that yellow. Was able to get a lot of track position, but he's able to hold it here, sitting in 13th. He's probably not thrilled with the speed and the pace, but to be able to have any kind of a decent result is going to help this team's morale. And morale in the shop is a key thing, man. It's a real deal. You got guys in the shop in a good mood on Monday, you can build on that. When everybody's down, sad about the result, it's hard to get guys motivated to go back to the racetrack the next weekend.
Morale is a big deal, and sometimes it's the race nobody else notices that makes the biggest difference for a race team. The 3 of Austin Dillon started this race just not very close. They started 20th. They were up to 2nd on a cycle, but they ran well outside the top 20 most of the night. It's been an uphill battle, but they have continued to work on this 3 car. And while a top 15 doesn't seem like much, Jeff, you know when you think your day is going to be awful and yet you salvage something out of it, it gives you a lot of confidence in other days that you're always maybe just 1 or 2 adjustments away from getting exactly what you need. So, you know, it's not going to make the highlight reel, but it may beat boost that morale that Dale's talking about for the 3 car to think they can make their car better throughout the race.
I think a lot of people would be surprised if you told them that Ryan Blaney was in the top 10, because it was just 85 laps ago he was sideways sliding through the grass and bringing out a caution. But Ryan Blaney has worked his way back up into the top 10 running in the 9th position.
Daniel Suarez running 14th in the 99. These guys were poised for a top 5 run. Really, really strong when this race started. Drove up to 2nd place. Had an issue on pit road. They've lost a lot of track position. Daniels fought hard to get it back. Probably not going to love this result if this is where they end up tonight, knowing the pace they had at the start of the race. But still, you got to really like the consistency just in this company across the board. He's got a teammate up there in 5th place. He had a fast car to start this race. Something to build on going forward. You got a road course coming up, which we know he's strong at.
All right, so on the flip side of all these guys having good runs, I'm going to go the other way. Bubba Wallace had a lot of speed tonight, just caught a bad break. Caution came out at the wrong time, late in the race, had to take the wave around, get back on the lead lap, but he was all the way back at the back end of the pack. And a good night gone bad, just with some bad luck. And when the caution came out, he easily had a top 10 car tonight and sitting there running 23rd.
Right above that, you see the battle for 3rd between teammates. Denny Hamlin in the 11th. Oh, caution is out. Caution on the racetrack. We got, looks like a drivetrain or something on the 77 car here. Balicki has expired the engine on that one.
He's going to make the hard left turn and head into the garage. And so that brings the caution out. All right, Steve, do you come to pit road? And how far back do you make that decision?
I don't know, Rick. It's why I'm here anymore. No, listen, here's the truth. If you're Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, it's going to be a short run. It is going to be really, really difficult to give up the front row. If you come, you're thinking probably right side tires only. The problem is there are 26 cars on the lead lap, and they may not stay out, but if no one stays out for track position, I'm going to be so frustrated, because we talk about being aggressive and trying to make something of your year, trying to have a come from behind win, even with 40 laps.
Tennessee Titans.
Tennessee Titans. There's a lot of T's in there,
Strategy.
so I don't know if
now we get
2 tires.
Yeah, we try to get to guess what the codes are.
Well, I see Tennessee Titans. That's TT2 tires. Let's see if
if Tennessee Titans
decoder
stand for staying out, they're crazy.
Well, they
have got to stay out right here.
I'm going to stay out. And Elliott Busch, if they pit, that's fine. But we just talked about McDowell. I would stay out. Larson, I would stay. I would gamble. Someone would have to give me some sort of track position, as you see right here, the 77 with the engine expire. Remember, earlier in the day, that car had shut off mysteriously, then restarted. I don't know if those are connected, but 2 definitely mechanical issues on the 77.
We've seen cars stay out tonight multiple times, and the cars are fast on older tires. I just cannot imagine that these leaders will pit.
Oh, split decision.
Chase stayed
Kyle
out.
Busch, he comes to pit road, gives up 2nd.
And a lot stay out behind him. This is going to be interesting.
Marty.
Wow, look at the cars that came down pit road and the lonely few that stayed out on the racetrack. Actually, there's a number of them that stayed out on the racetrack. So you heard the Tennessee Titans call for Kyle Busch's race team. Well, he vetoed that and said M&Ms. We'll see what that means. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin immediately came on the radio, said, we're pitting. They considered the fact that if we could stay on the front row, that we would stay out on the racetrack. 4 tires for Denny Hamlin, that 2-tire call for Kyle Busch. That's what M&Ms means, by the way.
All right, so strategy being played, a 2-tire stop for Kyle Busch. Will it pay off? With 6 laps to go, coming up on 5 to go in this race, Kyle Busch came off of pit road, and there were 10 cars that stayed out. He'll restart 11th, but again, we have the choose rule. We don't know if he'll go inside or outside, or how many cars will be in whichever lane. Dave.
With Alan Gustafson now, who did not hesitate on his call to bring Chase Elliott down pit road. But seeing what happened behind you, how does this play out?
That's what we're going to see. It's what we're here for.
You changed that car so well over the rain delay. How impressed are you at how well Chase has driven it?
Yeah, I mean, he's capable every week. We just finally got the car where he wanted it and got the track position we needed, and did our jobs on pit road. So happy, really proud of the team, really happy to be in this position, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. We'll see how it plays out.
All right, guys, and they radioed to him. They said, Chase, all you got to do is clear and skate away. We'll see if that happens.
We got a choose-roo coming up here, so watch the choose and pay attention to Kyle Busch if you can back there and see where he goes. I think his only shot to actually win this race would have to be to choose the outside line so he can jump into that third groove like he likes to do.
There's 2 cars, now 3 cars up there, 4, 5 up in the upside or the high lane, and he does choose that high lane. So he'll be the 6th one back.
And so watch on the restart when they go into 1. They're him and his teammates in that outside line are going to try as hard as they can to jump to that outside and get to the top of the racetrack in clean air and fly around this racetrack for that first lap and make as many positions as they can, Marty.
And I think there might be a little buyer's remorse on those that decided to come down pit road. Even Kyle Busch, who took 2 there. Denny Hamlin sort of questioned the move, and Sam McCauley said, listen, we weren't going to win where we were. We wanted to take a shot here. So Hamlin, with those 4 fresh tires, we'll see how much ground he can gain, Parker.
Already Kurt Busch feeling really good about this call. His car was great the few times that he sniffed that clean air. Now starting on the front row, he definitely could have the speed to challenge that 9.
Chase Elliott early in the race put on new tires. A lot of people didn't. He went from 14th to 6th in 1 lap. Let's see if Kyle Busch can do that. But his brother Kurt Busch on the front row with a chance.
I think it's all about real estate. I'm with you, Dale. It's not a question if the 18 is going to have speed. Will there be lanes available, or will it be clogged up? Is it going to be rush hour, or is it going to have the express lane?
Well, and how chaotic will it be? Only 4 laps to go from Nashville. Chase Elliott, Kurt Busch, and a great restart for both.
There's a good push down there on the inside. Kurt Busch is going to go down into turn 1 side by side.
Kyle got blocked. Nowhere for him to go.
Quickly falling back, the 22 of Logano. He clogs everything up from 5th behind. Chase Elliott has the spot. Kurt Busch running 2nd. Blaney has moved up to 3rd and contacted into the wall. Brad Keselowski gets into the wall after the contact from the 41 of Custer. They stay green.
Stay up, stay up, stay up.
The 6 is slow on the track. Can he get it going? 3 car lengths separating the top 2. Brad Keselowski, a tire rub, an issue on the right side. You see the black marks behind him. Slow on the racetrack as the field comes up behind him. 2 to go. Keselowski down to the access road. It's 4 car lengths. Kurt Busch up the racetrack. Chase Elliott coming back to the white flag. 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. Chase Elliott down the backstretch for the final time. A huge lead over Kurt Busch, running in 2nd. Looking for his 2nd win of the 2022 season. He'll get it at Nashville Superspeedway. Chase Elliott wins.
Go, baby. Good stuff, boys. Thank you, guys. Way to go, bud.
Ross Chastain, who came to pit road. The highest finisher of those that came to pit road. On that last caution, he finishes in 5th. What a race, though, for Chase Elliott after a long afternoon here in Nashville. We're starting to see a a favorite racing surface now for Chase Elliott also. He won earlier this year at Dover, another concrete oval. And this checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. The crowd roars for the most popular driver. And what a crowd that stuck around through the lightning delays, the rain delay.
It's been some frustrating times for Chase this year, up and down, as Hendrick has tried to find consistency in all its cars, and he's remained patient. He's got a great crew chief and a great team around him. He knew they would figure it out. Wasn't really a top 3 car throughout the first 100 laps of this race. Turned it around.
Elliott led 41 laps in this race, but obviously the most important one, the last one. Marty?
Rick, you made the point. We've been calling him the road course king in the last few years. We might want to change that to the concrete king after another win on the concrete. These Nashville fans, they stuck around. They got a whale of a finish. Chase Elliott winds up winning. What were you thinking when that last caution came out?
I figured it was coming. I was hoping not, but Ryan gave me a great show. Appreciate him doing me a solid there and getting us out front. So just so proud of our team. We had a kind of a setback there about halfway, and was able to get our Napa Chevy dialed back in and get back in the mix. So it was a long day, fun day. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Man, they're fired up. I love it. Just so proud of our team, and we've had a pretty rough month and a half. So just nice to get back going in the right direction. Getting the win's always huge. To do it in a really cool city like Nashville is even better. So looking forward to that guitar. Thank you guys for coming out. Y'all have a big time tonight.
Well, you first took the lead at lap 245. How did this car come to life after the rain delay?
Yeah, we were able to work on it there a little bit after our penalty and got it going a little better. So just stuck with it. Thanks to everybody at Hendrick Motorsports too. You know, they've been working really hard over the winter and through the spring to try to keep up. Engines have been running great. You know, obviously great support from Chevrolet. So looking forward to getting home, seeing my family, say to mom and dad, and hopefully, you know, enjoy this week. These things are hard to come by, man. You have to enjoy them, and you never know when or if you'll ever get another one. So super thankful, and looking forward to next week.
You know how to play a guitar?
Not really, but I'm willing to learn.
There you go, because the trophy here in Nashville, obviously a guitar. These Nashville fans hung around. Chase Elliott delivered the win for them.
What an incredible performance there by Chase Elliott. Appreciate you sticking with us, starting on NBC earlier this evening and making the move over here to USA. Continued post-race coverage will be on Peacock, the NASCAR America post-race show, where we'll have driver interviews and analysis. That's coming up next. And here on USA, Law & Order SUV already in progress. We'll pick that up. Chase Elliott makes his way to victory lane again. It's his second win of 2022, and what a win it was. Chase Elliott's going to be making his way to victory lane here at Nashville Super Speedway. Take a look at the playoff standings. 2 wins now for Chase Elliott, putting him at the top of the playoff standings. Elliott, Chastain, Byron, Logano, and Hamlin. So again, 12 drivers have won in 2022, and now 5 drivers have won multiple times. 9 points separating Eric Almirola and Kevin Harvick right there at the cutoff line for that 16th spot in the playoffs. And still 9 races now to go until the playoffs begin. An eventful night in Nashville, starting under the sweltering heat here after a lightning delay and then a rain delay, which saw Joe Gibbs Racing dominate the early portion of this race. It was the end when Chase Elliott looked his strongest. Continued post-race coverage from Nashville available on Peacock. Coming up next on USA, Law & Order SVU. What an evening it has been, especially the fans sticking around to watch that finish. And a late caution, and the decision for some teams, and most specifically Kyle Busch and the 18 team, to come to pit road, give up second, and Chase Elliott to stay out, enough cars in between them.
You know, Rick, this race really had it all. It had some strategy calls at the end, as you mentioned, as Chase Elliott gets out, holds the guitar up high. It really did. It had it all, right? It had different cars being good. We saw mistakes on pit road once again. Green flag pit cycle, strategy calls, Nashville Super Speedway. More importantly, what did it have? It had a huge crowd. Even with the weather, they came out in droves, and it was it's hard to believe the race car drivers over the engine and all that, but I swear that the excitement of the crowd translated into racing 2 and 3 wide lap after lap.
We had a lot of different players up toward the front, too. It wasn't really the same team dominating. A lot of different guys led a lot of laps. Chase 41 laps. Denny Hamlin led 114 laps. Kyle Busch 55, and Truex was pretty good at 82 laps led. Looked like at any one point one of those guys was going to run away with it, Parker.
Kurt Busch finishes second on that late race restart. What more did you need to beat Chase Elliott there?
I got soft on him. I should have been throwing some fenders and moving some momentum around, and I didn't stick with our strength. We didn't have many strengths tonight. We just executed really well. The restarts were so-so. Long run speed was good. I needed to stick to our strength, and I messed up. So I just want to thank all my guys at 2311. I mean, it's a really good group of guys and girls. And the way that we're running, I mean, a second is cool, but we're here for wins with the playoff situation. But thanks to Monster Energy, Toyota, all of our associate sponsors. I mean, this Camry and all the TRD Camrys were awesome. I just hate when we don't get into victory lane, and I was right there.
Talking about today, though, just in terms of how up and down it was.
I'm still zoned into my restart, and I messed it up.
What do you want to do different?
I just want to throw some fenders, and I didn't get the job done. So I'm happy with second, but my guys, everybody will be smiling, but I let them down. I should have come up with a better plan.
Obviously, Kurt Busch dejected there, not getting the victory.
So a comeback to fourth from Kyle Larson today on a day when early in the race you didn't sound like it had a whole lot of speed in the car. What'd you guys do to it in that delay? That was amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. It was definitely a lot better once the sun went down, and I don't know whatever changes they made to it. So, proud of my guys for working hard and persevering. Didn't have some things work out for us there. We got caught a lap down, had to do the wave around, and drove from 20-something up to 10th there before the last caution, and we stayed out and netted out a top 5. So, proud of my HendrickCars.com team. Proud of Chase Elliott too. That's really cool. Great for Hendrick Motorsports and everybody there. Everybody's been working really hard trying to figure out how to go faster, and they were definitely the best out of the 4 of us all weekend. So yeah, cool to see he closed it out.
And this week you had to learn kind of working remotely with Cliff, and did that work out well? Were there any hiccups there for you, and did you have a chance to catch up with him during the delay?
Yeah, we were, virtually, all of us in the hauler, and we're, tapped into where he was and could talk. And Adam and Kevin did a great job this weekend, leading this team. And Cliff, it really shows how well he's prepared our team to face moments like we will for these next 4 weeks. So everything I felt like ran really smooth. I'm not sure how it all went, behind the wall. With the crew and stuff, but for my seat, it seemed like it went pretty smooth. So I'm sure there'll be things that we'll tweak on and make even smoother. But I was overall pleased for my first time in my Cup career or NASCAR career, really, without my primary crew.
Really, first time?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay, well, Sleemus, that's the way he needed it to work today. 4th place for Kyle Larson.
And welcome to the NASCAR America Post-Race Show, presented by Progressive. And Steve, it seemed as though when the rain came, the long delay, the momentum really switched. I mean, Joe Gibbs Racing was dominant prior to that. They were very good after they got back to racing, but it was Chase Elliott who really rose to the occasion.
They made their cars better, and the other thing it just proves is while a fast car is the goal of everyone here, that makes every task easier in front of you. So many things go into these wins. We had a green flag cycle get uprooted by a caution, then a late yellow. Do you pit? Do you not? There are a lot of ways to lose a race, and I think that's what we saw when Chase Elliott said, you have to enjoy these. He joins the list, and it's a small list of 2-time winners. We don't have a 3-time winner this year. It just proves how difficult it is, and this race had everything. I mean, we could relive this 5 times, and it would never fall the same way. Congratulations to Chase Elliott. I think the Toyota guys showed up with the speed they wanted. They're going to be disappointed with the outcome, but I think they need to really just focus on the fast cars they had.
As we bring in Jeff Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr., want to ask you guys, okay, you saw 2 wide racing, you saw 3 wide racing, probably 4 or 5 straight laps of battling for the lead side by side. Did it impress you, the racing we saw tonight?
Well, I think it's interesting how these cars and the drivers can actually run side by side easier for many more laps than we would see with the previous cars. So the racing, to me, and the battles for the lead and so forth throughout the field, they last longer, more fun to watch. One thing that's troublesome or frustrating is coming down pit road's not as simple as it used to be. And what happens on pit road isn't a conclusion, it's a foregone conclusion that you're going to come down there and get your tires and leave. Because so many problems on pit road tonight and throughout the season. Doesn't look like these guys are able to eliminate those problems, and so that's kind of frustrating, I guess, as a driver and a team to know that it might be you that has the problem on the next round of pit stops. So that makes things pretty anxious when the caution comes out. You got to come down pit road. You're one of those guys that gets all your tires on and they stay on. Otherwise, I mean, just the racing on the track, the comers and goers. Looks like Gibbs has got some things figured out, some speed and pace, Jeff. They're not going to be happy with no top 5s after as good as their cars ran, but hopefully, they leave here feeling better about their cars and their teams than they did last week at Sonoma.
Well, I was concerned the single lug nut was going to take pit road out of it. It's done anything but. It's still an extremely difficult skill. If you try to do it too quickly and things aren't right, it doesn't work out. So we're still seeing mix up of these races on pit road. I think that's a good thing. I don't like tires coming off, but I think it's good that a good pit crew or a mistake for pit crew can matter, because it always has in this sport. I was afraid it was going to go away, and it hasn't. The one thing I take from tonight is Chase Elliott, Alan Gustafson, as good of a job as they did on making their car right after the rain delay. Track temp went down. They made the right decisions. They made their car the best when it needed to be. Great job by those guys. They went and earned this win. Took it on a late restart, but he had the car to go do it. Just a great job by those guys making those adjustments.
We see Chase Elliott changing hats. He's got the guitar in hand, and earlier he thanked Ryan Blaney for a great shove on the restart. Let's hear from Ryan Blaney. He's standing by with Parker.
He started off the day with a very fast number 12 Ford, challenge for the lead, and then you got put in the back. How'd you get all the way back up here to finish third?
Yeah, it was an eventful last 100 laps for sure. I thought our Advanced Auto Parts Ford Mustang was pretty decent. Just we had to go to the back there, and I spun out trying too hard to get back to the front. Luckily, it didn't hit anything hard. And then really at the end, I think we got back to 9th, and then the last caution, Jonathan did a good job of just wanting to stay out. We wouldn't have run third without that. So long day of kind of perseverance on the 12 group, but appreciate all the hard work and getting closer to victory lane. Hopefully we can get it here soon.
You talk about needing that win. You're actually third in the regular season points, but with the playoffs, you're outside. You're at the backside of that. How important is it to get the win? How consistent you guys have been?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter what spot you're in. I think it's always important to try to win, right? You always want to win no matter what spot you're in, and that's what we try to do every single week. And we're close. We just got to put all the pieces together and find a little speed, clean up some mistakes on my end. So I think we're close. It's just a matter of keep hammering away. That's all you can do.
This team is so consistent, but they obviously want that first victory this season.
Thanks, Parker. We'll wrap things up here from Nashville Super Speedway in just a moment. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great race at Progressive.com.
Driver, Chase Elliott. Massive restart right here on the outside. New tires from 14th to 6th. Chase Elliott making it happen on a restart.
Big run down the front straightaway, continuing to take positions. Then the decision to stay out, not take tires for that late pit stop, takes him to victory lane. Great win for Chase Elliott and his team.
And while the winner continues to celebrate, a guy who ended up in the 5th spot, Ross Chastain, is with Dave.
Top 5 tonight for Ross Chastain. I know you wanted so much more, but you were the guy the furthest forward from those that pitted late there. What was that like coming through the field?
Yeah, that was wild. I just didn't expect that many cars to stay out behind us, and I, believe in my heart that was the right call. And yeah, I gave my buddy Cole Custer a good shove down the back stretch as long as I could, poked out, and I mean to have another top 5. I thought that's where our car was. We were a little tight at times, a little loose at times for our jockey Chevy Camaro, and to come back through all that chaos and finish 5th is not too bad.
Seems like restarts were a little bit of a struggle for you tonight. What was that like besides the last one throughout the night?
Yeah, just too tight. I mean, a lot of times just driving to one and just be too tight to really hustle it and carve underneath the guys that I needed to. So, like I said, we were a little tight at times. We were pretty loose at times. End of stage 2, and just kind of kept hovering around that 5th place. We get a little farther forward and really not be good enough to stay there. So, all in all, I think we deserved a 5th place finish. And yeah, it's not fun to be bad on restarts as a driver, but maybe I can do something better next time, and I'll go to school on that.
This show goes to the road course again next week. You've got wins in the bank. What do you anticipate for Road America?
Oh, well, for me, just pure joy. It's just my favorite road course I've ever driven on. It's just a proper track. It's even when I was driving around in 22nd place in the Xfinity Series, it was like I smiled, and it's such a challenge for me. And I've been there and I've broken transmissions throughout practice in the race and finished bad and been slow, and to now have a team around me that's putting me in good road course cars, it's truly giving me the resources to be a better driver on top of the car, and you mesh those together and you see Daniel Suarez and myself competing.
Okay, watch out, field. A positive Ross Chastain heading out next week in a good run tonight.
What you mentioned, a 5th for Chastain. This is the last lap. Denny Hamlin, Chastain has had their run-ins. A little shot by Denny Hamlin, but Chastain, as he normally does, holds strong, doesn't even concede the position, beating him back to the line. Ross, as we heard in multiple interviews tonight, kind of getting his footing on how he has to race around all those guys. I think moves like that are going to continue to come his way, but I'm sure he'll find a way to kind of power through.
He mentioned that next week, Road America could be his favorite track, and that's on USA. The Xfinity Series will be on Saturday, 2 o'clock, countdown to green, 2:30, Xfinity Series racing. And then Sunday, countdown to green at 2 o'clock, Cup Series racing at 3. Should be a great 4th of July weekend. More NASCAR coverage always available on NBCSports.com.